Mutation Genesis from the Fempiror Chronicles. Written by George Willson. Narrated by George Willson. October 1785. Chapter 1. An Unexpected Reunion. The once proud Fempiror city of Aram rested in silence under the moonlight. The lighting that formerly illuminated the town as a bright oasis in the night landscape was dark now, with only a few scant patches of light showing the way through the streets. The businesses that had provided Aram with its bright nightlife now rested empty and hollow in their dark gray walls. Dominating the new landscape was a huge 7-storied building, with each level smaller than the one beneath it, creating a rough pyramid effect. The 4 walls of this tower were made of the same gray brick that permeated the rest of the town's architecture and faced the 4 main roads that divided Aram into distinct quarters and led all the way out of town. The Tepish had constructed the monstrosity 7 years ago, before they had shown their true colors to the townspeople of Aram, driving most of the people out of town and leaving the Tepish largely alone. The local Rastem and Alewo factions called it the Tepish Fortress. A lone Alewo looked out across the rooftops from the side of the fortress, though she was not on the inside. She had paused to glance at the city that had been so full of life when she had been introduced to it as she scaled the outside of the structure to reach a room on the 7th level and retrieve information about a Tepish experiment. Pieces of rumors had reached the Alewo about experimentation by the Tepish of a new serum, one that would supposedly improve on the original serum created 400 years ago during the Fempiror War. To her, however, the war was distant history, and she had barely known Aram before it devolved into its present state. This did not diminish her devotion to the Alewo, nor did it undermine her skill, which was formidable beyond her years. When one had nothing to lose, it was easy to take risks and grow from their successes and failures. She looked back to the wall and the level she had left to climb. She had been unnoticed for the first 5 levels, and it would be easy to keep it that way. She had stolen past their ground security without incident to reach the wall, and at this height, no one watched her. Clearly, they did not anticipate anyone traversing the exterior of their building. She was dressed in the dark garb of the Alewo with her face covered, making her nothing more than a shadow on the wall as she held the stones of the wall in her iron grip. Her feet provided minimal balance against the wall as she scaled it. She controlled most of her climb through her hands and arms. Thanks to her Fempiror strength, that was all she needed. She reached a window on the 7th level and looked in cautiously. The window opened to a stone hallway brightly lit by the Fempiror lighting system, with white walls and a gray floor lined with closed doors. The white was a stark contrast to the gray stone exterior of the fortress, but the color served to make the halls much brighter under the light, and she had to be careful not to dwell on the view, or risk blinding herself to the night. She glanced to her left to another window. She knew that the room she was seeking was accessible through a window, and walking through the halls of the fortress was out of the question. She ducked down onto the small ledge afforded by the 6th level, and inched her way to the next window. She reached up to the windowsill to pull herself up and look inside. This time, she found it. 3 Fempirors stood inside a room more dimly lit than the hall, but just as white. The most striking features of the room were tables covered in papers, fluid-filled vials, and 3 bodies. 2 of these 3 were covered, and likely dead, but the 3 Fempiror in the room scrutinized the 3rd, who lay upon a bare table clad only about the loins. Alewo's spies had spotted a levicart rapidly flying this individual into Aram earlier this evening along the western road, and her Deldral had sent her to learn how this person related to the known Tepish project. In addition, if she discovered any of this new serum formula, she needed to acquire a sample so the Alewo and Rastem could determine its composition. The 3 Fempiror in the room were old, and she suspected their transmutation dated back to the Fempiror War in the late 14th century. She recognized the one dressed in the classic red and black armor of the Tepish order as Vladimir, a Fempiror her order had believed to be a Rastem until he had betrayed and murdered the Rastem Zechariah 10 years ago. The other two were dressed in more commonplace clothing, breeches, stockings, shirt, and waistcoat, with an apparently more scientific than military role in the order. Your protege has found himself quite good with the mixtures, the first scientist who stood near the head of the unconscious person on the table said. For the first time, I think we have made significant progress. We still require results, Vladimir said impatiently. What has happened so far with this one? Can we expect the same from the others? The first scientist consulted a book he held. According to the Alchemist's notes, the initial injection was given 10 days ago, he replied. Over that time, the subject's blood supply very slowly dissipated until he finally fell into this comatose state. Vladimir shook his head. Why did it take so long, he asked. Uncertain, the second scientist who stood near the foot of the table replied. We've all been out to Kelirum to consult with him over this period of dissipation, and none of us have an answer. Where Voivode's original serum took effect immediately, this mutation of it just takes longer. This is consistent with all of the other tests. But will it do what we need it to do? Vladimir asked. The Alewo felt this would be her only opportunity to do anything, and glancing around the room she spotted what she had come to retrieve. Near their subject's table was another table, with a small wooden box that contained several tubes filled with a dark fluid resembling blood. She doubted they would be so careful with their own blood or that of a human's. Silently proving worthy of the Alewo order, she crawled through the window without a sound and moved behind the table to where the vials rested. She listened as the conversation continued. During the transition, it began to affect the subject slowly, the first scientist continued. Look here. The Alewo looked over the edge of the table to see the scientist place the book on the table next to the subject, still open to his page, and pull back the lips of their victim. To her surprise, this person had very long, pointed upper canine teeth. The shock of witnessing this very real representation of the myth her race was often associated with disrupted her focus. These began elongating after 7 days, the first scientist stated. Good, Vladimir said. What does he say about this blood dissipation? She shook off her surprise and continued her mission, approaching the box of vials slowly. The subject did not bleed to death, the second scientist stated, but the body gives the appearance of doing so. Over the 10-day period, the subject grew very pallid, and as we attempted to draw blood, his veins provided less and less of it. She reached the table containing the vials and sat silently only a few feet away from the talking Tepish. In your opinion, Vladimir asked, what will happen when the subject awakens? The first scientist smiled broadly as he closed the book. We believe he will actively seek replenishment, he said. How actively? Vladimir asked. Blindly, the scientist replied. Vladimir smiled in return. Excellent, he said. Cross-check his notes with your own tests, and then return the subject to our contact in Kelirum as soon as possible. Now was her chance. She looked over the edge. The vials sat only a few inches away. She glanced at the Tepish. Their focus remained on their subject. In a flash, she snatched one of the vials and dropped it in a small satchel attached to her waist. She ducked behind the table and moved swiftly and silently back to the window. She glanced back to where she had taken the vial to find Vladimir looking curiously at the box, which was now missing one vial. His eyes traced the path she had taken to the window, and for a brief moment his eyes locked on hers. His gaze was hypnotic. So much hate behind one set of eyes held her in her place. Without a change to his grim expression, he said, "Raise the alarm." The movement around him broke his lock. She quickly scaled down the outside of the fortress, not pausing for a moment to look back. She knew that at any moment Tepish would be pouring out of the lower levels to intercept her. With what she had learned, capture was an avenue she could not risk. Her order and the Rastem needed to know what she had overheard, and more importantly, they needed the vial she carried. She leapt the final level to the ground, and ran full speed away from the fortress toward an alleyway between a pair of 2-story abandoned gray buildings that rested only a few hundred feet from her target. She knew she had to either lose her pursuers or take care of them so that they would not discover the current Alewo outpost. She glanced behind her to check for pursuit. 4 small levitating vehicles rapidly flew out of an opening on the side of the building and headed directly toward her. Chasers. They had a single seat for only one rider who controlled the unusual vehicles through a complex combination of chest-level handles and pedals at their feet. This method of propulsion and navigation allowed a rider to fly after someone with both hands available for combat. The first time she had seen one, she had assumed the handles were the sole method of propulsion, like a levicart, but after she flew one that the Alewo captured, she discovered the advantage of controlling its speed and direction with her feet. These riders held a handle with one hand and drew their swords with the other, preparing for their attack. They blasted down the alley after her, gaining on her quickly. She knew she could not outrun them, but rather looked for a reasonable escape. The hum grew to a peak behind her, and she knew she had to deal with them. Each rider swung at her as they passed at high speed. She ducked and avoided each one. As they spun around at the end of the alley to fly toward her again, she glanced upward. This place would work well enough. With a final glance to the chasers as they prepared a second attack, she leaped against the wall of one of the buildings. She paused for only an instant, and then jumped to the side of the opposite building, landing a short distance higher. She continued this pattern until she emerged on the roof of one of the buildings. She glanced down the wall behind her, and found the riders had turned their chasers upward against the wall, and rapidly followed her. She had no idea that the rear levicoil was capable of pushing the small vehicle up a wall, but the surprise was secondary to the fact that it was happening. Despite their speed, she was the one with the advantage now. As the first chaser crossed the line of the roof, she delivered a crushing blow to its underside, throwing it off balance and sending it and its rider crashing to the ground 2 stories below. The others avoided their fallen comrade, their hands firmly grasping the handles now, and continued their approach. The Alewo turned away from the drop, hoping for a better battlefield. She ran across the rooftop as the chasers passed over the roofline. She spared them no glance and leapt the short distance to the next roof. Unfortunately, the chasers were following close behind her, and although they were out of their element 20 feet above the ground, they deftly avoided roof exits and barricades and kept up with her. She reached the side of a building that was only 1 story taller and jumped on the side of it, hoping to scale it to the roof of the next building. Unfortunately, her leap had more distance than height, and she missed the top ledge of the building, only managing to grasp one of the many grooves near the top. The stone was brittle beneath her touch and gave way even as it held her weight, so she knew it would never support any additional attempt to pull her weight upward to try for a better handhold. The hum of the chasers grew behind her again, and she realized she could not escape this way. She turned and noticed one of the riders had drawn his sword and closed in to strike. She backflipped off the wall and landed on the roof in the midst of them. The 3 chasers circled her like a group of sharks preparing for the kill. She carefully assessed each one. Their faces were neither young nor old, so they would pose a definite threat to her skill. Their vehicles made this even more difficult. She had been able to face off against multiple adversaries before, but never against those mounted on vehicles. She prayed for a miracle. David Taylor sat atop one of the gray buildings of Aram. Although now 27, he appeared to be only 18 due to the peculiar aging effect of the Fempiror serum on his physiology. He was dressed in the time-worn garb of the Rastem, with a black tunic, black pants, black boots, and a long riding coat, which served to obscure his form against the night. On his back he wore a curved scabbard that held his sword. Far from the tailor boy who had refused this service 10 years ago, he had long since accepted his fate, and faithfully trained with his commander Tiberius. Tiberius had sent David along with several other Rastem to watch an Alewo infiltrate the grotesque Tepish fortress, after their spies observed someone arriving earlier this evening on a Tepish levicart. As the Alewo were more specialized at stealth movement, Tiberius had simply let David and a few others know about the plan, and both orders had posted warriors around the fortress. This way, in case the Alewo ran into trouble, Anyone could report and bring help before the Alewo could be overwhelmed. It had been some time since David had the chance to overlook Aram at night. The Tepish had ruined the city with their oppressive rules to the point that most people, humans and Fempiror alike, had cleared out. The Rastem and Alewo had collectively tried to undermine the Tepish since they had made their foothold here, but the Tepish had built their forces well over the years, and once their fortress was completed, it was impregnable. When this last convoy had come into town, the Rastem had hoped to capture it before it ever reached the fortress, but the Tepish had readied a small brigade of experienced soldiers to defend it, making it quite impossible for their band of volunteers to take it down. From there, they were left only with the option to send someone in to retrieve what they could. He glanced back to the Alewo scaling the wall, and the Alewo had reached a window on the 7th tier. He readied himself for the worst as the Alewo climbed in. Whatever their orders were looking for, it must have been inside that room. Moments later, the Alewo rapidly climbed back out the window and scaled down the wall. A face looked out, following the Alewo's descent. David recognized it instantly as Vladimir, and an old anger boiled within him. There was no time for these problems, however, as he noticed the Alewo running full speed across the distance between the fortress and a nearby group of buildings tailed by 4 chasers. Moments later, the Alewo emerged over the roof to his right, took down one of the pursuing chasers, and leapt from rooftop to rooftop toward him. The building where he stood was taller than most of the surrounding ones, and the height gave the Alewo problems. As soon as he saw that hand grip the side of the building, he immediately moved to help, but before he reached the hand, the Alewo leapt down just before one of the riders could strike. He watched as the Alewo stood in the midst of a circle of 3 chasers, who waited for the moment to take him down. He knew he needed to go for help, but leaving this situation could mean the death of the Alewo. "Alewo!" he shouted, drawing the attention of the warrior, as well as the 3 Tepish riders. He jumped down from the roof and landed next to the lone Alewo. "I am with you, friend." The eyes of the Alewo elicited surprise, and David noticed for the first time that the Alewo was female. David hoped that this lone warrior would appreciate the help, for despite their level demeanor, Alewo were fiercely proud of their skill, and often the women were more likely to put themselves at risk to exhibit their considerable prowess. This Alewo nodded, and stood back to back with David as the chasers attacked. David drew his sword. Its thin curve was reminiscent of a Japanese katana, and the letters of the phileterisk language spelled out Rastem on its side. It was his most prized possession for many reasons. One of the riders attacked David with a swift swing for David's head. David easily blocked the blow and brought his blade around in an attempt to slice his opponent across the gut as the rider passed him. David's first swing was blocked, but he saw the rider was circling him tightly to keep him engaged. David spun opposite to the rider's direction of travel, holding his blade level with the rider's belly, and much to the rider's surprise, the blade found its mark. The rider fell from his mount, which clattered to the surface of the roof and skidded to a stop against the roof edge. Another rider attacked the Alewo at the same time. She leapt toward him as he attempted to deliver a downward swing to her head, but she was faster. Using her gauntlets, the Alewo blocked the rider's swing and delivered a swift kick to the rider, throwing him from his mount and off the side of the building. She grabbed one of the chaser's handles to take control of the vehicle. The final chaser attacked David. David swung high for the rider's neck, but the rider blocked David's attempt. David immediately tried to slice across the rider's middle, but the rider blocked him again. David watched as the rider circled around for another attack, but before he could make any kind of approach, the Alewo, now in control of her chaser, rammed into the side of him. The shocked rider looked up in time to see the Alewo use the momentum of the crash to leap from her chaser onto his and deliver a crushing blow to his face. The rider's head snapped back with a sharp crack. His sword clattered to the roof. Never stopping for a moment, the Alewo continued her fluid motion off the chaser and landed softly on the rooftop. She turned to watch the massive metal and rider crash to the ground at the base of the building. David stared in wonder for a moment before he removed a cloth from his pocket and wiped the blood from his sword. He walked toward the Alewo as he sheathed his sword and stood beside her. Tiberius had told him once that watching an Alewo was impressive to behold, and this experience did not damage that observation. "Well done," David said, standing beside his fellow warrior. The Alewo snapped her eyes to David, and strangely, she took a step away from him. He turned to her, curious. He meant no offense by either his assistance or his words. He looked into the deep brown eyes beneath the mask as they turned to look upon him. Her expression was indecipherable. "Are you well?" David asked, concerned. "I'm David, a Rastem." He took a step toward her and held out his hand in friendship. She backed away from it. He looked closely at her eyes and saw tears. This reaction was very unusual for an Alewo when he considered that he had never seen an Alewo cry under any circumstances. Then she spoke. "I know who you are," a familiar voice said. His world stopped. Everything became clear to him. Every reaction, her surprise, her tears. He had not heard that voice in years. He never knew if he would hear it again when he had lost it, but most undeniably he would never forget it. He could only gaze at her, world spinning, barely able to stand. "Beth?" Voices issuing from far below snapped them back to reality. The Tepish had seen the chasers fall, and very shortly they were going to have more problems. They needed to get out of here, but as David turned back to Beth, he found she was already on the move. She ran to the opposite side of the building and leapt from the roof. He ran after her and looked over the edge to where she landed easily on the ground far below. Without a glance behind her, she ran into the night. He had to stay with her. He leapt off the building as well. The drop was insignificant, but part of their strength allowed them to make these kinds of jumps, as long as they landed well enough. He landed softly on the ground and looked in the direction where he saw Beth disappear. Dressed in black, she was invisible in the night. He was momentarily conflicted, but with the sounds of the Tepish approaching, he could not risk an attempt to determine her path. He turned to run to a known Rastem outlet nearby to escape, but a group of Tepish guards emerged ahead of him. He turned and found another group emerging behind him. Running now would risk leading them to a Rastem outpost. He was trapped. The Tepish formed a tight circle around him. David drew his sword and prepared himself for an onslaught, but only one large Tepish approached him from the circle. This Tepish champion was at least a head taller than David was, with a shoulder span that was twice David's width. He wore a sneer on his face as he stared down at David like a boy might gaze upon an ant. "A young one," he stated, "and I was hoping for a challenge." David did not give the champion the benefit of a reply, but only waited patiently for him to make his move. The champion drew his sword and slashed at David. David found the champion's size was no indication of fencing skill. He easily deflected the blow with a wrist gauntlet and stepped back. David hoped that Beth would report the situation quickly, and possibly send help for him if she had seen the Tepish approach. Given the sheer number of Tepish around him, David knew that if he defeated this large one, the others would attack and overwhelm him. He needed to hold off the attack until he had help. The champion attacked him again, and again David deflected his strike. This time David swung his sword in a lazy arc toward the champion that he easily blocked. David felt that he needed to give this Tepish someone to fight against, or it would not be convincing. The champion swung again, this time making several attempts to penetrate David's defense. David blocked all of the strikes, and then swung at the champion, allowing him another easy block. David glanced behind the Tepish circle, but he could see no one coming out of the darkness. The champion had stepped up his attack, swinging faster and harder than he had been. David had to work a little harder to keep the large warrior at bay, and resorted to simply blocking the rapid onslaught, continuing to hope that help was just beyond the shadows. "Somebody hold him," the champion shouted. That was the signal for David to finish this. He could not risk being held as a pawn for nothing more than an overzealous bully. The Tepish in the circle closed in as David blocked the last swing the large Tepish champion would ever make. He pushed up on the champion's blade, swung once more to knock his opponent's sword completely out of the way, and then ran his blade through the champion's chest. The champion stared at David in surprise before his eyes rolled back into his head. David withdrew his blade quickly as the large man fell to the ground. The circle of warriors looked on their fallen champion for only a moment before turning their gaze to David. He held his sword at the ready. As one, the warriors rushed him. He desperately worked to defend himself from their blows using his sword and his wrist and ankle gauntlets, but found himself quickly overwhelmed by their numbers. He was grateful that at the end, he at least knew that Beth was all right. Then a commotion arose outside of the throng, and the warriors dispersed to defend themselves against a group of both Rastem and Alewa warriors. He looked up to find Beth leading Tiberius and Ulrich, along with a dozen warriors to him. She had gone for help. The Tepish group tried to hold their own against the sudden onslaught of fighters, but the influx quickly defeated them. Several Tepish broke away from the group and ran back to the fortress in defeat, but the Rastem and Alewo did not give chase. Their battle here was done, and they needed to get back into hiding. David wiped his sword clean again as he looked to Tiberius, who approached him. "Thanks," David said. He sheathed his sword. "I hope you weren't out looking for trouble," Tiberius said. David looked over to Beth, who spared him a glance from beneath her mask, before turning to walk away with Ulrich and the other Alewo. As their eyes met, she quickly turned away. "No," David responded, "but I found it." Chapter 2. What Came Before. David had recounted the entire story to Tiberius, his mentor since the loss of Zechariah. Although David had only known Zechariah for a few days before his death, David never forgot the old man's face or attitude. Even after meeting the rest of the Rastem order and working with them, he had never met anyone whose conviction to the Rastem order matched that of Zechariah. Tiberius had been the leader of the Rastem since the Feleterusk War 400 years ago, and he was the one to whom Zechariah had entrusted the care and training of David after Zechariah fell at the hands of Vladimir. Tiberius had been cautious of David in the beginning, secretly believing that David was working with the Tepish. Over time, however, David worked to earn the old leader's trust, and Tiberius remained true to his promise to Zechariah to keep David under his wing. Because of the circumstances surrounding Zechariah's death, Tiberius was well aware of Beth and David's close relationship. David and Beth had grown up together in their hometown of Hauginstown, and only moments before his transmutation, David had asked Beth's father for her hand in marriage. Nothing more had come of that request, however, because on his short walk home, David met a Tepish of the acquisition rank of Redel Kurtz, who had injected him with the serum of the Fempiror. It was only thanks to the presence of Zechariah that the Redel Kurtz had not taken David into the Tepish fold. Following his change, David had shown little but disrespect to those who tried to help. Close enough. Following his change, David had shown little but disrespect to those who tried to help him adjust, and in the end, he betrayed them all by breaking the heart of the Rastem code and returning to Hauginstown, and unintentionally transmutating Beth. Although it had only been 10 years, he had seen much in the mounting war with the Tepish, and yet, through all he had done right and wrong since then, he had no greater regret than taking Beth's life from her. The first point of the Rastem Code was to prevent the willing transmutation of humans, and better than most Rastem, he understood why this was a capital offense. Beth had given herself to him, and he had taken away the only life she wanted, a family. He had not seen her since that night. "I never thought I'd see her again," David told Tiberius at the end of his tale. "She hasn't changed at all." "It's the nature of our race," Tiberius said, nodding. "You both look barely 18, but in reality you're 10 years older. Is that why you were overwhelmed?" David shook his head. Tiberius must have thought he was trying to sacrifice himself to save her when she was in trouble. After all, his orders were to watch for trouble and go for help if the person needed it. He was not supposed to jump into the middle of it. "I told you. I watched her scale the side of the Tepish building, climb in, and back out," David explained. "I followed her as she was chased, and jumped in to help her when she was attacked. I had no idea who she was until she spoke. I didn't even know she was still with Ulrich after he took her away." He looked at Tiberius, wondering what Tiberius really thought of him at this moment. Even David wondered if perhaps Beth's presence had clouded his judgment at the time. Tiberius looked at him with a gentle expression. David could only guess how he must look right now. Perhaps he looked like someone who had seen a ghost. He had not expected the memories of those years with Beth to come flooding back on him, or even the years without her to affect him so much. "I was unaware you even wanted to know," Tiberius finally said. David knew Tiberius was sizing up his reactions, but seeing Beth, someone he loved so completely, right beside him even for a moment after so long was a lot to bear. "No, of course not," David lied, shaking his head. "I mean, we didn't part well." "I remember," Tiberius said with a nod. 10 years ago, David blasted across the landscape outside the cave east of the old mill near Hauginstown in the Levicart belonging to Zechariah. His simple brown-on-white outfit consisting of breeches, stockings, a shirt, and waistcoat was stained with dirt from falling down a hole into a cave a few days before. Beth Carpenter had been transmutated less than an hour earlier and rested unconscious in the seat behind him, wearing the blue and white dress she was so proud of having made herself. He had just pushed his lifelong friend, Abraham Barber, out of the way in order to leave the cave, and after having done so, he pressed the Levicart to its maximum speed. The wind whipped through his hair, but unlike the first time he had felt this rush, he did not relish the pleasure of the speed. This time, it was an unfortunate necessity. Once he was over the plains, however, he heard a noise from the back of the cart. He turned, and to his surprise, he saw Abraham desperately hanging on to the cart. David thought quickly about how to handle this. To bring Abraham with them was impossible. Abraham had failed to understand both his Fempiror condition and what had happened with Beth, and David did not believe allowing Abraham to see this Fempiror world would help at all. He glanced back again and saw Abraham grasping the leather straps in the rear portion of the cart, pulling himself onto the cart to face off against David again. David knew if he slowed the cart down too much, he would risk others catching up to them. "I can't allow you to poison the world," he heard Abraham say behind him. David turned and found his friend on his knees, barely holding himself upright against the fierce wind. David slowed the cart to just faster than a run. He knew what he had to do. He turned to Abraham. "She was an accident," David insisted once more. "No more accidents then," Abraham shouted. Abraham reached his hands out to grab David's neck, but David easily held Abraham's hands in place. Abraham struggled, but his human strength was no match for the Fempiror strength David now possessed. David broke Abraham's grip and grabbed Abraham by the upper arms, holding them firmly in place and making any further retaliation on Abraham's part impossible. David lifted his friend off the cart and carried him easily to the rear of it. He held Abraham over the ground rushing by below. He knew dropping Abraham at this speed would knock the wind out of him, but would not seriously injure him. He had no desire to hurt Abraham, but he knew that Abraham also would not go easily. He looked into his friend's eyes. "Forgive me, old friend," he said. Abraham looked back at David with blind hatred in his eyes. "I am not your friend," he said. "I will hunt you till the day I die." "I know," David said. "Take care." And with that, he dropped Abraham from the back of the cart. He watched Abraham roll for a moment until he came to a stop. Abraham slowly crawled to his hands and knees. He would live. David jumped back into the front seat and pushed the controls forward to get them back to the western mountains as fast as possible. He pulled back on the right lever to veer to the north and curve back around to head west to the Eruftium Plateau. His mission now was to get Beth back to Tiberias and await Zechariah's return. As he passed to the north of the old mill, he noticed with horror that the mill was in flames. Orders or not, he was immediately concerned for Zechariah. While he was certain that Zechariah was more than capable of handling himself, he did not know what transpired between him and Vladimir, and he wanted to be sure Zechariah survived. The last thing David expected to see was the mill burning to the ground. He turned back toward the cave to see if there might be any evidence that Zechariah escaped the inferno. He thought perhaps if the chaser were gone, then he would have hope that Zechariah survived his encounter with Vladimir and the flames of the townspeople. The door to the mill was on the south side, and it appeared that the townspeople maintained their presence on that side, which allowed David to approach the cave to the east of the mill from the north. He pulled into the cave and stopped near the hole that he and Beth had created only days before. Burning ashes from the mill fluttered down the hole into the cave and snuffed out on the dirt floor. The chaser was gone, which David considered a good sign. Just to be sure, he walked under the hole and looked up. The fire raged through the mill above. The light from the fire flickered down the walls of the hole, and everything above was a bright orange. "Zechariah!" David called out. Only the sound of the flames consuming the old structure sounded down to him. The lack of answer was only a partial relief. It meant that either Zechariah had escaped, or he was already dead, and would at least not suffer from the burning of the mill. He was uncertain as to what he hoped to find here. He would have to go back to Eruftium to find out if Zechariah did arrive, but by then it would be too late to do anything. He turned back to the levicart, wondering if he should wait for the fire to die out enough to see what remained, or accept that there was nothing more to do here and leave now. Suddenly, a body fell to the ground in a heap out of the hole. David whipped around and ran to the smoke-darkened form on the ground. He rolled the body over to find Zechariah staring up at him. The old Rastem had one bloody hand over a wound in his stomach, and his sword in the other. Zechariah smiled. "Can't you do what you're told?" he asked weakly. David laughed in spite of the situation. "Zechariah, what happened?" David asked. "Vladimir won," Zechariah forced out weakly. "Beware of him." "What do I do?" David asked. "Take my body with you," Zechariah told him. David thought that maybe this should have been obvious, but he did not want to break any other rules this evening. He was already in more than enough trouble. David walked to the cart and moved Beth to the front seat. He returned to Zechariah and gently lifted his body to rest him in the back seat of the cart. David jumped back into the front seat, turned the cart around, and blasted back out of the cave. He circled the cart back around to head west again, and glanced back to see the old mill, that symbol of the secrecy of his and Beth's relationship, appropriately collapse in flames. The distance from the old mill to the Eruftium Plateau passed by in an instant. David could think of nothing besides his 2 passengers, and he knew that he was responsible for this entire situation. If he had only listened, Beth would be safely asleep along with the rest of the town, and Zechariah would be enjoying a victory celebration with the other Rastem and the Alewo of the Dark West. Now Beth lay unconscious as a Fempiror, and Zechariah was slowly dying. He would be lucky if they let him live upon his arrival. He approached the Eruftium Plateau and quickly scanned the walls of caves and openings until he found the one in which they had originally stopped not 24 hours ago. This cave was especially significant because the rear of it held a door that opened into the hold that David had taken the chaser from earlier this evening. He pulled the cart into the cave and stopped it only inches from the rear wall. He jumped out of the cart and stood at the rock wall he had opened himself only a few hours earlier. "Can you hear me?" David called out to the wall. "Please, Tiberius, Ulrich, anyone." The wall opened inward, and David did not pause to see who opened it. He jumped back in the levicart and flew into the chamber. A glance behind him revealed that Yori had opened the door. She looked at his passengers for only an instant, and then immediately ran out of the room. As David stopped the cart, he could hear her calling out to Tiberius in the cave. David could feel his stomach leap into his throat as he imagined how badly this would go for him. He lowered the short legs of the cart and turned off the power, lowering the cart to the ground. Seconds later, Tiberius and Ulrich ran into the room. Tiberius looked at Zechariah and then Beth. David could see Tiberius piecing the situation together before his gaze darkened, and he looked to David. Anger welled behind Tiberius' eyes such as David had never seen in his life. Tiberius drew his sword and held it before him facing David. "Get out," Tiberius said shortly. Fearful for his life, David climbed out of the cart and stood sheepishly before Tiberius. David glanced back to Ulrich, who stood expressionless watching the exchange. Tiberius' breathing had shallowed considerably as he struggled for words. You had this," he said. "Tiberius," David began. "What do you think you can say?" Tiberius exclaimed. "What can possibly explain this?" "Tiberius," Zechariah said weakly from the back of the cart. Tiberius' gaze shot to Zechariah. He rushed to Zechariah's side, dropped his sword next to the cart, took Zechariah's hand, and looked into his face. "Old friend," Tiberius said, sorrow breaking through. Zechariah opened his eyes and looked at Tiberius. "It was Vladimir," he said. "He betrayed us." David stepped away from the cart and stood behind Tiberius. Tiberius nodded to David as he moved. "Did he lead you into a trap?" Zechariah shook his head and chuckled. "No, he is naive," Zechariah said. "He changed the girl by coupling with her. I hope you will be able to break him of his insolence." Ulrich glanced at David, his expression never changing. At the mention of David having changed Beth, he wondered what thoughts lurked behind those old eyes, but Ulrich revealed nothing. He solemnly walked past David around the front of the cart to look over Beth, resting in the left side of the front seat of the cart. "What about you?" Tiberius asked Zechariah. "I will not survive," Zechariah said. "If I had not heard David's voice, I would have stayed to burn, so no accidents would occur." "You're certain there is nothing we can do?" Tiberius asked. "I am," Zechariah said. He smiled at Tiberius. "It's finally my time." For the first time since David met him, Tiberius looked to be on the verge of tears. "Goodbye, Tiberius," Zechariah said. "Be to him what you were to me. My sword is his." "Rest in peace, Zechariah," Tiberius said gently. "I finally will," Zechariah said with a smile, and closed his eyes for the last time. Tiberius continued to hold Zechariah's hand. He closed his eyes and a tear fell down his cheek. Gently, he lowered Zechariah's hand, resting it on his late friend's chest. He rose to his feet and stood next to the levicart for what felt like a very long time, looking at his lost friend. 400 years we stood together, Tiberius said, unmoving. Through everything we had lost, he was the one I was certain would outlive us all. Never was there a Rastem more devoted to the code he helped to create. Never was there a swordsman who could match him. Never was there a heart more selfless than the one that has stopped beating today. Even after he left Aram, I knew we all were a little safer because Zechariah was out there. Never has the Fempiror world experienced a greater loss than this. He was unique. May he be forever remembered. The room was silent. Slowly Tiberius bent down and picked up his sword. He held it without turning for a moment before he sheathed it. He slowly turned to David, who took a step back from Tiberius' hurt and angry stare. Tiberius took a deep breath to contain his grief before speaking. "Whatever he saw in you," Tiberius said, struggling behind his emotion, "it has saved you from me. You are lucky I am sane, and that I honor his memory. I should cut you down where you stand." "Yes, sir," David responded. He could say little else. Tiberius should take his life now, but instead Zechariah had lived long enough to give David into Tiberius' care. Then, to solidify David's passage into the Rastem way, Zechariah had given David his sword. David knew it would be something he would treasure for as long as he lived, for it was a possession bought at the cost of another's life. It would be a reminder of what he did wrong these first few days, and ensure that he followed the code unfailingly going forward. "Where am I?" Beth said suddenly in a panic. "Who are you? David?" In the passing of Zechariah, David had momentarily forgotten his other mistake of the evening. He had taken 2 lives. He ran to Beth's side, and Ulrich took a step back to allow David to take Beth's hand. "I'm here," David said gently. She turned to him, fear set deep in her eyes. "What happened?" she asked. "Where am I? What is going on?" The older Fempiror stood around silently. It was something else he had to explain, and they were leaving the explaining to him. He was uncertain how to begin. He knew she only barely believed him earlier that evening, and now she had to accept it, regardless of what she thought of his story. He knew this would end badly. "It was an accident," he said apologetically. "A terrible accident." "What was?" she asked, still panicking. "What do you mean? Who are these people?" "You remember how I told you I couldn't come home because I changed?" David reminded her. Her expression changed to one of shock and disbelief. "Yes," she said hesitantly. "What we did in the mill changed you," he said. "I didn't know it would." "What?" she asked, confusion stretching across her face. David closed his eyes and decided to spout it all out at once. "You can't go home," he said. "You can't go out into the sun. You are no longer like our family and friends. You are a Fempiror." He opened his eyes and looked at her. She was still looking at him, but now her expression had gone completely blank, as if he had told her that her entire family was lost in a terrible accident. Truly, this was not much different. Like a specter, she rose to her feet and walked away from him. She held her hands out as if she were trying to search for the words to say. "Never go home?" she asked. "Never," he responded. She stood motionless, silently staring at the rock door they had come in and had since been shut. He was not sure whether he should say anything else or not. He glanced around him, and the other Fempiror remained where they had been since Beth awakened. No one offered any assistance or words. They had collectively decided to leave this process entirely to him. Considering how badly he had handled this evening so far, he would have welcomed any ideas they might have to make this easier. He looked at Tiberius specifically, but the old Fempiror did not meet his gaze at all. He looked back to Beth and thought he might offer the positive side of the problem. "We can be together now, though," he began, but apparently this was not what she wanted to hear. She spun around, anger etched on her face. "Oh, we can," she said. "Was that the plan? Is that why you came back? I can never see my family, who I cherish above all other things on this earth, but I get you as a consolation prize? What makes you think I want to have you now? You took everything away from me. Everything." "Beth, it was an accident," he said desperately. "Convenient accident, David," she yelled. "Oh, I was a fool to pity you and think that we were saying goodbye when the whole time you were taking me into your net." "No, Beth, it isn't like that," he said, walking toward her. "I didn't know. I would never get away from me," she shouted. She turned around and punched David using her newfound strength. It was the last thing David expected, so he took the hit full on, flew across the chamber, hit the opposite wall, and then crashed to the floor. Even still, none of the other Fempiror in the room moved. Beth watched him for a moment, her hands shaking. Her mouth hung open in disbelief. Finally, she dropped to her knees and bawled into her hands. David rose uneasily to his feet and looked at her. As if sensing that their conversation was over, the room came back to life. Ulrich moved toward Beth and looked to Tiberius as he knelt beside her. "You are pledged to that one," he said. "I will care for this one." Tiberius nodded. Ulrich gently wrapped his arms around Beth and lifted her easily off the ground. Her tears continued, and she never once glanced at David as Ulrich carried her out of the room and out of David's sight. David could only watch her go, powerless to prevent Ulrich from taking her. Tiberius walked up behind him. "We leave tomorrow," Tiberius said simply, his voice indicating his reluctance to bring David at all. "What about Beth?" David asked. "She is in good hands," Tiberius clipped, and then walked past David into the main cave. David dropped to his knees beside Zechariah's cart as everyone else left the room, leaving him completely alone. He knew how it had come to this, and he did not want to believe it. Before he had learned the truth, he had wanted to change Beth so they could be together, and now when he had done it accidentally, he lost her anyway. He closed his eyes, and somewhere through his tears in the lonely air of that room, he had fallen asleep. David stared at the ceiling, still lying on his cot. Tiberius had taken David in and trained him as a Rastem, just as he had promised Zechariah on that night. Once they had left Arufdium, David had embraced his new life and become one of the best fighters of the Order. Through many, many battles, he had earned the respect and trust of Tiberius, as well as the other Rastem who witnessed his mistake 10 years ago. With his head flooded with those memories, David sat up. "I thought that I had forgotten about her," he said, "but instead I find that my feelings remain. How is that possible?" "There are some people you never forget," Tiberius said, "and some feelings that never change. You haven't spoken of her since then, and without something to change how you feel, there is no reason to believe your feelings would change. Much like marking your place in a book. You open it up years later, and the story remains the same. You haven't turned any pages." "Is it possible to see her again?" David asked. "That is not my decision," Tiberius said with a shrug. "The Alewo keep their positions secret, just as we keep ours. If Ulrich and I had not been meeting, you might have found yourself in a tight spot earlier." "But surely you have some way of contacting them," David insisted. "We have preset meeting times for which messengers of both disciplines exchange messages." "Then I may send a message to her by this route." "Now is not the time, David," Tiberius said, trying to settle David down. "The Tepish are up to something, and our next meeting will determine our course of action. I need you to be there. If you have anything to say, you may do so at that time, though you may find that the time for sending messages has passed." "I'm supposed to be there?" David asked, surprised. "Yes," Tiberius said. "Why?" David asked. This was very strange indeed. Tiberius had never asked David to attend any of these meetings with Ulrich. With the Tepish attempting to watch their every move, they kept their groups to a bare minimum. Ulrich and Tiberius only kept in touch to share what their groups had learned, and then passed that information down into their ranks. In addition, even though David was under the tutelage of Tiberius, it was the place of others considered higher in the order to accompany Tiberius to the Rastem Alewo meetings when the need arose. "Ulrich and I think you may be able to help with this new Tepish problem," Tiberius asked. "How?" David asked. "If I tell you now, we wouldn't need the meeting," Tiberius responded with a smile. David was not sure how to respond, since this type of humor was not Tiberius' normal method of communication. He was certain something was going on, but he could not begin to fathom what that would be. "I don't mean to seem rude, David," Tiberius said, noticing David's confusion, "but there are some details about this operation that we'll need to discuss in the meeting this next evening. Ulrich and I have been going over this together for quite some time, and it would be better to be patient and allow us to explain everything when we get there." David nodded. What else could he do? Tiberius was not going to tell him any more about it, so all he could do was practice the patience that had never been his friend. Chapter 3. Test Results. David followed Tiberius through the ruined streets of Aram. Though Tiberius had assured him that the path they were to follow should be safe from Tepish intrusions based on reports from their scouts, they still had to be careful to stay out of sight as much as possible among the buildings. The effect of the Tepish on the Aram nightlife was painfully clear from this level. Shops that had thrived in Aram for centuries were closed and abandoned. Tiberius led the way to a shop formerly specializing in levacart parts that rested quietly in a line of other abandoned shops some distance from the Tepish fortress. The glass in the door to this building, just as with many of the others, was broken, but the Tepish were careful enough to prevent the town from looking entirely abandoned, so there was no glass either on the ground outside or on the store's floor inside. They had even removed most of the actual glass pane, with only a few shards showing the window's fate. Tiberius always insisted on being civilized while entering any of the abandoned businesses, so he opened the front door, and they stepped inside. All around this shop were empty shelves, long since robbed of its spare parts for the Fempiror's most prevalent mode of long-range transportation, the levicart, with cart specialists either run out of Aram or kept in the Tepish fortress to assist the Tepish alone, whether this be by choice or coercion. Normal Fempiror found it difficult to maintain their levicarts, forcing them to resort to horses or just walking. Tiberius and David walked through the dark, quiet store to the back. Tiberius had told him how to reach this meeting place with the Alewo. It was not elaborate, but David recognized that if he were unaware of how it worked, he would find himself in a tight spot. Tiberius glanced back to the open storefront, and having confirmed that their presence went undetected, Tiberius put his finger into a small hole in the wooden wall. Suddenly, one of the floor-to-ceiling panels popped loose next to the hole and opened like a door. The plan was for David to enter first, so he walked around Tiberius toward the darkened hole in the wall. This very narrow opening, only wide enough to accommodate a single Fempiror, held a small ladder that led down to the underbelly of the city. He reached blindly into the darkness and grasped the ladder on the back wall. He stepped across the short gap and climbed down into the darkness below. Tiberius waited until David was far enough down the ladder, and then stepped onto the ladder as well before closing the panel behind him. What was dark before became black as pitch, with the only source of light gone. David continued down the ladder blindly into the darkness, hoping every step would touch the ground. Tiberius had said it was not a long climb, but as dark as it was, it seemed like forever. Finally, David's foot touched the ground at the base of the ladder. He felt along the wall for the handle Tiberius had described. The area at the base of the ladder was still the claustrophobic tube, only large enough for the ladder and a Fempiror. David had heard Tiberius' footfalls on the ladder cease once David had touched the floor, but David was having trouble locating the handle. Given their situation, he could not communicate with Tiberius, and Tiberius was patiently waiting. The walls were nothing but wood, and none of it felt like a door of any kind. He continued to feel up and down the walls and then discovered the door handle behind the ladder. He twisted the handle, and the door opened wide beside the ladder into a hallway that was not bright by any measure, but after the darkness of the passage, even the low light blinded him. "State your purpose," a voice said as David's eyes adjusted, "and if you reach for your sword, you will fall before you can draw it." David kept his hands in front of him and made no move for his weapon. "Rastem Tiberius and Rastem David to meet with Ulrich," Tiberius said from behind him. Tiberius had warned him of this final secure point as well. The darkened passage, followed by instant light, blinded anyone coming out and prevented any preemptive Tepish attack. He had told David to stand quietly with his hands before him and wait for Tiberius to announce them. No one was trusted in these times. David's eyes finally adjusted, and he saw an Alewo, whose identity was indecipherable in his hooded garb, gesture for them to follow him. David looked back to Tiberius, who walked past him. David followed. The Alewo led them through a maze of tunnels under Aram. Some appeared to be part of the sewer system, but others appeared to have been carved more recently. The lighting at their entry into this cavern was the Fempiror lighting system that David had grown accustomed to over the years, but as they traveled through the maze, the Alewo lit his path using a device called a self-lighting torch. This torch had a sliding handle on one side that, when pulled downward, struck a piece of flint as a curved hood uncovered the flame end of the torch. This spark lit the end of the torch, fueled by a cavity of combustible liquid inside the body of the torch itself. To extinguish the torch, one would move the handle upward for the hood to cover the flame end, which served to douse the light as well as making the end of the torch cool enough to hang on one's belt without getting burned. It was not as elegant as the Fempiror lighting system, but with the Tepish takeover came the loss of many conveniences. The Alewo finally stopped at a door and opened it for them. Tiberius took the lead at this point, walked past the Alewo, and entered the meeting chamber followed by David. As soon as David entered the room, the Alewo closed the door behind them. The meeting room was fairly large, with dirt walls and floor. A large round table rested in the center of the room, surrounded by chairs in which 4 Fempirors sat awaiting them. David instantly recognized Ulrich, the Alewo leader he had met at the Erufdium Plateau shortly after his transmutation. He also recognized Tepish sitting across from Ulrich on what David presumed to be the Rastem side of the round table. Tepish still appeared to be around 40, with his brown hair still tied back in a ponytail, but now he sported a scruffy beard, which Tepish had said made him feel more distinguished. He did not know the Alewo sitting next to Ulrich, but the one who caught David's attention sitting next to this unknown Fempiror was Beth. Like David, she had barely aged since her transmutation, but her face showed a lot more sadness now than it did then. She had wound her brown hair, which had streamed down her back in Hauginstown, into a tight bun on her head, making the actual length indistinguishable. She looked at him with what appeared to be as much surprise as he had at seeing her. David suspected that Ulrich had kept the intent of this meeting from her, as much as Tiberius had kept it from him. "David," Tiberius said, snapping David from his distraction. He looked at Tiberius, who gestured for David to follow him. Tiberius sat next to Tepish, and David took the seat next to Tiberius. No one exchanged words or greeting upon their entry, and only once they sat down did Ulrich stand before them. "Friends, welcome," Ulrich began. "We are gathered to answer the growing threat of the Tepish. As we are all well aware, they have taken over this former capital city of Aram, making no secret of the gift of immortality to the world. When this gift was not accepted as much as they wanted, they freely distributed the dreaded Neoroth to their people with rewards for new Fempiror. When people further resisted, they required a bounty of 1 new Fempiror per week under penalty of death. Even this punishment did not entice the people to turn against their fathers and transmutate others into us. Little by little we have learned they have a new plan. Jatu has been following this plan since its discovery, and will share his findings with you." Ulrich sat down, and the unknown Alewo stood. He appeared to be in his 30s, with long black hair, deep blue eyes, and a slender face with an intelligent look about him. "Thank you, Ulrich," Jatu said. "For several years the Tepish have been conducting tests upon the original serum created by the alchemist Voivode Draculia. Their intent through careful mutation of the serum has been to change the future Fempiror into a form and physiology different from ours as we know it now. Our information on this was very limited until we had one of our Alewo, Beth, enter the fortress, take a sample of this new formula, and observe a brief evaluation of it. The mutation from our own physiology to this new strain is severe. Our study of this serum shows it to be different from our blood in many ways, though its makeup does indicate that it will run through its victim's veins, just as the original serum runs through ours. We have had little time to test it so far, but we have acquired enough information from observing the Tepish and their experiments to know the following. Unlike our blood, this mutation works much slower. The change begins as a dissipation of the victim's blood over a period of approximately 10 days, during which time the victim's canine teeth grow by about half an inch and come to a sharp knife-like point. Before the change is complete, the victim slips into unconsciousness. What we have learned about the intent of this change is unconscionable." "What is your guess?" David asked. Jatu looked over to David. David was instantly concerned, since he had never seen an expression more dreadful from any Alewo. Whatever it was, Jatu either did not fully believe it, or did not want to accept it. "We believe the victim of this change will have no choice but to ingest blood to sustain himself," Jatu finished. David could not believe it, but he was more surprised to hear Tiberius and Tepish gasp as well. He had assumed that he was the only one unaware of this, but apparently this information was new to them as well. Ulrich and Beth both remained stoic. "Is this true?" Tiberius asked. "Surely you misunderstood." "When I listened to the Tepish relay the information to each other," Beth said, "they indicated that when the victim wakes from his unconsciousness, he will want to replenish. It is our surmise that the Tepish are working to create the people's vampire," Jatu continued. Their goal will be much closer to the folklore than we are." David looked to Tiberius and Caltesh, and neither of them seemed to know what to say to this. David had laughed about the vampire stories after he understood that the Tepish, and even the Rastem to an extent, served to proliferate the stories among the human populace to hide the truth of the Fempiror behind the fiction. Unfortunately, it seemed that the Tepish decided to take the imaginary creature and force it into reality somehow. This meant that while the Fempiror spawned the vampire stories, the stories spawned this Fempiror mutation. "Do we know anything else?" Caltesh asked. "No," Ulrich replied, "but we aim to. We know the Tepish are conducting their tests at Kelirum, a small town not too far from Aram, where there is a small populace of both humans and Fempiror. Most of the Fempiror there have been transmutated within the last 5 to 10 years, and the humans accept them to an extent. There may be more to it than that, so we need to send someone in." David gathered why he was here. If they wanted someone trained and recently transmutated, he would be a logical choice. "Who?" David asked, assuming the answer. "You," Ulrich said. David nodded. "And Beth," Ulrich finished. Even Beth lost her stoic expression and looked at Ulrich in surprise. He had not told her of his intentions before the meeting. David wondered why Ulrich would have kept that to himself. "Why us?" Beth asked. "The principle is sound enough," Tiberius said, indicating that while he was unaware of the detailed research, he knew of the plan to send David and Beth away together. "You are both well trained in your disciplines. You both look very young still. More to the point, you both are from this time period. Language and mannerisms change over the years and centuries. Caltesh here might look to be around 40, but he still acts like a 16th century man, whereas both of you still act and speak like people from the late 18th century. And we need to gain these people's trust if we are to learn anything." "You are to be a couple who was attacked by vampires," Ulrich said. "It is important you not let them know your extensive knowledge of our history, or you will be suspect. You heard of this town and are seeking refuge. They will likely accept you without further question. It is also valuable that you both know each other already, which is another reason we chose you both. It is still early. You will leave for Kelirum in an hour, which should give you enough time to get into town before sunrise. That is all." Everyone nodded and rose from the table. David knew when Ulrich finished a meeting, there were no further words to be said. This plan of sending him and Beth to Kelirum tonight was set in stone, and nothing was to change it. Caltesh walked to Jatu and talked to him. As he watched, Beth left quickly through a passage on the far side of the room. Once she had gone, David turned to Tiberius. "David, return to our outpost," Tiberius said. "Change into your old clothes, and then ready the levicart. I must speak with Ulrich for a time." "Are we meeting at the stable?" David asked. "No," Tiberius replied. "Go to the southwestern shack. We will see you there." "Yes, sir," David said. He walked toward the door, but wondered if there was more to them teaming him and Beth together. He stopped and turned to Tiberius. "Is there something else?" Tiberius asked. David wanted to ask if they had any intentions for him and Beth. He wanted to ask if they planned on them getting back together. He wanted to know if Beth had said anything about him. He wanted to know so many things, but he also found that he could not ask anything. Ulrich had planned this with Tiberius, and conducted the meeting in such a way that neither him nor Beth could openly protest it or question it. Finally, he shook his head and walked to the door. He paused for another moment before finally exiting the room. The hall was dark when he closed the door behind him and rested his head against the wall. They had paired him and Beth on a mission to find out more about this Fempiror mutation. Why? Why would they do this without discussing it with either one of them? He understood the reason behind this mission, and why the two of them would be logical selections, but knowing their history together should have factored into their decision at least a little bit. It made no sense to him. Then he heard Tiberius and Ulrich talking through the silence of the underground. "So he is still in love with her," Ulrich said. David knew he should not listen to his leaders like this, but this was what he wanted to know. "It's funny how some things never die," Tiberius replied. "That it is," Ulrich said. "I hope this is a good idea." "I believe it is," Tiberius said. Their voices faded as they walked further away from him and through the door on the opposite side of the meeting room. He wondered why they had asked him to leave after the meeting when they had allowed Kaltesh to speak at length with Jatu about this. After all these years, despite their opinion that he was well trained, they treated him like a child. As he walked down the hall through the darkness away from the room, he considered that in their eyes he was still a child. He did not know how old Jatu was, but he knew the others were quite old. They also must have known how he would react to the news, and when he considered that, he probably would have sent himself away as well. Beth had gone the other way, but had that been her choice, or had Ulrich instructed her to leave that direction, as much as Tiberius instructed David to leave this way? As he approached part of the sewer system, he knew he could find his way out without returning the way he had come, which was likely the intent. He took comfort in the idea that whatever their intentions were for putting him and Beth together, he would see her in an hour and for several days following. They would finally have a chance to talk about what happened. He expected her to be angry, but once the anger was past, then what? Would she forgive him, or would she hold it against him for years to come? He would find out today. Chapter 4. A Long Drive. David walked inside the old stable positioned near the southeastern border of Aram, carrying a plain brown rucksack on his back. Like much of Aram, the stable was once a busy place, where the human populace tended their horses and repaired their horse-drawn carts. But since the Tepish takeover, its owners had abandoned the structure, which served David's purpose perfectly. Instead of his Rastem gear, David was dressed in the plain style he had grown up wearing: white shirt and stockings, brown breeches and waistcoat, and leather shoes. Simple elegance, his father had always called it. His rucksack contained his Rastem clothing as well as his gauntlets and sword. Though the sack did not appear large enough to accommodate his sword, David had altered the design of the sack to accommodate the sword at an angle. He knew if someone peered too closely at it, they might question what it contained, but at a distance, no one would notice it. He crossed to the back of the stable where the loft had caved in a couple of years ago. Resting quietly under the mayhem in a carefully cleared-out area was a levicart that David held just as sacred as his beloved sword, because just like his sword, the cart belonged to Zechariah. He pulled the cover from the cart and shook the hay from it before placing it in the rear seat. The outside of the levicart looked like the typical box design that permeated the simple horse-drawn carts of the day, but the seats for the driver and passenger were set down into the body of the cart a couple feet from the front behind a glass window. The inside of the front and rear contained the levicoils and inner workings of the cart, which were accessible through hinged lids at both ends. The rear had leather straps on top, which David had used to tie various large items down so they would remain stable on the cart while it was moving, as well as other hinged storage compartments used for miscellaneous cargo, including the cover David had just removed to disguise the cart during the day and hide it when necessary. When not in use, the cart sat directly on the ground on 4 6-inch legs. Over the years, David had learned much about the care of levicarts, and he had kept Zechariah's in top condition, replacing parts as needed. The exterior was not what it was since he was unable to store it as well as Zechariah had done all the years before, but it was one of few levicarts outside of the Tepish supply that was still operational. The Rastem had used it on a few occasions when needed, but in order to preserve secrecy, they preferred to travel by horseback or on foot. Tonight they had to reach Kelirum, which was far enough away that while it was possible to reach it on horseback, they needed to give the appearance of approaching the town on foot. Only the levicart could be hidden somewhere for several days to provide a return avenue for them when they completed their mission. David opened one of the rear compartments and placed his rucksack within it, and then he walked to the driver's seat and flipped the switch that powered on the levicoils. They sparked to life and began turning. David marveled at the construction of the levicart every time he saw it. When he met Zechariah, it was a magical device, and now, understanding its construction and purpose, it lost none of its mystique. He stepped back as it lifted about 6 inches off its short legs. David retracted the legs and pulled the cart slowly out of its tomb across the floor of the ruined stable. He reached the door and looked out slowly to ensure that there were no Tepish watching. He figured that if any had seen him enter the stable, they would have already cornered him. The night was dark and quiet. He felt that his hiding place remained undiscovered. He opened the door to the stable fully and climbed into the leva cart. It had been a few months since he needed to drive the cart, so he knew he would enjoy the ride immensely. He grasped the 2 levers on either side of the driver's seat and pushed them forward together. The leva cart moved forward. David smiled. He pulled back on the right lever and the cart turned to the right to point out of town. He moved the right lever back forward again and took a breath, preparing for the rush. He pushed both levers forward as far as they would go, and the rear of the leva cart hummed loudly before it shot off into the night. David smiled widely as he felt the wind blast through his hair. If there was anything about being a Fempiror that he loved, it was this machine. While David had originally suggested meeting at the stable, he had forgotten in the moment the foolishness of the suggestion. Tiberius had told him before that taking more than one person to that place would risk drawing attention to where he kept his cart, and the cart was too important to take that risk. Besides, the stable was deliberately out of the way for everyone, while the shack was remarkably close to where they had met. He flew around the outer edge of town until he spotted the small shack where they were meeting to leave for Kelirum. No one was visible at this time, but he expected that. They would be watching for him. He steered toward the shack and slowed the leva cart to a crawl again. Slowly he flew the cart into the shadow of the shack, lowered its legs, and turned off the power. The leva cart's hum slowly diminished into silence as it lowered to the ground. He removed the cover from the rear seat and covered the cart again. Although it would be difficult to see the cart in the shadows, it might be visible if someone came too close. As he walked around the shack, he considered what he might say to Beth. They had a long ride ahead of them, and it would be very awkward to spend it in silence. Tiberius, Ulrich, and Beth emerged from the door of the shack. David stopped, surprised to see them come out. His gaze, however, was drawn to Beth and her choice of clothing. It occurred to him that he was staring, but he could not help it. She wore the blue and white dress that she had made under the tutelage of David's mother, the mantua maker of Hauginstown. Beth had worn this dress on the night of David's transmutation, and again on the night that he had changed her. She had also taken her hair down, showing that it remained as long as it ever had been, so that she looked almost exactly as she did then. It took him a moment to recover from the jolt of the past. She held a small leather bag, in which he presumed she carried what little she needed. "I thought we were meeting inside," David said. "Kelirum is far enough that you'll need to get moving as soon as possible," Tiberius said. "There is nothing more to discuss that you both don't already know." "Nothing?" David asked as he shot his eyes to Beth and back to Tiberius. Tiberius shook his head. "David, you have all the details we can give you," he replied. "Whatever additional information you need, you will need to work out for yourself. I can't have all the answers." David nodded. He had hoped Tiberius or Ulrich might give him some idea as to any underlying intent to pairing him with Beth, but Tiberius gave up nothing. He walked to the leva cart and removed the cover. This time he stowed it in the compartment at the rear of the cart. Beth silently walked to the passenger side and climbed in. David watched her for a moment. She did not even glance at him. David switched on the cart, and it hovered off the ground. "There is a cave due southeast of the town," Tiberius said. "It's about an hour's walk from there, so you should have time to get settled before sunrise. It is imperative that you walk into town and not take the cart. That's another reason you need to go quickly. You need time to get to town at a walking pace. Today is the 12th. We will meet you at that cave at midnight on the 14th. "Will it be you?" David asked. "Unless we run into trouble, and then it may be no one," Tiberius replied. "Gus klug den Jehovah batosu fumor," Ulrich said in Fempiror. David knew what it meant this time. "Good luck, and God be with you." "We will see you in 2 days," David said. He jumped into the cart and retracted the short legs. He slowly moved the control levers forward and steered the cart around the 2 leaders. Once he was clear of them, he pushed the levers all the way forward again and shot off into the night away from Aram. Now, flying at top speed across the open fields, he could really enjoy the speed of the cart. He relished the wind whipping through his hair, and part of him remembered almost losing his hat the first time he felt this rush. He had not worn a hat in years, however, since it was not part of the Rastem dress. He knew that the newer carts went quite a bit faster than Zechariah's older model, but growing up in a world that primarily walks, this was enough for him. He glanced sideways to Beth. She sat silently next to him, looking out across the fields on her side of the cart. The wind had picked up her hair and carried it as they flew. He wondered what she thought about being thrust next to him after all these years. Remembering how they had parted, he could not imagine she was altogether happy about this. He looked forward again as the landscape rushed by. Should he try to talk to her? Would she respond? What should he say? What would she say? He looked at her again, but she continued to stare away from him. He opened his mouth several times to say something, even just to greet her, but his words failed him each time, and he remained silent. He looked forward again, and resolved to try to talk to her if she would just look at him. Or perhaps he would say something even if she made a sound. Unfortunately, she remained completely quiet. She never uttered a word or sound, nor did she turn from her view of the passing fields as the wind trailed her hair out behind her. The minutes at the beginning of the flight stretched into hours, and still neither one of them spoke. David continued to wait for Beth, but Beth never moved. Before he knew it, he saw a little town to the north a short distance that was uncommonly bright for the middle of the night. David searched the hilly terrain for the cave Tiberius had described, and quickly found the black hole in the landscape. He flew the levicart into the cave, lowered its legs, and shut it down. Without a word, Beth leapt out of the cart, retrieved her small bag, and walked out of the cave. David wondered if she would just walk to Kelirum without him, but she stopped just outside the cave entrance and waited for him. Just out of talking distance, David mentally noted. David retrieved his rucksack from the storage compartment of the cart, placed it on the ground, and then quickly covered the levicart. He slung the sack onto his back and walked out to meet Beth. She started walking toward the town as soon as he passed out of the cave, and he had to jog a little to catch up with her at the pace she was setting. She glanced at his pack as he approached, and from her expression she must have noticed the bulge of the sword. "Are you supposed to have that?" Beth scoffed. "I stole it from a dead vampire," David told her. "What?" Beth said, disbelieving. "Tiberius said not to go unarmed, so we worked out a cover story as to why I have it with me." Beth said, unimpressed. "I don't require any such extensions, but that always has been the difference between the Rastem and the Alewo." David glanced at her, surprised. She had really embraced the Alewo philosophies. She turned from him with a smirk. He was grateful they were at least talking about something. The silence was killing him. "I can hold my own in hand-to-hand combat," David said with a shrug. He was unsure how he would hold up against an Alewo, but he had dealt with unarmed combat on a few occasions. "Really?" Beth asked. "Really," David confirmed. "You want to test that?" she asked him. David looked at her, surprised. Alewo only practiced their hand-to-hand combat with each other, and they never openly challenged anyone. "All right," David replied. He knew Beth had her reasons for wanting to have it out with him, and perhaps she wanted to get this out of the way before they got too far into the mission. If she had learned the Alewo combat style as well as she learned everything else before her transmutation, he would not stand a chance. He placed his sack on the ground and stood at an arm's length from her. Her face showed boredom, of all things. She had embraced the Alewo stoicism as well as their discipline. He also saw that she was completely serious, and as such he could not fake his way through this. To feign an attack would insult her discipline, and possibly make this even worse for him. He studied her closely, hoping to catch some sign that she was not serious about this, but she maintained her defensive stance. This was no longer a man and woman. This was two fighters facing off against each other, so he needed to strike all thoughts of chivalry and love from his mind. He had to think of her as a rival, and not as the love he lost once. With a deep breath, he delivered a lightning-fast punch toward her face. It never found its mark. She stopped his hand and swept his feet out from under him before he had a moment to recover. She stood back up, and he attempted to leap to his feet. Before he could find his footing, she upset his balance and threw a punch at his face. The blow stopped less than an inch from finding its mark. The wind from the speed of her thrust hit him in the face seconds after she had stopped. He watched her staring into his eyes. In that dress, she still looked like the girl he wanted to marry back in Hauginstown, but the face had changed. Now she was a seasoned combatant. Lethal. Why had she stopped? If she wanted to hit him, now was her chance. She held the death blow position for a long time. Perhaps she was considering following through. Perhaps she was wondering why she had not. Whatever she was thinking, she finally released him. He climbed to his feet and brushed the grass off his clothes. He who makes the first blow places himself at an immediate disadvantage, she said simply. I think I've heard that one before, he said with a smile. And yet you didn't listen, she said. Typical. You really do belong with the Rastem, don't you? She turned and walked toward the town, not waiting for him again. Of course, he knew what she was talking about. If he had listened to Zechariah 10 years ago, she would not be here today. His failure to listen had led him to see her one last time and changed her into a Fempiror. He put his sack on and adjusted the sword to where it was the most inconspicuous. He jogged the short distance to catch up to her again. He glanced at her, and she continued staring forward, not acknowledging him. The town was still some distance off, and he had had enough of the silence. He had no doubt that their leaders had sent them together to talk this out, and he felt the need to start it. He took a deep breath and just said it. I didn't mean to, you know, he told her a little more sheepishly than he planned. I know, she said, her expression never changing. I never would have, he began. I know, she interrupted him. They continued their walk toward the town in silence again. This was not going to work if she was going to talk over him. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and noticed that some emotion was coming through. Her eyes were filling with tears. I wish I could change what, he began again. No, it's not that, Beth said, interrupting him again. What is it, he asked. I don't hate you, she said. He breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I would, she continued, but I really don't. When I saw you the other night, I was just so surprised She broke off and turned her head away from him. You didn't know what to say, he finished for her. She nodded in response, not turning to him. I was rather taken aback too, he said. In that moment, I was flooded with the memories of a life I thought I'd forgotten all about. Everything I had to leave behind, hopes and regrets alike. What do you regret? He asked. She scoffed. What do you think, David? What did we discuss back then? What was my one desire in the whole world? He sighed and nodded. Children. Children, she confirmed. We were supposed to have children by now. I was supposed to have been a mother to however many children a woman can bear in 10 years. Where are my children? Where is my family? Where is the life I promised myself? Nowhere. I didn't even get to say goodbye to my family. They won't ever know what happened to me. Abraham will say I kidnapped you, he suggested. Probably, she agreed. I heard about that. You did? He asked in surprise. She nodded and smiled. Ulrich and Tiberius keep well in touch, she said. I wonder how he's doing sometimes. He probably married Mary Dillinger, like he said. She laughed and shook her head. Poor Abraham. He loved me, you know. David nodded. I know. Abraham was one of the other great regrets of that night. Through his persistence, Abraham forced David to toss him from the back of a moving levee cart in order to keep him safe and away from this world. David wished he could have at least taken Abraham home and left him with some kind words, but Abraham was upset over Beth's transmutation. David definitely understood this. David looked ahead to find the town growing closer with every step, walking side by side with the love he had grown up with. They had made a start on this journey of reconciliation, but soon it would be time to put their past aside and work. Ironically, their job was to pretend to be the one thing they had desired more than anything else before any of this new life ever happened. Chapter 5. Kelirum. Kelirum was a simple little town that, like many other towns on the European landscape, stood isolated from much of the outside world. It had common wood and brick buildings scattered along the single dirt road that crossed through town, with a series of houses further out along the many branches off the main road. By day there would be nothing interesting about this place. The night marked the one difference between this town and others that David and Beth had passed on their silent flight. Towns like Kelirum that have a significant Fempiror population never sleep. While it did not have a large number of people out, people walked from one place to another across the road. They carried purchases, talked in the street with others, and lived their lives as if living at night were the most normal thing in the world. But unlike the Fempiror world that Zechariah had introduced David to in Aram, Kelirum did not use the Fempiror lighting system. Instead, torches rested on the walls of the buildings and holders, which created an eerie line of shadow down the center of the street where the lights failed to reach. Many people carried self-lighting torches, similar to the one used by the Alewo guide in the underground meeting place, to light their way in the darker paths of the town. At David and Beth's approach in the early morning hours of the 13th, several people glanced up and stared. Though Tiberius had told them that the people of Kelirum were used to newcomers, David wondered how often these newcomers arrived, or what might have happened here since Tiberius had learned this. Various people on the road turned away from David and Beth and disappeared into the various buildings that lined the road. Whatever that reaction meant, they had been seen. It was time to put the past behind them and work together. Beth leaned over to David. "Put your arm around me," she whispered. David looked at her surprised. Perhaps the talk coming into town was more beneficial than he thought. "Really?" he said. She rolled her eyes. "We're supposed to be a couple," she reminded him. He nodded. Of course, that was the reason. They needed to look like a happily married couple caught up in a bad situation. It might even help the less than favorable reaction the town had already given them. He complied, and quite happily wrapped his arm around her waist. Much to his dismay, however, she did not respond to his touch in any way. David knew he needed to put the thought of her warming up to him out of his mind for now. They were here for a reason, and he needed to focus on that reason. For a moment he cursed Tiberius for pairing them together. Surely both he and Ulrich would know what kind of a distraction this would be, not just for him, but for both of them. Despite Beth's hardened expression, he suspected that somewhere deep inside she felt the same level of distraction he felt. Ahead of them, a man approached, snapping David out of his thoughts. As he passed beyond the rim of light provided by the torches on the walls, the man lifted a self-lighting torch from a clip on his belt and pulled down the sliding handle on its side. The top of the torch roared to life. When the light poured over him, David could see that the man appeared to be around 40, with disheveled hair and a worried look on his face. In stark contrast from his hair, his clothes were relatively new and maintained the style of the day, but in black, where David's clothes were brown. As the man approached them, he held the torch well out in front of himself. "Hold there," the man called out. "Who are you? We don't get many strangers here." David found this to be in line with how everyone reacted, but contrary to what Tiberius had said. Some time between Tiberius receiving intelligence about this town and their arrival, something had changed. Naturally, he suspected Tepish involvement. "Please," David said, "can you help us?" "I asked who you are, and I expect an answer," the man demanded. "Forgive me," David said. "We've been walking for a while." "Names," the man said. "My name is David," David called out. "This is my wife, Elizabeth." Beth gave him a brief curtsy. "And why are you here?" the man asked. "We heard," David began. "We heard we could find refuge." The man narrowed his eyes. "Refuge from what?" he asked warily. "We were attacked by a vampire," David stuttered. "He carried us to a city over there." David pointed back toward Aram. They told us things that we didn't believe at first, and I still have trouble believing it all." "What kinds of things?" the man asked, clearly unwilling to admit to anything yet. David could do little but play along. After all, they were supposed to be new to this world, so the common Fempiror knowledge of well-lit towns at night being home to Fempiror would not be something he would know yet. "Please, sir," David said, continuing his cover story, "we cannot go home. Our family and friends will turn against us and kill us." "Why would they do that?" the man asked. "Because," David began. He knew how silly he must sound to this Fempiror, but he remembered thinking this himself right after he was changed. "Because I think we got changed into vampires. We cannot survive in the daylight. I don't know what we're going to do." "Sir, we heard of your refuge for lost souls and came to seek your help," Beth pleaded convincingly. The man studied them suspiciously. His reaction reminded David of how the people of Hauginstown usually reacted to newcomers. But then, no one ever said that Hauginstown openly welcomed a lost Fempiror either. "Very well," the man said, and David felt himself breathe a sigh of relief. "I am Obadiah Masura, the mayor of the night dwellers here in Kelirum. The normal people are mayored by Paul Stalick. They have given us amnesty here and do not persecute. You will find that these are a rare people." "Thank you, sir," David said. Obadiah signaled to a young man standing next to the closest building, which was about 10 yards behind Obadiah. The man was in his early 20s with brown hair, brown eyes, and very plain clothing. He wore a simple shirt and pant with no shoes or stockings. "Harrison here will help you find a place to rest until proper quarters may be found," Obadiah said. "We do welcome lost Fempiror, which is what you are, as vampires don't exist. But times have changed as of late, and there is much distrust among our people." "Why is that?" David asked. Obadiah shook his head. "I'm sure you've come far," he said. "Aram is some distance, and no doubt you're exhausted from trying to get here as quickly as possible. When did you leave?" David thought quickly about his cover story versus how long it should have taken to reach Kelirum from Aram. "Yesterday night," David replied. "We had to hide during the day, but once the sun went back down, we tried to get here as soon as we could." Obadiah nodded, satisfied with David's answer. "Well, then you must be ready to find repose," he said again. "Just follow Harrison." David wondered why he was trying so hard to get rid of them, but thought he had better play along for now. David and Beth both thanked Obadiah and then followed young Harrison across town. David noticed Beth had turned her head slightly, her eyes looking hard behind her. David guessed she was watching Obadiah. Without a word, she turned back to watching Harrison. David wondered what she had seen, but he knew he could not ask until they were alone. A glance ahead showed that Harrison was leading them to an inn that stood near the borders of the town called the Kelirum Inn. It was a simple 2-story box-shaped wood building that appeared to have the space for half a dozen rooms, and maybe up to a dozen if they were small. David was not expecting lavish accommodations, but if this was a free lodging for transients until they could acquire permanent lodgings, then the existence of such a place was rather admirable. Harrison led them up a pair of steps and across a narrow porch through a single door into the building. Harrison never spoke, nor did he turn to David or Beth as they walked. He clearly did a job for the mayor and asked no questions. The interior of the inn was as simple as David expected. A short hall with a counter on his left marked the entryway. Halls spread to the left and right just past the counter, as well as a stairway leading to the second floor. The walls and floor were primarily unpainted wood, though there was a carpet on the floor to dress up the entryway a little bit. Unlike the street, candles and sconces on the walls lit the lobby of the inn. An older woman walked out of the room behind the counter and smiled upon seeing them. She wore a simple dress much like Beth's and looked to be in her 60s with gray hair tied behind her head in a bun. "Good evening, Harrison," she said with a grandmotherly smile. "New arrivals?" Her voice was friendly without a trace of malice or suspicion about her. No doubt, this served to set any new arrivals who had suffered the recent trauma of transmutation at ease. "Yes, Miss Fiona," Harrison replied. "Straight from Aram." Oh, poor things, Fiona said. So young, too. I can take solace in my life after the change, but these young ones make me sad. How many young ones have there been, ma'am? David asked. Oh, you can call me Miss Fiona, dear, Fiona said. There have been dozens. Goodness, we have grown. Those Aram people certainly stay busy. It is a wonder they haven't rooted us out yet. Why don't they? Beth asked. To be honest, dearie, I don't know, Fiona said. Maybe we're just not that big a threat to them since they got their way with us. Besides, I worry that they might come after the unchanged people. True, David said as Fiona turned to a board behind the counter. She retrieved a key and handed it to David. Here you go, dearie, she said. It's on the second floor to your right. David thanked her and turned with Beth to the stairs. They had taken a couple of steps when he heard Fiona sigh and say, It's a shame, really. Curious, David stopped and turned to her. What's a shame? He asked. It's just, Fiona began and then shrugged. You two would have made such beautiful children. David felt Beth stiffen next to him. He glanced at her. She was looking at Fiona through eyes that were quickly filling with tears. She quickly turned and walked up the stairs, leaving David alone. He watched her go. Forgive me, Fiona said, her voice reflecting an honest and heartfelt apology. I didn't mean to upset her. David turned to her. He knew Fiona had meant no insult or offense, but like Beth, he was beginning to feel the weight of his past finally crashing down on him. Don't worry, he told her. It's just all so new for us. Fiona nodded as David followed Beth up the stairs. He met her at the top. She averted her eyes from him, but he could see that they were tear-stained and bloodshot from what Fiona had just dropped on her, as innocently as Fiona may have meant it. Of course, there was no other way to take the comment but personally. Even though they were on a mission, they had planned on children together once upon a time, and since Beth had refused to face the loss of their old life as much as David had, someone finally hitting her with the reality of it all was a lot to bear. How are you doing? David asked gently. Let's just find our room, she clipped. David nodded and checked the key tag. The room number was 202. A line of faded, deep green carpet provided the only color in the short hall that comprised the second floor that held 5 rooms. Directly ahead of them was 203. He looked to his right and found 201 on the same side of the hall as the stairs, and the rooms were numbered sequentially counterclockwise from there, which placed 202 to the right of 203, then 204, and finally 205 directly to his left across the hall from 204. Candles burned in sconces between each of the 3 doors ahead of him. He walked to 202, unlocked the door, and held the door open for Beth to enter. He entered the small, sparsely furnished room behind her, and noticed that the room was so small that the door was only inches from the end of the bed. He inched into the room behind Beth, and looked around, using only the light from the hall. The room had no windows, of course, and the only furnishings were a double bed, which took up the majority of the floor space, and a small table with a half-burned candle in a holder beside the head of the bed. As he walked around the foot of the bed, he spotted a white chamber pot just under the edge of the bed. While Aram had cisterns with water to flush one's waste into the underground sewers, most smaller towns David had encountered still used chamber pots, though they usually had more privacy than this one allowed. The floor was very plain, unfinished wood, though well worn from use, and the bed had a very basic wooden frame with respectable, though well-used bedclothes. Like Hauginstown, Kelirum clearly sustained itself, but it appeared that new items were rare. Beth immediately walked to the bed and sat down, staring at the floor. David walked to the small table and placed his rucksack on the floor next to it. He looked at the tallow candle through the dim lighting and found a small tinderbox next to it. The thought of using a tinderbox again to produce light reminded David of just how much he enjoyed the conveniences of the Fempiror. Knowing that using the candles in the hall would produce a light quicker than using the tinderbox, he took the candle in its holder to the hall, used the candle in the sconce next to his room to light it, and returned to the room, finally closing the door behind him. He returned the candle holder to the table beside the bed, and then turned to look at Beth. I don't know what's wrong with me, she said, barely able to speak past her grief. I've survived the last 10 years without so much as a tear for what I've lost. Now I'm just a mess. Maybe you're finally facing what you've ignored all this time, he said carefully. She chuckled and reclined on the bed. Maybe I am. She sniffled, ran her hands down her face to recover some level of composure before looking at him. David, why did you have to come back into my life? She asked with a trace of anger. Neither one of us asked for this, but David began. He looked around the room. Beth yawned. What? She asked him, the yawn still in her voice. He was uncertain how to begin. The room only had one bed, and not only was there the question of their not really being married, but their past made him wonder just how comfortable she would be in sharing a bed with him. After she had yawned, she had shifted her body in the bed to lie on the side of the bed next to the wall. He noted that this did allow him room in the bed, but he was not sure whether she had done this intentionally or subconsciously. Still considering the arrangements, either they had to share or he would have to sleep on the floor. Not having enough information as to how things worked around here, if someone checked on them in the middle of the day, these people might find it odd for them to be sleeping separately. How does one balance respectability with keeping up appearances? How are we going to handle the sleeping arrangements? He finally asked, just to be sure. We're supposed to appear married, so there may be a respectable way to... He turned back to Beth and found that she was already asleep. He was not sure if it was the trip or just the emotional turmoil she had recently experienced, but she rested peacefully on top of the bedclothes, fully dressed. David walked to her sleeping form and gazed upon her. He remembered the only other time he had seen her asleep, he had nearly decided to leave her room without saying goodbye. She was wearing this dress as well. Only yesterday he had seen her for the first time in 10 years and wanted nothing more than to talk to her. Now they were together in a small inn, dressed as they were before they ever changed, looking the age they would have been if life had allowed them to marry and live out their lives together. David's world spun around him as his alternative life flashed before his eyes. A honeymoon at an inn far from home, their first night together, the prospect of a long life with children followed by grandchildren, living the life of a tailor at some little town away from Hauginstown. He reflected that the tailor life would not have been so bad, whatever he might have thought of it then. 10 years of combat training and fighting Tepish gave him a new appreciation of the simple life. He looked back at his former fiancée and decided that he could sleep respectably beside her to keep up their appearance. Carefully, he removed her shoes and lifted the bedclothes from his side of the bed to cover her. The bedclothes were of little concern to him, as he normally opted to go without. Since his body temperature was usually colder than the air around him, he rarely needed them to stay warm when he slept. He removed his shoes, turned to the candle, and snuffed it, extinguishing the light. He lay down next to her on the bed and closed his eyes. He listened intently to the inn outside the room. Someone was at the door. The person was quiet, but he shifted his weight now and again, so David suspected he was kneeling, probably looking through the keyhole. It made David that much more relieved that he decided to sleep next to her. He was momentarily concerned that this person might have heard him talking about appearing to be married, but thinking back, David thought he had heard something when he was standing next to the bed after Beth had fallen asleep. He had thought nothing of it at the time, but in this context, he suspected that was when the keyhole peeper showed up. As he listened, the person got to his feet and walked away from the door. He and Beth were alone again. He closed his eyes and let sleep take him. Chapter 6. The Alchemist. Compared to the rest of Kelirum, the city hall was ornate and even modern. From the outside, the main door led directly into the main hall, which had red carpet throughout, light brown wooden walls, and 4 open doors leading into the 4 offices for the leaders of the town. The front of the hall held 1 office for the human mayor's assistant, and a room for small meetings where the rear of the hall had offices for both the human and Fempiror mayors. In the early evening of October 12th, the young alchemist walked through the Kelirum City Hall past the offices in the public section of the building. Turning to the right at the T-junction at the end of the hall led into the large meeting hall for town meetings, which also had its own entrance to the outside, though the alchemist never had cause to enter that room. In fact, Kelirum had never had a town meeting since he had lived here. The other main section was beyond the hallway visible to the public. The Tepish had remodeled the old building to include several rooms and accessible to most people for the alchemist to have space and privacy to accomplish the unusual mission the Tepish had given him involving the Fempiror serum. The primary Tepish philosophy involved transmutation, but even after transmutation, people were free to make their own choices about changing others. Though some joined the Tepish ranks, others ran. So the Tepish wanted this revised serum to make new Fempiror more susceptible to their will, or at least more willing to attack or to transmutate humans. Despite his reservations regarding his ability to accomplish this task, he had surprised himself with the progress he had made, though he was never sure it was what his superiors wanted. 2 nights past, Vladimir, the Kurvatz Malnak of the Tepish order, had sent a Levicart to retrieve the latest test subject, to whom the alchemist had administered his latest version of the serum. That subject had passed into a coma that accompanied the change a day before the Aram escort had taken him, and according to how this serum had behaved, this subject would be awakening tonight. Vladimir had promised that he would return the subject to Kelirum before he awakened, though the alchemist suspected that Vladimir had already administered some of the serum that he had sent to Aram, and was comparing notes. The alchemist had warned them against doing this, but he knew he had no say in their doings. He assumed they wanted to start changing people as soon as possible once they learned how long it took the change to complete. The entire cycle was 13 days, which they felt was too long, because they wanted results immediately. Even though they lived for centuries, the Tepish leadership grew increasingly impatient. It seemed that after they took control of Aram, they were in a constant struggle to maintain it as the Rastem and Alewo collectively worked to overthrow them. It was of no concern to him, though, all the way out in Kelirum. He wanted to be far from Aram, so neither opposing faction could interfere. He only hoped the Tepish would have the subject back before he awoke, so there would be no problems. He had already paced for 30 minutes in his isolated research rooms at the back of the city hall, and finally decided he needed some fresh air. He walked out onto the steps of Kelirum's city hall. The outside of the building was whitewashed, though the porch area was still plain, unfinished wood, and elevated 3 steps above the ground. The town was quiet, with its combination of humans and Fempiror, and to an extent it reminded him of where he had grown up a long time before. As he leaned casually on the porch rail, some of the people waved at him as they passed, which was pleasant, and made him feel a sense of peace that he had not felt in quite some time. It was one more reason to be so far from the Tepish. Even though he claimed allegiance to the Tepish, he preferred to let them fight their own battles, and leave him out of it. There was no greater day for him than when they decided he was not a fighter, and allowed him to work quietly on his own. Footfalls padding on the carpet from within City Hall caught his attention. He turned to find Obadiah, the mayor of the Fempiror of Kelirum, stepping out of the building. Obadiah walked to the edge of the porch and stood next to him. "Good evening, sir," Obadiah said cheerfully. "How is your work coming along?" "It's doing well," the alchemist replied, still leaning on the porch railing. "I'm expecting my subject to return from Aram shortly." "Are they pleased with your progress?" Obadiah asked. The alchemist knew that Obadiah's friendliness was directly influenced by his desire for the Tepish to leave Kelirum to him. Obadiah believed that once the alchemist was done with his work, the Tepish would no longer need Kelirum, and he and the others could live out their very long lives in peace. Obadiah was no fighter, and he enforced a strict no-weapons law in town among the Fempiror, conceding only to the Tepish who visited the alchemist, primarily because his only attempt to make them leave their weapons in Aram was a dismal failure. "We will find out when the representative from Aram arrives," the alchemist said. He heard a faint hum drawing closer, and straightened. This would be the Levicart bringing his subject back to him. He wondered if Vladimir would be with them this time, since Vladimir had said he would be visiting at some point. The Levicart stopped in front of City Hall. It was longer than average to accommodate the cargo of a sleeping body, but also streamlined for speed, a vast improvement over the box-shaped carts the Fempiror used to make to blend with their surroundings. The Tepish had found that even when humans had seen a levicart, they equated the experience to a dream or hallucination. This levicart had a longer nose with rounded edges all around. The forward levicoils were still perfect circles to accommodate the churning pools within, but they were set into the body to allow the front of the cart to come to a point. A Tepish, dressed in their trademark armor of black with a bat etched in red on the breastplate, leapt from the driver's seat and stood before the alchemist. Vladimir had not come. "Your cargo from Aram," the driver announced. The alchemist nodded and walked to the back of the cart to make sure his subject was intact, along with his other request. He pulled back the tarp covering the unconscious man he had injected 13 days ago with the latest version of the new serum. The man's skin was pale white, almost completely drained of blood. He had not wanted to send his subject to Aram during this coma phase, especially when this was the period when most of his earlier trials had died. To date, he had survived the full term, only to die within a day of his awakening. However, the alchemist had merely been studying him during that day and suspected that the lack of fresh blood had killed him. This time, he was prepared. He looked to the rear seat of the cart, where an indistinct form squirmed under another tarp. While the alchemist did not condone the Tepish transmutations or outright murder, he knew this was necessary in the course of his work. One of the Tepish goals for this mutation was to create warriors who killed thoughtlessly, and remembering how his prior trial had violently attacked the walls of the cell in which the alchemist kept him, he had a good idea of what to expect. He looked to the cart's driver. "I will carry the subject," the alchemist said. "You carry our other guest." The driver nodded and walked to the squirming form. He uncovered a man who looked at them through frightened eyes. He was gagged and bound hand and foot, not that he would be able to fight against their strength. Muffled yells barely made it past the gag, as the unfortunate man fought with what strength he had available to him. The alchemist did not wish to know anything about this person, in order to minimize his guilt in doing what he had to do. The alchemist lifted the unconscious subject, while the driver carried the human into the city hall behind him. The human continued to struggle, but the driver barely noticed. "Obadiah, would you mind getting the doors for us?" the alchemist asked the mayor. Obadiah nodded and led them into the building. They walked down the main hall past the 4 offices to the end of the hall where instead of the plain wooden walls, the walls were adorned with decorative wood panels. The alchemist was certain that if anyone ever did come this way to enter the town hall for a meeting, they would say something about the unusual paneling covering what they would perceive to be the back wall of the building. The panels were each about 6 inches wide with natural wood deformities. Obadiah pressed a switch inside one of the panel's knotholes, and 3 panels popped open together, revealing the alchemist's secret research rooms in the rear of the building. The outside of this secret door had no handle or any other control besides the button that popped the door outward for access. The alchemist led the driver through this door, and Obadiah closed it behind them using a handle on the inside of the door. Obadiah pressed the light button in the hall, and the Fempiror lighting system fired to life, uniformly illuminating the hallway. This was the only building in Kelirum to have the system in place, as the Tepish felt it was of the utmost importance for the alchemist to possess this safe alternative to fire for lighting the night. This secret section of the building was one hallway lined with 4 doors of varying types, beyond which were 4 rooms of vastly different functions. The first door to the left housed the power supply for the lights. The first door to the right was his office and laboratory. They walked past these first 2 rooms to the second room on the right, through a heavy metal door where Obadiah pressed another light button outside the doorway to light that room as well. The room had no windows, and the walls were lined in stone and metal. The alchemist had this room reinforced to hold up against the Fempiror's strength, just in case his subjects were unruly, and dents remaining on the walls from his most recent trial showed the wisdom behind this foresight. He had moved a long, smooth wooden table normally used by an undertaker into this room in the subject's absence, in preparation for his return, as well as a plain wooden chair for an unfortunate and most temporary visitor. The driver placed the human into the chair while the alchemist laid the subject on the table. "How long until he wakes up?" the driver asked, ignoring the human's struggles. "He was stirring as I carried him," the alchemist replied as he looked the subject over, "so it won't be long." He stood and looked at the driver. "When can we expect Vladimir?" "He told me tomorrow evening," the driver replied. "At that time he'll want to know what happened tonight. Since the last one died during the first 24 hours, he was not interested in coming until after that. He wanted to know if you were conducting any further tests." "Information gathering mostly," the alchemist said. "Is there any other news from Aram?" "Yes," the driver said. "An Alewo stole one of the vials containing the new serum last night. The Kurvatz Malnak believes they could easily figure out what it does, and when they do, they'll come here." "They know where we are?" "He has a very high opinion of them." "We're going to have unexpected guests?" Obadiah asked, his voice betraying considerable fear. "I would guess so," the alchemist replied, unconcerned. "Rastem or Alewo or both. It's hard to say how many or what guise they'll use. Report any newcomers to me as soon as they arrive." "At once, of course," Obadiah said nervously. "We don't want any trouble." "I doubt there'll be any trouble," the alchemist said. "In fact, if we didn't know they were coming, we probably wouldn't know they were here at all." The subject gasped, drawing in a large breath of air. The three of them turned to him. This was consistent with the last trial so far. The subject's eyes shot open, and he sat up, still catching his breath. His eyes darted around the room, fear stretching across his face. "How do you feel?" the alchemist asked him. He had precious little time to talk with these new Fempiror, as the last one's mind deteriorated quickly, though he had lost none of his physical prowess. The subject opened his mouth to speak, but it took several attempts before anything came out. The alchemist was worried that even now it was too late. "Hungry," the subject finally groaned out. "What would you like?" the alchemist asked gently. The subject shook his head, panic taking hold of him. "I don't know," he breathed out. The alchemist gestured to the driver. "Unbind our guest and bring him." The driver lifted the person from the chair and tore his bonds from his hands and feet, but kept the gag in place. The person tried to run, but he stood no chance against the driver's strength. Obadiah stepped well out of the way. The driver pushed him forward and dropped him on the ground in front of the subject's table. "Will this help you?" the alchemist asked the subject. The subject sniffed the air around the human. The human whimpered through his gag, tears streaming down his face. The subject smiled widely, and the alchemist heard Obadiah gasp and take a step backward. Dominating the subject's smile were two long upper canine teeth, serving to complete the Tepish leadership's desire for a Fempiror that more closely resembled the vampire myth. He eyed the cringing human on the floor and nodded. "Then he is yours," the alchemist said. The subject jumped off the table next to the human on the floor. The human backed away from him, but the subject grabbed him, threw him against the wall away from everyone else. The human righted himself and backed up against the wall with nowhere to go. The subject leapt across the room and sank his teeth into the human's neck. The human screamed desperately in pain through the gag as the subject tore a gaping hole in the human's neck. Blood flowed freely from the wound. The subject placed his mouth over the hole and drank the blood hungrily from the human's neck. The human struggled fruitlessly against the subject's strength, crying and whimpering as his strength waned. The driver and Obadiah both shrank back in horror. The alchemist turned to them stoically. He knew he would never forget the look on their faces. They clearly had not expected the subject to behave this way. He struggled to retain his own composure after the grotesque display they had all witnessed, but with what he had been through before, very little could break his blank look. "What have you done?" Obadiah asked. Obadiah, in particular, looked as though he would vomit at any moment, but still never looked away from the hypnotizing sight. The alchemist turned back to the subject as he drank unceasingly. "What has been asked of me? What they expected of me? I shall continue to observe. Vladimir expects a report soon." He looked at the driver directly. "You can return to tell him what you have seen. You don't have to stay." The driver nodded slowly and backed away from the scene, unable to avert his eyes. He finally passed into the hall and walked quickly away. The alchemist and Obadiah continued to watch. The human finally lost his strength and passed out. The subject continued drinking. "That thing won't try to attack any of the human populace, will it?" Obadiah asked worriedly. "We have a deal with them. They've never done anything to us." The alchemist shook his head. "We won't let it leave the building. You can expect it to return to Aram when the time comes." The subject stopped drinking. He backed his head away from the human and looked at him like a confused animal. He shook the body and tried to drink a little more, but he had drained the victim completely. He angrily tossed the body into a corner of the room where it crumpled like a rag doll. He turned to look at the alchemist, blood running down his chin. The subject wiped the blood from his chin with his hand and then licked his hand clean. The alchemist and Obadiah quickly left the room, closing the door behind them. He looked back to the subject through a small reinforced window. He did not dare to attempt to retrieve the unfortunate human's body that the subject had tossed unceremoniously into the corner of the room. The alchemist could not be certain that subject had quenched his thirst. It's another typo. He did not dare to attempt to retrieve the unfortunate human's body that the subject had tossed unceremoniously into the corner of the room. The alchemist could not be certain that the subject had quenched his thirst. However, looking at the subject's skin, he did not appear as pallid as he had been when he arrived. Obadiah bid the alchemist a farewell and passed through the hidden door to return to the public part of City Hall. He knew that Obadiah was relieved to be as far away from his creation as possible. The alchemist went to his laboratory to look over his notes about the mutated serum. There was still one more observation before he could consider this project complete. He had spent several years of his life perfecting this serum, and now that he saw the results, he had mixed feelings. On the one hand, he felt an enormous sense of accomplishment. He knew the Order would be happy with him. On the other, he had created a monster. Chapter 7. Evaluation of the Newcomers. Fempiror stood against the wall in the shadows of the Kelirum tavern on the edge of town, watching two newcomers approach in the early morning hours of the 13th. He had cropped brown hair and sharp blue eyes that pierced the darkness and evaluated every move the newcomers made. He was dressed sharply but simply in brown breeches, waistcoat, and jacket, with off-white stockings and shirt. His leather shoes were tied, and he had not worn a hat in years. After all, the primary purpose of a hat was to deflect the sun, which was not a problem living at night. "Hold there!" he heard a familiar voice call out to them as they approached. "Who are you? We don't get many strangers." Fempiror glanced at the Fempiror mayor, Obadiah, as he held out a torch to assess the strangers in a better light. They introduced themselves as David and Elizabeth, a young married couple who had been changed on their honeymoon not long ago. They spoke of Aram and the Tepish, and it was a tale they had heard so often in Kelirum that Fempiror might have believed them without question had Obadiah not told him about potential troublemakers coming into town from Aram just before these two arrived. When David mentioned they had come from Aram, he wondered if these two could be them. They seemed harmless enough, but then he noticed that David carried something unusual in his rucksack. Fempiror turned his head to try to make out what kind of object this David was carrying. Part of him believed it might be a sword, but a typical rucksack would not accommodate a sword's length. He turned it over and over, and could not come to a satisfying conclusion, except that he needed to watch these two. He knew this even before they had arrived, of course, since Obadiah had asked him to stand ready this evening, just in case the spies of which the alchemist had spoken arrived. Obadiah often called upon him because several years ago he had trained as a Tepish in a series of caves to the west. He was one of the best recruits, and on the eve of his assignment to a unit under a Radel Kurtz, the former inhabitants of the caves decided to attack the Tepish and rout them from their training ground. Fempiror personally killed several of them before his group of Felskrus surrendered. He had played along with the charade of turning to the side of that faction, which he learned was Alewo, but as soon as the Alewo released them, he and several others left the caves to try to find their own way. During their wandering, several of them died when the days caught them off guard. Finally, after months of moving from town to town, hiding and stealing, he found Kelirum, a town of peaceful Fempiror that did not want to force any ideals on him. He settled here and helped Obadiah with troublemakers. After a brief dialogue between Obadiah and David, he heard Obadiah say, "Well, then you must be ready to find repose. Just follow Harrison." Obadiah sent the newcomers with his personal servant Harrison to Fiona's inn, and then immediately gestured to Fempiror. Fempiror walked casually to Obadiah, but he suspected Obadiah had tried too hard to get rid of the newcomers. "Watch them, Fempiror," Obadiah said softly. "I want to know everything. What they do, where they go, what they say. Understand?" Fempiror nodded and followed them at a distance toward the inn. He waited outside for several minutes to allow them time to get a room before entering the inn. He did not want them to know he was following them, since he would likely trail them during their entire stay. He walked through the open door and saw Fiona snap her head to him and smile broadly. Fempiror found Fiona to be very friendly, but as talkative as one might expect someone who is old and lonely as she was. He hoped she would notice he was in a hurry and not say anything. "Greetings, Fempiror," Fiona said cheerfully behind the counter. Fempiror rolled his eyes. If the newcomers were listening, they would know he was following them. He could only hope they were preoccupied. While he did need to find out some information from Fiona, he wanted to get away from her quick enough to hear their conversation. "Fiona," Fempiror greeted. "The newcomers that just came in. What room are they in?" "Those two?" Fiona asked. "Oh, they're sweet, aren't they? It always makes me sad when I see the young ones come in. I have lived my life, and I don't mind it so much, but they always make me sad." "Yes, I know," Fempiror said. "It is sad." "Well, I put them up in 202 because I thought that was the best place for them," she continued. "Thank you," he said shortly, and bounded up the stairs. He moved quietly to room 202. He heard a muffled voice and knelt down to the keyhole to peer into the room. He saw the male, David, standing over the bed. David removed Elizabeth's shoes and covered her with the bedclothes. She had fallen asleep quickly. David then extinguished the light. He heard some minor shuffling that sounded like David removing his shoes in the darkness, and then silence. Fempiror cursed under his breath. Equally upset that he had missed everything they said, but also satisfied that they had lain down for the day, Fempiror stood and walked back down the stairs to give Obadiah a report. "You're not going to trouble the poor dears, are you, Fempiror?" Fiona asked worriedly. "I'm on orders from Obadiah," he told her curtly. "You don't think they're the ones he warned us about, do you?" she asked. Fempiror was surprised only for a moment, but then he knew it would only make sense for Obadiah to tell Fiona about what was to transpire, since they were staying in her place. "That's what we have to find out," he told her simply, and then walked outside. The sun was just below the horizon. He had to get to City Hall quickly to tell Obadiah what he had seen, simple as it may have been, and then get a day travel cloak to go home. He thought about the newcomers, and his memory nagged him. Had he seen them before? He thought about everywhere he had been. After leaving the caves, he had passed through small town after small town, any of which could have been the hometown for these two before their change. He had been a wanderer for over 5 years before settling in Kelirum, so the possibilities were endless. Yet part of him could not let it go. He knew they were not just incidental people. He had never talked to them, but he was certain he had at least seen them. He shrugged off the memory as he entered City Hall and walked down the main hallway past the doors of the day people to Obadiah's office. The office was large enough to accommodate Obadiah's modest-sized wooden desk and his chair along with 2 other chairs on the opposite side of his desk for any visitors. As mayor of the Fempiror, he had considerably fewer responsibilities than the human mayor did, but his desk still had several papers on it, along with a pen and inkwell, along with 2 candles that provided the only light in the room. Fempiror closed the door behind him as Obadiah looked at him. He stepped to the desk and bowed in courtesy to his leader. "They entered the inn and are now asleep," Fempiror said simply. Anything out of the ordinary? Obadiah asked. No, sir, Frenjar replied. When I reached their room, she had already fallen asleep. He covered her and lay down himself. Obadiah nodded thoughtfully. Thank you, Frenjar, he said. Frenjar turned and left Obadiah to his thoughts. Light was beginning to creep across the town, and Frenjar walked to a closet where a few day-travel cloaks hung for those who were still in the city hall when day broke. He wrapped one around himself and proceeded to the main entrance, where he passed the human mayor, Paul Stolick, as Paul arrived for the day. They exchanged greetings, but Mr. Stolick was always wary of his Fempiror townmates, and he did not conceal it well. Frenjar was used to this, however, and he allowed his mind to travel back to this David and Elizabeth as he stared at the sunlight splashing across the ground at his feet. At this time of the morning, no Fempiror would be left on the streets unless they were dressed in a cloak. His mind reflected all the way back to the surrender at the caves. During the celebration, there had been a ruckus of some kind among the Rastem visitors. A Levicart had arrived, and one of them that had fought with the group against the Tepish was dead. He fought against his memory for names, but as he was very ambivalent over the whole affair, he had not cared to learn any names. Was one of them David? Was there an Elizabeth? Part of him wanted to believe that was it, but he just could not be certain. Obadiah pondered Frenjar's words as Frenjar left his office. The alchemist had suggested that spies would visit them soon, but would spies show up at the end of the night, do what they were told, and look at nothing? Their story involved a lot of travel, and if they were spies, he thought they might have accounted for that time. He wondered if it would be worth reporting since they did nothing, but then he considered that if no one had mentioned spies, he would have thought nothing of these two, just as the alchemist had suggested. Regardless, the alchemist wanted to know if anyone new came into town, so he would have to report them. He left his office and walked down the hall to the hidden doorway. He pressed the switch on the wall, opened the hidden door, and walked down the well-lit hidden hall. He checked the alchemist's laboratory, but there was no sign of him. He walked to the end of the hall where he finally located the alchemist in the last room on the left. The alchemist stood next to a reinforced glass partition that separated this observation area from the rest of the room, where the new Fempiror sat staring out a thick floor-to-ceiling window that looked to the east. Like the room the subject had awakened in, these walls were reinforced with metal and stone to hold up to the strength of a trapped Fempiror. With the sun coming up soon, Obadiah was concerned about being so close to an open window. He knew about this room, and always wondered why the alchemist had wanted a room with an eastward, unprotected window. As Obadiah entered and stood behind the alchemist, the subject turned to stare at them coldly before returning his gaze to the oncoming sunrise. "Watch, Obadiah," the alchemist said without turning to him. "We must test our new brother's resilience to the sun." "Is it safe to stand here?" Obadiah asked with more than a touch of worry in his voice. The alchemist nodded with a smile. "Be assured, I specially prepared this window to block the part of the sun that hurts us. I like to stand here often and watch the sunrise. I cannot feel its warmth, but I can at least see its brilliance." Obadiah watched as the sun emerged over the horizon and filled the room with its light. Obadiah never knew that this was possible. The alchemist had never mentioned the purpose of this room before, but even during the rare mornings that Obadiah was in City Hall after sunrise, he never considered coming to a room with a window open to the sun. His gaze turned from the sun to the subject seated on the floor on the other side of the protective window. The subject stood within the rays of the sunlight and looked out into the light. Nothing happened. Whatever the alchemist did to the Fempiror serum, Obadiah doubted that he could call this creature a Fempiror anymore. But what was it? "Amazing," Obadiah remarked. "Indeed," the alchemist said proudly. "Our new friend can go where we cannot. This increases his usefulness." He turned to Obadiah finally. "You have something to report?" Obadiah nodded with a shrug. "Only that last night we received more refugees from Aram, sir." "Well done," the alchemist replied, turning back to his subject, basking in the light. "What are their names?" "Husband and wife, sir. Their names are David and Elizabeth." The alchemist's eyebrows raised, and he turned his gaze to Obadiah, surprised. Obadiah had not expected this reaction. "Indeed?" the alchemist asked. "Is there a problem, sir?" Obadiah asked, at least pleased that he had brought it to the alchemist's attention. The alchemist shook his head. "Are you having them watched?" he asked, glancing briefly at his subject who was feeling of the outside window. Obadiah nodded. "Of course." "Well done," the alchemist said, looking back to Obadiah. "I want a thorough report of every movement they make." "Yes, sir." The alchemist turned back fully to watch his subject again. Obadiah turned to the door and opened it to leave. Before he left the room, he heard the alchemist chuckle and say, "David and Beth, how interesting." Obadiah paused for a moment, and then left the alchemist to his thoughts. As he walked back through City Hall, he wondered what the alchemist was thinking. Did he know these two? If so, how? Why would he not share that information? As he thought about it, he decided it made little difference to him who they were. All of this nonsense between the Tepish, Alewo, and Rastem was none of his concern, and if these two were tied up in it, he wanted no part of it. He just wanted the town to himself, and hoped that this would be over soon so that he could live in peace. Chapter 8. Return to Hauginstown. Despite the fact that he had slept in a strange place under unusual circumstances, David awakened from the most restful sleep he had had in years. As the events of the past day came back to him, he sat up and looked next to him. His eyes had perfectly adjusted to the darkness, and he could see everything. Beth was gone. He quickly looked around the dark, bare, windowless room and wondered for a moment what time it was. The problem with living in a world where windows are potentially deadly is a total inability to reckon the time based on daylight. Sometimes he could guess based on the stars or moon and the time of year, but without a window, it was not possible. His eyes finally centered on Beth sitting on the floor at the foot of the bed. "Beth," he said, concerned. "Hey," she replied, her voice emotionless. She continued to stare at the floor away from him. "Are you well?" he asked. "Thank you for tucking me in," she replied, ignoring the question. "Forgive me for passing out on you." "Don't worry about it," he said. "I also ask your pardon for being such a mess since we started," she said. She paused for a moment and took a deep breath. "You must have a horrible opinion of my abilities." "No, I don't," he said honestly. "You're finally going through what I did so long ago. I was forced to accept it through a lot of trials." "I just blocked it out," she said. "Refused to acknowledge it at all." "Do you still hate me?" he asked. Beth finally turned to him. Her eyes were distant and almost vacant. He suspected she had been up thinking about this for quite some time before he awakened. He could see, even in the darkness, that she harbored no hatred in her gaze. "No," she said. "I never did. I know more now than I did then. I know enough to realize that we were together, and you didn't know it would do this to me." He nodded, grateful she came to that conclusion. "Can I do anything to help you?" he asked. She looked away from him, apparently thinking very hard about either what she would need or how she would ask. He was willing to do anything that it took to help her get through this necessary part of grieving the loss of her former life. "Yes," she said. "Anything," he prompted. "Take me to Hauginstown," she said. Anything but that, David thought. He shook his head. Memories of his decision to return haunted him from that day to the present. That decision was what brought Beth here. There was no greater regret in his life than returning to Hauginstown. He could not do it. He would not let her return. It would only cause pain and trouble. He was sure no good could come of it. "The most poignant lesson I learned was never to go back," he told her. "But you did go back," she argued, "and look what happened," he shot back. She only paused for a moment. Obviously, she understood his reservations over this, and she would be a fool not to recognize the danger. "You went back so you could say goodbye to me," she said. "I need the same thing. I need to say goodbye to my family. I need to tell them I'm okay and alive, but that I can't come back. They'll think I'm some kind of a ghost since I haven't even aged the last 10 years. David, you went back after 3 days. You were still reeling from the transmutation. You really didn't know anything about this life, but this is different. We're different. We know who we are. Your own code says you can go back if you're properly trained, and aren't we? We will be fine. So that was it. She wanted to say goodbye to her family. She gazed off into the distance, as if considering what she would say to them. David knew how important they were to her, but they had not been to Hauginstown since that night. They had no idea what it was like now. They would not know if everyone still lived in the same place. There are so many potential problems to going back. Yet she made a good point. They were trained in their orders, and had been Fempiror long enough to know how to best handle themselves around humanity. Still, there was a huge difference between walking through a town of strangers and returning to the people who raised them. He closed his eyes and sighed. I have some reservations about this, he said. Do you love me? She asked. He heard her, and he knew what she was doing. He only looked at her, afraid to say anything. She stood and drew close to his face, looking into his eyes, and allowing him to look deep into hers. She was using the one tactic that she knew would break him, and it was working. Do you love me? She asked again. He took a deep breath. Yes. Then please do this for me, she pleaded, so I can move on to this crazy life we're stuck in. When? As soon as possible. We have the Levicart. Kelirum is far enough from Aram that we can be there and back again in one evening. We have to report to Tiberius and Ulrich on the 14th, he reminded her. That's tomorrow evening. We have no guarantees of keeping the Levicart past then, she said. They might tell us to come on back. We have to do it before then. We should at least look around, he suggested, trying to find any reason to stay in Kelirum, but he could not deter her. David, I want to do this now, she insisted. He looked deep into her eyes. Those eyes had melted his heart years ago, and now they were melting it again, asking for something he could conceivably give her. She wanted to move on, and needed this one thing to do it. It would just be a quick trip there and back again. They were far enough from Aram that they could make it. If he failed to do this for her, she might never want to speak to him again. After all, Hauginstown aged at a normal rate. Her parents would not live nearly as long as she would, and the next chance to sneak back might not happen for many years. Tiberius kept David pretty close. He was free to do what he wanted, but he would not want to answer to Tiberius if he disappeared one evening for this reason. He had no doubt that Ulrich would be the same way. He took another deep breath to strengthen his own resolve, and hoped he would not regret this. Then we'll go, he said. They would have to be exceptionally careful, but they would go. Beth breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, she said. David stood and held out his hand to her. She took it and stood next to him. For the first time since they had met each other again, he saw her smile. Suddenly the danger of what they were about to do melted away, and the prospect of making her happy was all that mattered. Whatever they needed to do in Kelirum could wait until tomorrow. He was still certain that they were paired together to reconnect, and the reconnection was starting now. If they had been sent with others, they would consider carefully how to act, but at this time they had only to answer to each other, which freed them to do whatever they desired as long as they accomplished their overall mission. He walked to the door of the room and opened it for her. She walked past him with a fresh spring in her step into the hall of the inn. The hall was bright with candlelight, and David squinted for a moment while his eyes adjusted to the rapid light change. Beth was already walking to the stairs, clearly excited to be returning home. He had to jog to catch up to her, but they reached the base of the stairs together. He looked to the doorway of the inn, and it was dark outside. He glanced around for a clock, which was the only way they really had to tell the hour during the night, without knowing when the sun set. He spotted a tall wooden cabinet next to the exit with a plain black and white clock, and it showed that it was still very early in the evening, and since it was October, they had plenty of time. It occurred to him that in order to maintain their cover here, they needed a reason to be leaving town so soon after arriving. After all, they had told these people that they were refugees with nowhere to go, and that they came to Kelirum because they had heard it was safe. Why leave already? He had an idea, but it was weak to say the least. He approached the counter and leaned on it. Fiona emerged from the back. "Fiona, we were just wondering about nearby towns and such," David began, trying to sound convincing. He had done enough cover stories for Tiberius over the years that lying about his true intentions was getting far too easy. "What's the nearest town to here?" Fiona looked thoroughly confused. "Why would you be wanting to go elsewhere?" she asked. "Well, I figure we're stuck like this for a long time now," David continued, "so we might as well see what's around here. I like to know the lay of the land." "Well, I think the closest is Ferelden off east a ways," Fiona said hesitantly, "but making a round trip on foot will take you the better part of the night. You'll be running to make it back here before sunrise." David shrugged. "Oh, we're just checking it all out," he said. "We might not even get that far." He turned to Beth. "What do you think?" She shrugged in return as if it made no difference to her. "Well, we've nothing better to do," she said without any urgency in her voice at all. "So let's go." "Might you want to know more about Kelirum first?" Fiona asked quickly, as if she were trying to make them stay. David shrugged again. "We can do that tomorrow," he replied. "We want to walk about today. Bye." They quickly walked out the door, arm in arm, as they heard Fiona call out behind them, "Very well, goodbye now." David and Beth walked swiftly toward the edge of town. The town was small enough that there was little in the way of activity, but those who were out at this hour watched David and Beth. This was to be expected, as they were not only newcomers, but also they looked anything but lost, walking as fast as they were. David leaned over to Beth. "I think it's suspicious of us to leave the first day after arriving," he said. "You came up with a good cover story, I think," she reassured him. "It's not that good, really, and I doubt it will hold up," he said. "Why?" she asked. "Well," David said, "she said Ferelden is east, and we're going south." "Maybe we're just lost," she suggested. He wished he had spent a little more time thinking of something better, but they only needed a little time to explore the town once they returned tonight, and a few hours tomorrow to report something to Tiberius and Ulrich. Whatever Kelirum thought of their legitimacy, it would make little difference in the larger scheme of their lives. This trip was far more important. Fempiror had chased the strange pair of new Fempiror as soon as they left the inn. He spent only seconds with Fiona to find out what they had discussed, and when she said they talked about going to Ferelden, he knew he had to watch them go. The problem he found was that the newcomers had gone back the way they had come, instead of going in the direction of Ferelden. Either they were lost, or they did not care where they ended up. Neither of which actually made them spies, though leaving was odd. He finally reached the edge of town and watched them continue their very fast walk out of town. Even for Fempiror, they were walking fast. He expected them to break into a run at any moment, though they never did as long as he could make them out in the darkness. Someone approached them from behind. He turned his head slightly and spotted Obadiah out of the corner of his eye. No doubt the old man would want a report. "Where are they going?" Obadiah asked. "Fiona said Ferelden," he answered honestly. He glanced at Obadiah and saw that the old man was predictably confused. "What?" Obadiah asked. "Which way is Ferelden?" Fempiror pointed east. Obadiah nodded. "That's what I thought," he said. "Maybe they're lost," Fempiror suggested. "If they were here longer, I would think they're spies," Obadiah said. "But they didn't go anywhere." Fempiror nodded. This echoed his own assertions. Why would spies enter a town in the middle of nowhere, stay the night, and then leave back the way they came? It made no sense. "Well, watch for their return," Obadiah said. "Inform me immediately." Fempiror nodded and watched the forms of David and Beth disappear into the night. What guarantee did he have that they would return, though? They came from nowhere and left in the same manner. Now he had a night of nothing ahead of him. David drove the Levicart at top speed across the plains leading towards Hauginstown. He once thought that he would never be able to find his way back to his old hometown, but after traveling all over the country over the last 10 years, he knew where to find Hauginstown. He never went back to it, though, nor even indicated an interest in seeing it again. He knew how foolish an urge like that would be not only for him, but for those he left behind. Beth said very little during the ride, just as she had during their ride to Kelirum, but he knew this one was different. She stared forward peacefully this time, and he wondered where she had gone over the past 10 years, and whether she could have found it without him. He had asked her what she was thinking about, but she only smiled and shrugged. He passed south of a small slope that he knew had a cave in it once. Beth also glanced toward the site where an old mill had stood for years before it burned to the ground at the hands of the Hauginstown residents, who believed they were killing a deadly vampire. Now the top of the slope was clear, the remains of the mill long gone. He wondered if the cave was even still there, or if the collapse of the mill led to the collapse of the cave carved 10 years ago by the Tepish who had brought him into this life. They were both silent as he passed to the south of their former home. In the darkness, it was difficult to see if anything had changed in their little town or not. He saw the little road leading into town, but everything was dark. Hauginstown passed them by, and David continued flying to the west. Beth craned her head to watch Hauginstown grow smaller behind them before she finally turned to him. "Where are we going to stop?" she asked. "I have a safe place in mind," he replied. He was certain that even after all this time, his destination had remained mostly unnoticed. Even if someone had stumbled upon it, its builder had made it well enough that it should still be there. David brought the leva cart to a stop next to a pair of grass-covered mounds that blended into the landscape perfectly. One glance at Beth showed that she had not even noticed why he had stopped. Only a small tunnel cut into the side of one of them gave any indication that these were anything more than a couple of rolling hills. David leapt out of the cart, and Beth followed suit, though she appeared rather confused. She looked at the mounds. "What is this place?" she asked. "It belonged to Zechariah," David said. "He helped me in the beginning." "Ulrich told me about him," Beth said. "He was betrayed." "Yes," David nodded, pained by the memory and his very real part in it. "We can leave the cart here. It's safer than anywhere else." David had not been back to this place since Zechariah had shown him the leva cart for the first time, only a day after the Tepish Redelkrutz Rufus had transmutated him. The sight of the leva cart had left David speechless when Zechariah pulled it out of the small mound next to the larger one. When David considered a moment that he actually wanted to be a Fempiror, it was then, whether he was willing to admit it or not. David vaguely remembered how Zechariah opened the mound. He knew there was a handle of some kind hidden on the right side of the hill at about shoulder level. He felt over the grass until his hand slipped into an indention. Inside there was a small handle. He pulled out on it, and as smooth as it had 10 years ago, the door opened upward to reveal a hold large enough to store the leva cart. The inside of the storage space was carved out of the mound with almost perfectly straight walls, reinforced with wooden beams to keep the dirt from falling in on itself. 10 years had only loosened a little dirt, making the walls a little less smooth than perhaps they used to be. Beth nodded with a smile. "Very nice," she said. "How did you manage to remember that?" "Well, it's where this leva cart came from," David informed her. "It made an impression." Beth nodded again and then stopped. David glanced at her, and she appeared to be piecing something together in her head. Finally, she narrowed her eyes and looked at him. "You've had this the whole time?" she asked. "Yes," David said, afraid to discuss it much more. "Since the Tepish takeover caused the almost complete decimation of the leva cart, few were left outside Tepish control, and those that existed were usually inoperable. Tiberius had warned David repeatedly that Zechariah's leva cart was to be one of his most carefully guarded secrets." Beth stared at him, as if expecting more, but he only smiled at her. He could feel her eyes boring into him as he pushed the cart into its old home. He lowered its short legs and turned off the power. The soft hum that had accompanied their journey for so long silenced as the cart lowered to the ground inside its former home. David looked at it for a moment, musing that the old machine had come full circle now, and when it left again, it would probably never return. He turned to find Beth impatiently staring at him. He reached up and pulled the door closed. As smooth as ever, it quietly moved down to its closed position and clicked shut. He turned to her and said, "Let's go." She nodded, and they walked the short distance to Hauginstown. Even though it had been 10 years, the town had not changed at all. The ostentatious statue of Gerald Haugens dominated the grassy area in the center of town. Not only were the little stores where they always had been, none of them had changed. David found it difficult not to look in the window of his family shop on the east side of town to see what half-finished clothes it might contain. On the north side of town, he could clearly see the barber and carpenter shops, still separated by the candlemaker. Houses, most of which were white two-story box shapes, still dominated the west side of town and served as their destination. David had always taken for granted the house size in Hauginstown, but once he had seen the rest of the world, he noticed that Hauginstown's houses were larger than most places he had visited. His father had always said that Haugens took care of his town, but until now it was unclear how he was doing so. David suddenly wished he had time to find out about Hauginstown, since the town had every resource it needed as well as the ability to build large houses for its residents, which would more than justify the desire of its earlier residents to erect a statue to their founder. This desire only served to intensify the nostalgia he was already feeling. "This is strange," David said nostalgically as they stood at the edge of town and took it all in. "This is only made worse by the fact that we're dressed as we were when we left." "I know," Beth said with a chuckle. "All my life I assumed I would grow up, grow old, and die in this little town." "We've probably seen more in the last 10 years than everyone in this town has seen in their entire lives," he observed. "I'll bet you're right," she agreed. David noticed that the Wits End Tavern was dark, and he wondered if the town still lived in fear after all this time. He also spotted a night watchman walking slowly around the outside edge of the road, meaning that they would need to stay out of sight, or they could find themselves face to face with someone who knew them. He was not sure how they would explain that. "We should hurry," he said. She nodded, and they moved swiftly along the south side of town towards the carpenter house. They approached the two-story white structure, and Beth gazed at it. It had not changed either. The paint was weathered, to be sure, but it was the same house he remembered. He looked at Beth, who stared like one who had found a precious object years after losing it. Her mouth hung open as if in awe, and her eyes moved slowly from side to side, studying the structure. Her gaze broke, and her eyes moved downward. Moonlight glinted off a tear just running down her cheek. "What's wrong?" he asked. "I've changed so much," she said. "As I look at the house where I grew up, I know in my heart that I can't come back to this." "Do you want to go in?" he asked, hopeful that she might have changed her mind. "Yes," she said resolutely. "I still have to say goodbye. Despite what I just learned in my heart, it won't be any easier." "I'll wait for you outside," he assured her. "I'll find you," she said. She backed away from him and walked around to where her room was on the side of the house. She tested the window, and it was unlocked. She opened it, climbed into her room, and was gone. Chapter 9. A Homecoming Farewell. Beth stood in the room that had been hers for the first 17 years of her life and stared at its appearance. Even though she had not been here for 10 years, it was still her room. Everything was where she had left it the night that David had come through her window and taken her away. Even the blanket for two she had been working on was still in its unfinished state. The wooden needles and yarn rested on her bed attached to the half-completed blanket. The only item missing was the painting she had finished of her and David only the day before he returned and took her away. Her parents had moved, nothing else, but her mother clearly kept the room clean, since there was no dust anywhere. One might think the room was lived in but for the empty bed. She could only stare silently at it as the memories of another life flooded over her. Ever since Ulrich had taken her in that night, she had put every thought of Hauginstown, her parents, her life, and especially David, as far from her mind as possible. She had thrown herself into the Alewo training and way of life thoughtlessly, and placed everything behind her. Everything from the evacuation of Aruftium, to the day crossing to Aram, to the constant moving around in Aram, hiding from the Tepish, was little more than a blur in her head. She had become someone else. She was an Alewo, a warrior with deadly unarmed skill and reflexes. There were few on this planet who could match her because she threw herself into every battle like someone with nothing to live for, because she felt that she had nothing to live for. And then David showed up again. Seeing him again brought 10 years of repression back to the forefront of her mind. She knew she had to deal with her past, but until they were alone, she did not know how. Now, standing in her room and looking at the life she lost, she wondered if this would help at all. She wanted nothing more at this moment than to crawl into her bed, pull the bedclothes over her head, and hope that in the morning she would wake up from a bad dream. A dream where she had killed with her bare hands and relished each one. In this moment, she was just Beth, a girl from a little town that no one had ever heard of except in stories from other people. She was someone with a past that she had pushed aside for years before it had come crashing down on her out of nowhere. She walked slowly around the room, gently touching the remnants of another life, another girl. She ran her fingers along the rack of children's clothes that she had hoped to use one day when she had children. There were not many of them, but each one had represented a phase of a young life that would never exist now. She choked back tears, careful not to make noise in the quiet house. She was here for a reason more difficult than just seeing her room again. She had to look upon the people who loved her most in this world and tell them goodbye. She had to walk away from them knowing that she would live for hundreds of years after their deaths and that she would never see them again. She walked out of her room and through her house. The house was virtually identical to how she left it, with one notable exception. Hung above the fireplace in the living room was her picture. They had even left David's face intact. She looked at the happy couple she had conjured into a space neither of them had ever really occupied in that life, and wondered what her parents had really thought when it had all come to light. She would never know now, just as they would never know that it could still happen. She closed her eyes and walked out of the living room and into her parents' bedroom. While the house had remained relatively unchanged, the two people she looked upon now had changed considerably. Her younger parents had been exchanged for two very old and grief-stricken people. White, that had never been there before, streaked her mother's hair. She knew that the grief had made them look old beyond their years. Beth sighed and considered her words carefully. "What can I say to you?" she said aloud, hoping that in their sleep they might hear her words. "I don't want to cause you any more pain than you must have experienced already. And yet, some selfish part of me needs to tell you goodbye, to tell you that I'm doing well, to tell you that I'm alive." Her father, Patrick Carpenter, stirred restlessly, but did not awaken. Beth walked around the bed to her mother's side and knelt beside her. Gently, Beth stroked her mother's hair. Her mother sighed in her sleep. "My dearest mother," she continued, "I can see how my loss has hurt you. Don't mourn for me any longer. Don't shed another tear. You both know how much I love you, and I will miss you forever. But don't worry any more." Beth leaned over and kissed her mother on the cheek. A tear fell from her mother's eye onto the pillow as a smile drifted across her sleeping face. Beth stood and wiped her own tears. She walked to her parents' window and opened it. A chill from the night air blew in. She turned back to look at her parents one last time. Her father stirred again, but this time he opened his eyes and glanced to the open window. The moonlight reflected clearly off Beth's face, and she knew he would recognize her. Part of her had hoped this would happen. "Beth?" her father said, bewildered. She smiled. "Go to sleep, father," she said. "When you wake up tomorrow, be happy again. Smile again. Let the town hear your laughter once more. I'm sure they've missed it these past years. I know I have." Her last words barely came out as the weight of the loss came upon her. She walked across the room and kissed him on the cheek. He only stared at her, his face betraying happiness and confusion. She looked him in the eyes one last time. "This is a very good dream," she said. Tears streaked down his face as he watched her walk to the window and climb out. She pulled the window down behind her, but listened for just a moment as he rolled back over in bed. Then she heard her mother's voice. "Are you well?" her mother asked her father. "Yes," he said. Everything's fine now. She heard the covers shuffle again, and her mother sighed. Yes, her mother said. Yes, it is. Then it was silent again. Beth finally sank to the ground outside her parents' window. She rested her head against the wall and cried. As silently as she could, she cried for everything she had lost and avoided all these years. She had to get away from their window. She ran behind her parents' house and collapsed on the ground. It all came out. Curled into a fetal position behind the western houses of Hauginstown, Beth finally dealt with her loss. And no one heard her. Chapter 10. Vows. David wondered how long it would be until Beth returned. It was hard not to go with her, but he knew this was something she had to do on her own. He could not help her. She did not want his help. Instead, he had been observing the night watchman walk around the town square. Twice, this person had missed David standing next to a large tree that stood in front of the houses on the west side of town, and David wondered how efficient a night watchman could possibly be if he was unable to spot the one type of intruder he needed to catch. As the watchman wandered around the square for the third time, David squinted his eyes to try to make out the person's face. On the first two passes, he had hidden behind the tree when the person had walked around to the point where he might see David. But this time, David decided he would attempt to identify this person. It only took a moment for recognition to dawn on him, and he quickly hid behind the tree again. He looked up and saw Beth was walking toward him, wiping her eyes. She looked tired, and clearly she had been crying. "How are you feeling?" he asked softly when she reached him. "Better," she said. "It was awkward. I didn't know what to say. I don't know if this helped or not." "I'm sure it did," he assured her. She stood only inches from him, and instinctively he held out his arm for her. She stepped into his embrace, and he held her close to him for the first time since he had to drop through the floor of the old mill with her. Holding her body against his, he felt complete for the first time in a long time. She sniffled again as she laid her head against his shoulder. He kissed her head and stroked her hair. He glanced around the tree to find that the watchman was walking right past them. He felt Beth draw in a breath of air to speak. "David," she began, but he put his hand over her mouth. Her stance changed as she went instantly alert. "What is it?" she whispered almost inaudibly. "One of my brothers," he whispered. "We need to get out of here. I don't know how it would affect him to see us." David glanced back to see if his brother Mark had passed by them, but instead Mark, who was now 31, had stopped and was craning his head around as if he had heard something. David watched him intently until Mark turned around fully to look directly at him. He froze for a moment like a wild animal suddenly caught by a predator, and then swiftly moved his head behind the tree again. His breath quickened, nervous. "We've got to get out of here," he whispered anxiously. "There's nowhere to go," Beth responded. Mark whipped around the tree, a primitive club raised in defense. "Who are you?" he asked sharply. David and Beth, two experienced Fempiror warriors, jumped away from him in surprise. Anyone observing the confrontation might believe that Mark had caught the two young lovers in an inappropriate situation. They stared at Mark, unaware of how to respond to him. After all, they no longer belonged in Hauginstown. They meant him no harm, and obviously he knew who they were, though he would not believe it. Mark looked at them for a very long moment, and then he relaxed, as if nothing was wrong. "Oh," he said. "David? Beth? You scared me. What are you doing out so late? You know the rules. Go on home." David was somewhat relieved. Mark did recognize them, but in Mark's typical fashion, he completely forgot where he was, and apparently also forgot that David and Beth had both been missing for 10 years. He responded the only way to respond in such a situation. "Yes," David said quickly. "Pardon us." "Pardon," Beth said as well. They walked quickly past him and moved faster than Mark would have believed possible out of town. Mark watched the pair slide past him. He felt they should really know better than to be out after hours. After all, people disappear at night. Well, it had not happened for a long time, but the mayor himself had put him in charge of the night watch all the same. He was proud to serve. He walked on his prescribed path, making sure the town remained safe from the evil that had come into their lives 10 years ago and taken his brother away. Of all people, David should know to stay in at night, since he was the first one to... David? Mark whipped around to see two figures disappear into the darkness. Had he seen them? Would anyone believe him? Should he tell someone? Or perhaps in the future he should not allow Mr. Witt to serve him one last drink before he closes up for the night. David and Beth walked briskly away from Mark and never looked back. They reached the road leading out of town to the south, and once they passed the shops on the south side, they ran to ensure they would disappear into the darkness before Mark had a chance to follow them or even see them again. The fact that he had spotted them was unfortunate, but they could not change what happened. He knew that Mark could not have followed them, but he worried about what this might do to Mark, who had always been slow. David was at least grateful only one person had seen them. They crossed the distance between the town and Zechariah's house in only a few minutes, and looked behind them. "I sure hope he thinks we're ghosts or a dream or something," David said. "I'm sure he'll be fine," Beth assured him. Somewhere between the town and here, Beth had regained some of her stoic Alewo demeanor. David nodded as she walked to the mound that held the levicart. David took a step to follow her, but he stopped and looked at the tunnel leading to the door to Zechariah's house. Beth glanced at him, and noticing he stopped, she turned to him. "What is it?" she asked. "I want to go inside for a moment," David told her, and walked to the door. "Are you looking for something?" Beth asked. "No," David said. "I just have to see it again." Beth nodded and followed him into the short tunnel, which was cut smooth the first time he had seen it. Now grass had grown in almost to the door. Dirt had collapsed from the sides and top of the tunnel, giving it a very rough look, but not wholly blocking the door yet. Rain and wind had blown in toward the door over the years, covering it in a layer of dirt, which had the added benefit of further obscuring the house. He worried what the elements might have done to the interior. David opened the door to the house and pressed the light button on the wall. The house remained dark, which David had assumed would happen. He had learned much about the churning pool systems over the years, and knew how simply they operated. All it took was a spark to get them going again, and most Fempiror had the spark button near the outermost entrance. He felt around the light button and found another button. This one was a little harder to press, and when pressed, it gave a loud snap. A hum sounded deep within the house, and he knew that since he had already pressed the light button for the main room, the lights would illuminate once the churning pool started turning. It took about 30 seconds before the lights flickered on throughout the large round room that served as both the living room and kitchen. Zechariah had done an exceptional job on its construction, as the wood-covered walls, floor, and ceiling showed very little wear from 10 years of total neglect. Some water had stained the corners of the room where the wood came together, but the damage was negligible. To his right was an open door, which held the bed that David had awakened in after his transmutation 10 years ago. Ahead of him were two more doors, one of which housed the churning pool he had just activated, and to his left was a hall leading past the kitchen area. David had always assumed the other closed door off the main room was Zechariah's room, but he knew nothing about the rest of the house. The opening of the door had stirred a layer of dust off the floor which swirled in front of them. Dust and cobwebs covered everything in the house, since no one had been here since he and Zechariah left for Aram. David walked slowly inside as Beth closed the door behind them. David gazed around the room and vividly remembered his first few days again. Zechariah had made the Rastem code proud by saving David's life when David wanted to leave in the middle of the day. David glanced at his hand, which had completely healed of the burn Zechariah had given him to prevent him from leaving that morning. He hated Zechariah then, but he knew that if Zechariah had not done that, David would have tried to leave and died right then. The old man had saved his life repeatedly, and that unconditional love for a complete stranger led to his death. David was not sure even now that he could do the same if ever the situation arose. "This is where he lived?" Beth asked, walking up behind him and breaking him from his reflection. "For quite some time, as I understand it," David said with a nod. He turned to what was his room for a short time and pressed the light button. The lantern-shaped light on the little table to the left of the bed in the center of the room provided more than enough light for the little room. Beth followed him into the room and stood next to him. "This is where I woke up," David said, gesturing to the bed. Zechariah was as consoling as he could be, but I was just hideous to him. With everything I put him through, he still cared. He stood by me. "It was his job," Beth said simply. David nodded. "I know," he said, "but you know as well as I do that not everyone would have done what he did." Beth touched his shoulder gently before she left the room. David turned away from the bed and pressed the light button as he joined Beth back in the main living area. David walked to the room with the churning pool to see how it had survived all these years of neglect. He opened the door into a room that was built exactly like his bedroom, but in the center of the room was a near-perfect circular pool of water with what looked like lightning flashing under the surface. David pressed the light button in this room, and he could see as the single light on the ceiling illuminated the room the larger wires that led out of the pool and through the walls into the other parts of the house. The tube that led in from the outside wall to just over the surface of the pool that channeled the water from the outside into the pool was still in place. The pool was about 3 feet deep, but about halfway down were points of contact within the ring that went around the outer edge of the bottom of the pool. The flashes occurred at the points that these circling arms touched the outer ring. Like the Levicart, the churning pool fascinated him even still, since versions of this existed in everything the Fempiror had that used any kind of power. Zechariah had built this one so well that even after 10 years of disuse, it was still in excellent condition and worked perfectly. David had been afraid that the pool would have overflowed even with the drains at the top of the pool, but Zechariah knew what he was doing there too, and the edge of the pool was completely dry. Beth stepped into the room behind him and looked at the pool. "Did he build this himself?" she asked, awe coming through her voice. David nodded. "It's no wonder they thought he was so dangerous," he said. "Ulrich showed me the one in Eruftium and explained how it worked, but I could never understand it," Beth commented. "I've had it explained a few times, and I still don't really understand it," David said. "I've put more water in the levicoils over the years, of course, but I've never had one stop working. I'm not sure I could fix that. If this hadn't worked, we'd be in the dark for sure." "Will it work as long as we're here?" she asked. David nodded again. To be certain, Zechariah had been a master of many things. It was no wonder that Tiberius had said that the Fempiror world would experience no greater loss. Who else knew what this man knew? Together they left the room, and David pressed the light button to extinguish the light. Beth wandered across the living room toward the hall next to the kitchen. He followed her down the short, empty hall to a small room that only had a table with a plain Christian cross on it. Above the cross was a small hole with a window that allowed a view of the stars. David gathered that at certain times of the day, that window would permit the sun to shine directly on the cross. There was no light button in the room, so he guessed that the lighting here was intended to be natural. "I want to thank you for bringing me back," Beth said. David looked at her as she stared out the window. "I owed it to you," he said. "It's my fault you're like this." Beth shook her head. "We share the fault," she said, looking at the ground. "You didn't know, and I didn't care." "Do you regret it?" he asked. She shook her head again. "Not the act," she said. "I loved you. I thought I was never going to see you again." "Me too," he agreed. "But here we are," she said, and turned her eyes to his. Together again. David smiled. It was as if no time had passed, and they were hiding from their families once more. But this time, they were two independent people who had endured heartache and loss over the years, and could actually make a more reasonable decision for their lives. He hoped she meant what it sounded like she meant. Would they approve of a Rastem and a Lewo being together? He asked to confirm what she suggested. Her smile said it all. "Do you want to?" she asked. "We're going to live a long time," he said. "Why do it alone?" She held out her hands, and he took them both in his. They stood before the small table. The cross rested between them like a priest overseeing a ceremony. Someday they would find a priest to perform the ceremony properly. but to declare their intentions before God and themselves would work well enough for the moment. After all, they had already been one with each other, and since they had never been with any other since, David figured that in the eyes of God, they were already together. "I promised once that I would stand beside you for all eternity," she said. "We have an eternity ahead of us," he said. "Would you take that vow again? Would you promise to love me beyond all other promises and all reason?" she asked. "Beyond the vow of the Rastem and the vow of the Alewo, forsaking all others, cleaving one to another. What was formerly two will now be made one. From now until forever, till death do we part. Till death do we part," David finished. He took her in his arms. Their faces were inches apart as they stared into each other's eyes. "Me and you, right?" he asked her, recalling those sacred words whose meaning only they understood. She smiled broadly, her eyes brimming with tears. "For all eternity," she whispered. "No matter what." Their lips pressed together in a moment that would stay with him forever. Chapter 11. The Mutation Effect. The alchemist sat in the observation area of the sunroom watching his subject. The alchemist had arrived at the town hall immediately after sunset on the 13th to ensure that the subject had not escaped during the day. He was certain the windows would hold up to the subject's strength just in case he got violent, but he knew there was a chance that humans would pass by the window, causing the subject to jump at them. It was a risk like so many others he had taken, but since it was impossible to transfer the subject back to the enclosed room, he was forced to take it. The subject had jumped at the glass partition when the alchemist entered the room, indicating the subject's intelligence had decreased into animalistic tendencies. The alchemist had only left the room once, and upon his re-entry, the subject had leapt against the glass again. Since then, he had paced back and forth in the holding chamber, his shoulders hunched over, looking at the alchemist hungrily. The alchemist believed his previous subject had died due to a lack of blood, and wondered how long this one could survive without a fresh victim. With this critical question unanswered, Vladimir was due to arrive this evening, and he considered how he would display this subject to Vladimir when he arrived. He would recommend that Vladimir's guards stand ready to hold the subject just in case the subject's animal nature remained dominant. While the Tepish leaders had taken samples of the new serum, the alchemist felt that the serum needed more tests and refinement to try to retain the recipient's intelligence. Otherwise, they would have a dangerous army that would be unable to discern ally from enemy. Given their relative impatience, however, he feared that the Tepish leadership would ignore his words. He shook his head. He had come so far in what he had made, and now, after 8 years of research and testing, his first surviving subject was turning into an animal. He glanced at the clock in the room that rested on a table against the wall between the glass and the room's entrance. It had been roughly 2 hours since nightfall. He knew Vladimir would have left Aram as soon as the sun went down, so he would be arriving very shortly. The alchemist had instructed Obadiah to see Vladimir to the secret section of the hall as soon as he arrived. He dreaded having to tell Vladimir that the serum still needed more work. He looked back at the subject and noticed that the animal condition was worsening. In the past few minutes, the subject had gone from pacing on his feet with hunched shoulders to pacing on his hands and feet. Fearing the worst, the alchemist stood up and spoke to the subject. "Excuse me," the alchemist began. The subject elicited no sign that he heard or understood the alchemist. He knew that sound could penetrate the glass wall since it was open at the top. "Can you show that you understand what I'm saying?" he asked. The subject just kept pacing. The alchemist thought quickly. He wanted to rule out the possibility that the subject had lost his hearing as well. The alchemist cleared his throat and tried to remember how, in his younger days, he had made a sound like an animal roar. It was a rough sound then, and would probably be so now, but it would likely get the subject's attention. He let out a guttural sound like a cross between a roar and a sick growl. It made no difference, though, as the subject suddenly leapt for the glass again and slammed hard against it. The alchemist was so surprised that he took several steps backward. At the very least, it proved that the new Fempiror could still hear, as worthless as it may be for them in this state. The door at the end of the hall opened. That would be Obadiah escorting Vladimir to the subject's room. The alchemist opened the door to the hall just as the footfalls reached him. Vladimir, dressed in the red and black armor of the Tepish, passed into the room with 3 escorts and Obadiah. "Welcome, Vladimir," the alchemist said. "I received the information back from our last messenger that your subject ate well," Vladimir said. "Yes, sir," the alchemist said. "He is progressing almost as predicted." "Explain almost," Vladimir requested. "Well," the alchemist began, "it seems that the serum is not yet perfect." He pointed to the subject, back to pacing on all fours and staring. "You see, for some reason, the subject is reverting into an animalistic mindset. He jumped at me when I entered. He doesn't understand language. He is even walking on his hands." "And what is the problem with that?" Vladimir asked. "Well, if he has no concept of friend and enemy," the alchemist explained, "then there's a high risk of him turning on us." "The goal of this mutation is to destroy both our enemies and humanity," Vladimir said shortly. "The less conscience they have, the better." "It's not so much a matter of conscience," the alchemist began. "You've done well here," Vladimir interrupted. "Thank you, sir," the alchemist responded, a little flustered. He did not understand why Vladimir was so unconcerned with this problem. "No need to be modest," Vladimir continued. "Your insight broke the code that eluded our poor trapped brains for so long." "I have done what I could to serve the Tepish," the alchemist said. "I'm just afraid that we have 2 more tests to try," Vladimir interrupted again. The alchemist was confused. No one made him aware of any additional tests, nor had the Tepish leadership requested any. Before he could respond again, Vladimir snapped his fingers at one of his guards. The guard reached into a satchel on his belt and removed a Neorof, the 2-pronged device that the Tepish have used for centuries for transmutation. The alchemist could see only 2 ways this would go, and he hoped for only one of them. Vladimir took the device and stabbed it into the guard's neck to withdraw a cylinder full of blood. "What are you doing?" the alchemist asked. "Let us see which is stronger," Vladimir said. "Yours or Voivode's?" "I would suggest your guards going first to restrain him, just in case," the alchemist warned. "Certainly," Vladimir said, unflinching. He snapped his fingers and gestured for his guard to go ahead of them. The alchemist opened the door to the glass enclosure. The subject charged at them, but the guards grabbed him by the arms and lifted him off the ground. He struggled against them to no avail. Vladimir raised the Neorof and stabbed it into the subject's neck. The subject winced at the injection, but as soon as Vladimir withdrew the Neorof needles, he struggled again. They watched him for a long moment, but nothing happened. His fruitless struggle continued, but nothing else changed. Vladimir stepped back and smiled, his face betraying honest surprise. "Amazing," he exclaimed. "You have defeated the original serum." "Thank you," the alchemist humbly replied. He had not considered this particular test, but he was grateful that the test met with Vladimir's satisfaction. "And now to see how yours will affect us," Vladimir said, as he plunged the Neorof back into the subject and withdrew a cylinder full of blood. He turned back to the guard who was not holding the subject and stabbed the Neorof into his neck. The guard stared in shock as the needles punctured his neck, and Vladimir depressed the pump to force the subject's blood into the guard. "What are you doing?" the alchemist asked in shock. He wasn't a test subject. Of the 2 tests, he had hoped for only the first. Like the first test, this less desirable one could go either way, but the guard had not volunteered for this. "He is now," Vladimir said, watching. The guard fell to his knees. The other 2, still holding the subject, stepped back in surprise as the stabbed guard held his neck, hyperventilating. "Was that test authorized?" the alchemist asked. Vladimir grabbed the alchemist's shirt and held him close to his face. "Everything I do is authorized," Vladimir said angrily. "Never forget that." He pushed the alchemist away. Conflict raged within him. Vladimir had injected that guard with the new serum without the guard's knowledge. No one knew the full ramifications of this serum yet. It was one thing to attack humans, since humanity would kill them if they could, but to change another Fempiror, especially one who had pledged his allegiance to the Tepish, bordered on treason in the alchemist's mind. Perhaps Vladimir felt that no one was off limits to him. He looked back at the guard. The guard stared at them in shock. Sweat poured down his face. He closed his eyes and opened his mouth in a silent scream of pain. His canines elongated as they watched. His face drained of color as his blood dissolved in his veins. Finally, a scream broke free from his mouth before he collapsed on the ground. The alchemist looked at Obadiah, who shared his look of horror at this new revelation. His gaze passed to Vladimir, whose surprise melted into a wide smile of wonder on his face. The alchemist had never seen him look so happy. "Impressive," Vladimir said. 10 days in humans, but 10 seconds in Fempiror. Imagine the possibilities. We could capture the Rastem and just change them. He laughed at the very idea. We could force them to turn against their core beliefs. "Watch him," he said seriously, his tone changing instantly. "Let us know if you find anything else worthy to report. Was this subject created using the most recent serum you sent to Aram?" "Yes, sir," the alchemist replied shakily, shifting his eyes to Vladimir. "Excellent," Vladimir said. "Then we have enough mutations to not require any further duplication of your synthesized serum." Mutations? Is that what the Tepish were going to call his creation? He could acknowledge that the name was appropriate enough. He had started his research on the original serum and changed it little by little as he worked. In the end, it was a mutation of the original, and it also served to describe their mental state. Then he realized that Vladimir spoke of more than one mutation. The alchemist now had 2, but was that all? "Enough mutations?" the alchemist asked. "How many are there?" "With your subject and our ex-guard here, about a dozen," Vladimir told him very matter-of-factly. "A dozen?" the alchemist said in shock. He thought they had only wanted to analyze the serum he sent, or perhaps use a test subject of their own. He had no idea they were administering it already. Now that they knew it turned to Fempiror almost instantly, he feared the mutation number would grow exponentially. "Yes, we wanted to test it on a larger scale, and as yours was 1 day older, you were able to give us some advanced information to prepare for. Our subjects from the latest batch have all recovered after their 3-day coma just like yours, and stand ready. They also behave like animals, though I can tell you that they have responded well to me, and they have not attacked each other," Vladimir said. "Your work here is almost done. You're a credit to the Tepish Order, and you will be rewarded if this goes well." "Thank you," the alchemist said flatly to Vladimir. Vladimir and the alchemist left the sunroom. The guards walked to the doorway, still holding the subject. They tossed him against a far wall and quickly walked through the door, closing it rapidly behind them. The subject leapt quickly across the room and hit the glass. The guards and Obadiah jumped on impact, but neither Vladimir nor the alchemist moved. He knew Vladimir expected it, and the alchemist was too numb at this point to even acknowledge it. Vladimir and his guards, along with Obadiah, left the alchemist alone with his thoughts. They had already used his serum without his knowledge. People were being actively changed into animals that required blood in order to survive. Instinct took over to the point where they no longer based their actions on any level of sentient reason. He had reduced his subject to pure animalistic tendencies already, and he knew the guard would be the same way within a few days of his awakening, if it even took days. The mind slowly slipped away. He had given the Tepish their army of mindless killers, and they did not care that this army might turn on them at any moment. To make matters worse, these killers had blood that would not only change a human in 2 weeks' time, but it would change a Fempiror within an hour. He reasoned that the mutation and Fempiror individual physiologies were similar enough to accelerate the process, though he did not fully understand why. And he suspected he would not have the opportunity to research why, or modify the serum to perhaps not change a Fempiror. It no longer mattered. He glanced back at the fruits of his labor and noticed the subject was sniffing at the guard, but not attacking him in any way. As he watched, the subject turned his gaze to the alchemist, and the alchemist finally saw a shred of emotion. The subject smiled. The alchemist cursed himself for what he had done. Vladimir was right. His work here was complete, whether he liked it or not. He had done what the Tepish had asked of him, and now he started to regret it. Chapter 12. The Rastem Outpost. Tiberius paced anxiously in the Rastem outpost hidden in the cellar of a general goods store in the northwest quarter of Aram on the morning of the 14th. It had served them well for several months, since the entrance to the cellar was in the back of the store above them, and the cellar's dirt walls stretched beyond the boundaries of that store, creating a large space to house a good number of Rastem. Wooden columns dominated the room along with empty shelves that they had rearranged into room walls to create a little privacy, as well as a maze to confuse any intruders. As far as he knew, the place remained undiscovered, but it was one of few that they had kept so stable. For months, he and Ulrich exchanged messages in different locations around Aram at specific times of the night. This evening, the Rastem messenger he had sent out never returned. He assumed the worst. The Tepish had run across them periodically and always attacked. Sometimes they would learn of it, but more often, they would only find out when the Rastem or Alewo failed to return. If the Rastem presence in Aram were not so essential to keeping the Tepish from spreading, he and his team would have left along with everyone else when the Tepish took over. For years, the Tepish had been content to act in secret, transmutating humans and gathering them to their fold little by little. The reason for their surge to power took little intelligence to decipher. If they are in control, people will more likely flock to them, and they can transmutate humanity without fear of the Rastem code that commands the death penalty for those who transmutate anyone. Since defeating the Tepish in the early 15th century, no one had believed that they would ever return, and certainly the idea that Rastem champions, such as Vladimir and Korean, would ever adopt the Tepish philosophy was completely foreign. People had accused Zechariah of paranoia, but in the end he turned out to be correct about everything. He was closest to the problem, so it would make sense that he would know, but even then it seemed the Tepish-controlled council managed to keep him in the dark about their intentions. They had killed or removed everyone from the council who would not accept them, and then replaced them with those they could trust. But all this was in the past, and now they were left to deal with the chaos they had allowed to grow. In the early days following the Tepish takeover, the Rastem and Alewo were relatively powerless against the sudden Tepish infusion, as they fanned out across Aram to transmutate the local human populace. Following the building of the Tepish fortress, life had settled for the Fempiror who continued to live in Aram, until the Tepish hierarchy began requiring a weekly quota of one new Fempiror. They publicly executed anyone who refused to comply, which effectively emptied Aram of its residents. It was at this point 4 years ago that the Rastem and Alewo made their first attack on the Tepish fortress. Unfortunately, they grossly underestimated the Tepish strength and took heavy losses before retreating into hiding within Aram. Since then, they maintained a presence in Aram to attempt to subvert the Tepish actions, and after several attacks on isolated Tepish troops and levicarts, the Tepish became considerably more cautious. They kept their forces within the boundaries of the fortress, and when they left, the levicarts blasted out of the fortress at speeds the Rastem and Alewo could not match on foot, and they could not keep a levicart ready for a chase. Over time, news of transmutations from their groups outside of Aram decreased, and it became clear that their presence in Aram kept the Tepish trapped there in a stalemate that neither side was willing to break. Through all the losses both sides had taken over the past few years, Tiberius suspected that the Tepish were just as careful with losing people as the Rastem and Alewo were. As long as the Rastem and Alewo remained, the Tepish could not pursue their mission of vengeance out of town because they feared potential attacks on their fortress. The Tepish easily repelled any attacks they made, But those minor scuffles served to show the Tepish that they could not let their guard down to leave the fortress undefended. In fact, Tiberius suspected that if the Tepish losses were similar to the Rastem and Alewo losses, the idea of the Tepish leaving their fortress in any kind of large group was impossible. Only under the threat of attack and the idea that the Rastem and Alewo remain somewhere in Aram do the Tepish remain trapped. The strength of each side rested in the other side's lack of knowledge of their numbers. But knowing that the Rastem and Alewo were hiding in Aram had led the Tepish to seek them out, and lately this seeking had been extremely aggressive. The constant threat of Tepish discovery caused both sides to increase the number of people watching for any sign of incursion on their outposts, as well as some outposts moving around town more often. This movement usually occurred during the day under day travel cloaks, which served two purposes. First, it kept the Tepish from attacking them, since they knew the Tepish would not want to risk a day attack and losing their own day travel cloaks. Second, and more importantly, it allowed the Tepish to see them from their fortress and reinforced the Rastem Alewo presence during a time when the Tepish could only watch. In recent days, however, the Levicart departures became more frequent, though they never left in a very large group, nor did they stay out for more than an evening. After checking with Fempiror in towns near Aram, they learned of the town of Kelirum. Some Fempiror who had stayed there for a short time spoke of Levicarts coming and going, and that their drivers always wore the red and black Tepish armor. During their investigation, they had continued observing the convoys and gathering information. They had seen them leave and return with bodies laid out on them on several occasions, which prompted the Alewo to send Beth to the fortress to find out what the Tepish were doing. This very evening, they had seen Vladimir himself fly out of the fortress, and both Tiberius and Ulrich hoped that whatever intelligence David and Beth gathered would include this visit. He considered the wisdom of sending David and Beth out together. He and Ulrich both recognized the sadness within them. Ulrich noted that Beth was beyond reckless, and while this made her very effective as a fighter, he feared she placed no value on her life. Likewise, David learned his craft well, but always seemed to have a lingering sadness that always worried Tiberius. He knew he could trust David to back him up, but he was never certain to what extent David would protect himself if it came down to the choice. It was clear that the pair needed to reconcile their past, especially since they had been lovers, and both he and Ulrich accepted the possibility that the pair might become romantically involved. In fact, they expected it. They hoped this reconciliation would lead them to be even more effective at their individual responsibilities, since they would have someone to live for. There was a knock at the shelf that ended at Tiberius' area of the cellar. He turned to the dirty white cloth covering the entrance to his room. "Come in." Kaltesh held the cloth to one side as he stepped solemnly inside the room. Tiberius looked at his expression and instinctively knew he was right about the fate of their messenger. "Tiberius, we found him," Kaltesh said. "Where?" Tiberius asked. "He was still at the designated meeting place, but he had been run through," Kaltesh explained. "Whoever did it to him just left him there to lie in his own blood." Kaltesh handed Tiberius a small sheet of paper. "We found this message on him." Tiberius took the note from Kaltesh and looked it over. The assassin had written the message in Phileterusk. "Suki narsalad silstif." "Your days are numbered," Tiberius said aloud, translating the message into the common tongue. "Should we take it seriously?" Kaltesh asked. "While the threat seems empty, we shall take our brother's death seriously," Tiberius said. "Did you make contact with the Alewo?" "Yes, sir," Kaltesh replied. "He was watching over the body. He knew we would come for it." "Of course," Tiberius nodded. "What did he say?" "They've been forced to relocate," Kaltesh explained. "Their outpost was overrun." Tiberius stared at Kaltesh in shock. He put it together in an instant. "Kaltesh, get everyone together," Tiberius said quickly. "Everyone needs their day travel cloaks on, so we can leave as soon as possible." "What is it?" Kaltesh asked. "Who brought this message back?" Tiberius asked quickly. Kaltesh straightened all of a sudden. That was enough for an answer. "I ensured that I was not followed, Tiberius," Kaltesh assured him. I checked constantly, and did not come back by a straight path. No one followed me, I'm sure of it." "I believe you, Kaltesh," Tiberius said, "but remember that a Tepish soldier is motivated under the threat of his own life. With his mortality hanging over him, I suspect you were tracked by someone as intent on staying with you as you were on shaking him. He didn't want to attack, though. He only wanted to know where you went." "Forgive me, Tiberius," Kaltesh said. "Don't let it concern you, old friend," Tiberius assured him. "We have been too long here anyway. It is time we moved on. I have no doubt that at this moment, though, the Tepish are on their way here. We must leave now. 5 minutes or less. Go." Kaltesh nodded and ran out of the room to prepare the remaining Rastem for a daytime trek across Aram. He knew it was late in the evening, and they might run into Tepish before the sun came up. But if they could get out soon enough, the sun would provide the cover they needed for moving without further Tepish interference. Despite the deadliness of the sun, the Tepish shared this weakness, making it the safest time to move out in the open. The coming day would be their best chance of relocating. Chapter 13. Meeting with Obadiah. The trip from Hauginstown back to Kelirum in the morning hours of the 14th was very pleasant now that David and Beth were on speaking terms again. They talked about their experiences with the Rastem and Alewo, from their individual training practices to the fighting styles they had each adapted and developed. Because the Rastem and Alewo were allies, they freely spoke of their missions and of their fellow warriors. Beth mentioned that Ulrich wanted her to find a focal point in her life, but she never could because she felt that she had no reason to live. David said that he just concentrated on himself, since there was nothing out there for him anyway. As a result, they both had risen to the top of their ranks, but they each had an emptiness that they were desperately trying to fill. David learned more about the Alewo in that far too short a ride than he had learned from Tiberius in the entire time he had been Tiberius' pupil. While the Rastem placed a fair amount of emphasis on the sword, it seemed that the Alewo valued self-reflection over the attack. They determined a warrior should place the importance on preservation of self, and only kill if there were no other alternative to one's own survival. The Rastem did place their emphasis on protection, but they centered their concentration more on the tactics of the enemy, as opposed to preservation of self. Even with their combined knowledge of the two orders, neither of them knew how their leaders would handle a relationship that crossed both orders. During this war, and even throughout the Fempiror history, romantic relationships were rare, and while no one discouraged them, few pursued them. Tiberius had mentioned once that he generally placed couples together, since they usually made better teams. But Rastem and Alewo were separate disciplines, and they usually moved separately. Would their leaders still place them together, or would they need to move with their orders, only to meet when time allowed? While they were sure they were paired on this mission due to their past, they wondered if Tiberius and Ulrich were prepared to handle what they could only consider a best-case scenario. With the sun still well below the horizon, David spotted the hilly terrain south of Kelirum and flew the levicart into the cave. He lowered the short legs and turned off the power, allowing the cart to rest on the ground again. He and Beth walked out of the cave and looked across the wide open plains toward the town in the distance, like an oasis of light in a sea of darkness. David sighed. "Well, it's time to go back to reality," he said. Beth smiled and slipped her hand in his. "I don't know," she replied. "Reality doesn't seem so bad anymore." "You ready to play your part again?" David asked, more to see how she would respond. Beth turned her head to look at him. "My dear sir," she said with mock surprise. "After a night such as this, it seems to me that when we walk into that town, there's at least one part of this charade that can no longer be considered as such." She leaned over and kissed him. "Whatever the world may think of us, I consider myself your wife now and forever. It isn't the Mrs. Taylor I thought I would become, but I am grateful that the centuries I have ahead will be spent with the one I love more than any other in this world." She took a step back, still holding his hand. "Let's go," she said. "We still have a job to do. Then we'll see about a proper honeymoon." He smiled and walked next to her the distance to Kelirum, where, as husband and wife, they would finish the mission they had been given. And once back in Aram, they would talk to Tiberius and Ulrich about getting away for a short time to catch up properly. The Tepish stalemate would be there when they returned. As they neared the town, Beth leaned over to him. "Do you see the man sitting there on the left?" she said. David looked to the worn wooden box of a building that rested to the left of the main road into town. A man sat on the ground, leaning back against the building. As David watched him, he sat up suddenly, watching them. "I do," David replied. "He followed us to the inn last night after talking to the mayor," Beth said. David nodded. "I thought I heard someone outside our door," he said. "I hope he didn't overhear our conversation." "You did say a bit much considering the circumstances," Beth pointed out. "Well, we'll just be more subtle tonight," David said with a shrug. "And make sure our lock is plugged." Beth laughed. David enjoyed hearing her laughter again. It had been a long time since he had heard it, and it was just another indication that everything was going to be all right. They reached the edge of town, and the man from last night continued to stare at them. "Evening," David greeted as they passed him. David could only suspect that the man looked confused because he and Beth had been so distant to each other the previous night. Or maybe he was surprised that they came back. "How much time do we have left tonight?" Beth asked. "Only a couple of hours at most," David said. "Maybe less. That should be enough to check out the town, though, and gather an idea as to what we're supposed to be looking for. We have what's left of this morning and only a few hours tonight. Thoughts as to a starting place?" Beth nodded to a large, whitewashed building near the center of town. Beyond this building were only a few public stores before the houses began. "I would guess that's the town hall," she said. "Seems a little out of place considering the simplicity of the rest of the town." David nodded. "I would agree," he said. "Hauginstown is bigger than this, and our town hall looked like the rest of the buildings." "True," Beth said. "That doesn't necessarily mean the Tepish are involved, though. They may just love their town hall like Hauginstown loved Gerald Hoggins." David nodded again. It was hard to argue with that enormous statue. "Start on the outside," he suggested. "Sounds good," Beth said as they walked past Obadiah. They both waved to the mayor, who looked surprised as they passed him. They walked around the side of the building and glanced back to find that their follower had jogged up behind the mayor to speak to him. "It looks like we won't get long to look, though," David said. "I know," Beth agreed. "How long do you think they'll give us?" "We might reach the eastern side over there," David suggested. Beth nodded, and they continued along the side of the building, which seemed a bit large for such a small town. David wondered why they needed so much room. When they walked around to the east side of the building, he noticed an enormous window that went from just above the ground to just below the roof, and was easily 8 feet wide. "Have you ever seen a window that large before?" David asked upon seeing the feature. "Never," Beth replied. "This town hall gets more interesting the longer we look at it." David nodded in agreement. Even though the Fempiror shared the town with humans, it was strange for any building, even more so a building used by Fempiror, to have a window so large. They walked towards the window to look inside, but before they reached it, someone jumped against the inside of the glass, causing both of them to jump back in surprise. The person snarled at them like an animal, standing on all fours just inside the glass. Considering how hard the person hit, the glass must have been very thick to stand up to the force. "Beth, look at his teeth," David said, peering at the person whose mouth hung open hungrily as he stared at them. The person's canine teeth were long and pointed, just as a vampire's teeth were said to be, according to the stories. "I think that's the person I saw in Aram," Beth said, but before they could look at it too long, their follower approached them from behind. "Excuse me," he said, clearly trying to draw their attention from the strange person with the pointed teeth. They turned to him. Yes, David said, actually a bit annoyed at the interruption. The last thing he expected upon their return to Kelirum was to find anything interesting, so their follower's interruption was unappreciated. Mayor Obadiah wishes to see you, their follower said. David calmed himself so his irritation would not show through. Sure, he said, gathering his usual demeanor. What's going on? Behind them, the person jumped against the glass again. David and Beth both turned to the sound, but this time David caught movement behind the one against the window. As he worried that there might be more than one of them in there, he noticed that, curiously, their follower had not said anything to draw their attention. David turned to him and found, to his surprise, that the creature had surprised their follower as well. Was it possible that this person knew nothing of this? After a muttered to recover himself, their follower continued. Just some routine questions we ask of everyone who comes here, he said in a shaky voice. Won't take long. We just missed you before you left after sunset. Very well, David nodded. He took Beth's hand in his and they followed the man who quickly led them back around the building. Beth leaned over to David. Good timing, she whispered. That's what I thought, David agreed. But did you notice his surprise? I did, she said. Strange. I know, David agreed. As they walked away, he heard the person crash against the glass wall again. He could not help but wonder how long that glass, regardless of its reinforcement, would hold against someone that violent. He also wondered what the existence of such a person meant for their mission here. Obadiah had been sitting on the front stoop of the city hall most of the night. Kelirum was a small, restful town, so on most nights, unless they had newcomers, he had very little to do. Vladimir and his team had left several hours ago, and since then he had been waiting to see if the two strangers from the previous night would return. That was his job this evening. Their rapid departure had confused both him and Fempiror, but the strangers' lives were their lives. They had done nothing to warrant any kind of suspicion, other than coincidentally arriving on the evening that the Alchemist had told him to watch for newcomers. He had sent Fempiror to wait on the edge of town to watch for them, so he would hopefully have some kind of warning when and if they returned. Then he saw the pair walk right by him and wave. He watched them, surprised, and looked behind them to see Fempiror running to catch up. So much for the legendary training of the Tepish. Perhaps the easy life had made Fempiror soft. How's the watch going? Obadiah asked, very annoyed. Sorry, sir, he said calmly. They caught me off guard. I had stopped expecting them. Clearly you were off guard, Obadiah chastised. What are they doing? Fempiror shrugged. Walking. What are they talking about? Obadiah asked, hoping Fempiror had done at least some part of his job. I can't get close enough to find out, Fempiror said, irritated. Don't allow them to walk around the building, Obadiah said desperately. Bring them to me. What reason should I give? Fempiror asked. Obadiah thought quickly. Fempiror knew nothing of the Tepish experiments, and given how horrible it all seemed to Obadiah, he had no desire to tell Fempiror any of it. But if this pair was allowed to see the window, they would see the thing back there. Routine questions, Obadiah replied. Easy answer, he thought. Fempiror nodded. Yes, sir, he said, and ran off to follow their guests. Obadiah moved quickly inside the city hall. He was certain that the alchemist would want to listen in to this conversation. He made his way swiftly through the hidden door to the first room on the right, where he found the alchemist in his laboratory, away from the subject and the guard. The alchemist's laboratory boggled Obadiah's mind every time he saw it. A wide counter stretched around the three walls without the door. Scattered in a haphazard fashion as far as Obadiah's knowledge went were glass containers of all sizes, several lamps, papers and pens along with inkwells, a couple of Nilroth that Obadiah knew the alchemist used to draw his own blood, which he used in his tests, and a few containers of substances that Obadiah knew nothing about. In the center of the room was a table that the alchemist used as a desk, with a couple of paper piles and a few of the small glass vials in a wooden holder that contained the mutated Fempiror serum. Behind this table, the alchemist sat in a chair and stared blankly at the floor, unmoving. "Sir," Obadiah said as soon as he entered the room. There was a thud from the direction of the test subject's room, and Obadiah shot his gaze behind him. Since those things were no more intelligent than animals, he was always concerned that they would break out. "What is it, Obadiah?" the alchemist said in a hollow voice. "Sorry to interrupt," Obadiah began, turning back to him, "but the newcomers have returned." The alchemist suddenly looked at him, interested. "Fempiror is bringing them around now. I thought you might want to listen in to my interview." "Yes, of course," the alchemist said with renewed vigor. He immediately got up and walked back toward the public part of the city hall. Obadiah followed him through the secret panel, and the alchemist walked into a small observation room hidden behind Obadiah's office, placed there by the Tepish to allow them to view any conversations Obadiah had with people of the town. While he knew that the alchemist could watch him at any time, he also knew that the alchemist had little interest in doing so this room was vacant most of the time. Obadiah walked to his office and sat behind his desk to wait for Fempiror to bring the newcomers to him. After only a few moments, the door opened, and Fempiror escorted the pair into his office, who had claimed to be a recently transmutated husband and wife. Obadiah noticed that Fempiror looked a little shaken. He gathered that the pair had reached the east side of the building, and the mutation had jumped at them. Fempiror must have seen it. Obadiah looked to his guests and stood to greet them. "Welcome to Kelirum," he said with a smile. "I ask your pardon for being remiss in welcoming you properly." "Think nothing of it," David said. "Sit, please," Obadiah said. "Thank you," Beth said as they all took their seats, with the exception of Fempiror, who stood next to the door watching them. Obadiah leaned on the desk and folded his hands as he looked them over. "So," he began, "when were you two attacked? What happened?" "We had just gotten married," David began, "and we were spending some personal time together before going to work and life. We were out late, so we decided to stay the night in a cave. But there was something in there with us. It attacked me first. Beth was screaming. I heard her, but I couldn't do anything." "He had this pointed thing that he stuck in our necks," Beth interrupted. "It was cold." "When we came to," David continued, "we were in this huge building. I've never seen anything so big before. Anyway, they gave us these things they called, David trailed off and looked at Beth. "Neil Ruff?" Beth half asked, looking at David. "Neil Ruff," Obadiah said, filling in the blank for them. "That's it," David said, nodding. "They gave us each one of those, and said to draw our own blood and inject it into other regular people. They said we had to bring them one a week." "That's the Aram quota," Obadiah said. An aversion to the quota from Aram was a primary reason why most people found their way to Kelirum, so these two were meeting the profile of the refugees very nicely. A little too nicely, actually. "We couldn't do it," Beth said, shaking her head. "Once they let us go," David continued, "we threw those horrible Neorofs away and have been hiding out during the days." "They just let you go, and you threw the Neorof away?" Obadiah asked, confused. David looked at him for a moment, as if trying to come up with a reply. "Well," David began hesitantly, "I mean, we agreed to do everything they told us to. We were too scared to refuse. They thought we were on their side and would work for them. They held us for 3 or 4 days before we were allowed to go out and find people to change. Their attitude toward regular people was frightening. Most regular people would try to kill us under the belief that we are demonic," Obadiah filled in for them. He was relaxing with them a little, but still wary. "We heard a lot of stories like that," David continued, "some from people recently changed, and others from people who had been changed for a while. We knew they wouldn't just release us," Beth piped up. "We just had to wait for our chance. A couple days ago, they sent us out to find people to change. We told them we would, but we never went back." "How did you find your way to us?" Obadiah asked, wondering how well this story was spun. "We had stayed over one night at an inn on the edge of that Aram city," Beth said. "The man behind the counter told us about this town that had a bunch of new people like us who threw away their Neilrofs and ran away." "Interesting," Obadiah prompted. "He pointed the way to go, and here we are," David finished. "Quite the harrowing adventure," Obadiah said encouragingly, and rather neatly told, he thought to himself. "It was," Beth said, nodding. Obadiah thought he would explore a point that Fempiror mentioned regarding the unusual shape in the man's rucksack. "I notice you carried a sword," Obadiah said. "How did you come by this?" David chuckled. "How did you know I had a sword?" "Fempiror saw how odd your rucksack was shaped and made a guess," Obadiah said, happy that Fempiror had looked so closely. "We were in Aram the other night," David answered with a shrug, "and witnessed a fight between a group of soldiers from the big building and two other groups. I took the sword for my own protection from the carnage." "Do you know how to use it?" Obadiah asked him suspiciously. "Not yet, but I am hoping for some initial intimidation," David replied with a shrug. Obadiah nodded. The story was plausible, but he wondered if it was actually true. Given how completely the sword fit in the rucksack, he thought the man might have answered too easily about it. Then again, he still knew nothing about these strangers, but they were being peaceable and had not caused any trouble so far. He had no reason to detain them at present, but he would continue to watch them. "Well, your story seems true enough," Obadiah responded finally. "But let me assure you that the sword will not be necessary as long as you're here." "Can I at least keep it?" David asked calmly. He did not seem to be the least bit concerned about losing this weapon, which made Obadiah think that perhaps they were telling the truth. He was obliged to give the basic rules to them. "You cannot carry it through town," Obadiah informed him. "We prohibit any weapons in our streets. We are a peace-loving people and do not wish to get involved in any kind of disputes. There is some kind of war going on between factions of the older Night Dwellers. The Tepish are the ruling faction, and the others seek to unseat them. It is a pathetic struggle that goes back centuries. They refuse to come to an agreement, and we, the little people, suffer for it. It is from this invisible war of theirs that you and I and everyone in this town were changed. We will have no part of it." David nodded. "That's fine," he said. "I'm no fighter." Obadiah smiled at them. Perhaps he was wrong to be suspicious of them after all. "Good," he said. "I will present you to the other Fempiror in charge tomorrow. He will want to meet you." "Oh, you aren't in charge?" Beth asked him, surprised. "Yes and no," Obadiah replied reluctantly. "I am the mayor, so I am over this town. But for the moment, I report to a higher authority as well." "Who is he?" David asked quickly. A little too quickly for Obadiah's taste. Regardless of whether this was an innocent question or not, he felt it best to allow the alchemist to deal with this pair when he felt like doing so. The alchemist had not interrupted the interview, so he was uncertain what would happen. "If he wishes to tell you his name," Obadiah replied cryptically, "he will do so. Fempiror will help you back to your room." They exchanged some parting pleasantries, and Obadiah wished them a pleasant stay in his town before Fempiror escorted them back out. He hoped that this evening Fempiror might hear some part of their conversation that would let them know something about their past or intentions here in Kelirum. So far, his most effective servant had been completely ineffective with this pair, which did give him some cause for suspicion. Behind him, the door between his office and the observation room slid open. The alchemist stepped into his office and stood behind him. Obadiah turned to find that the alchemist had a very self-satisfied look on his face. "Well?" Obadiah asked. "I saw what I needed to see," the alchemist replied. "What is your determination?" Obadiah asked. He was honestly tired of these games and wanted a straight answer. "They are spies," the alchemist said without a trace of hesitation. "I would doubt he took the sword. It is most likely his. I know of him as a skilled Rastem warrior. His wife, if she really is most likely just as formidable, though I could not say which discipline. I will see them tomorrow, and they will not leave." The alchemist left and closed the door behind him without another word. Obadiah was surprised that the alchemist was so certain about this. The newcomers had only just arrived. However, the alchemist had been with the Tepish for some time, and perhaps he had seen them before. He had no way of knowing, of course, and he knew the alchemist would not tell him. The alchemist was secretive about everything unrelated to his mutation work. It did not matter any longer, however. The alchemist would deal with the newcomers tomorrow evening, and whatever fate was in store for them, they were not going to leave town. Following their meeting with Obadiah, David and Beth walked behind their follower, whose name they learned was Fempiror, as he led them back to the Kelirum inn. David was uncertain whether Obadiah believed them or not, but it would not matter soon enough. They would make a quick reconnaissance tomorrow evening, learning what they could, and then report to Tiberius and Ulrich. Kelirum would be behind them, and their future would be ahead. Fempiror stopped in the lobby of the inn as they waved to Fiona, who greeted them when they entered. She was on her way out, however, so they continued up to their room. He and Beth had not spoken to each other yet, and he was eager to get her take on Obadiah's interview with them as soon as they had a few minutes alone. He doubted, however, that Fempiror would allow them that time. As close as Fempiror tried to stay, they both surmised that his job was to listen to them. They walked to room 202 and unlocked the door. He glanced behind them as Beth entered the room and spotted Fempiror at the top of the stairs. This confirmed that privacy was not in their plans for the morning. David entered the room and gestured to Beth for the candle. He glanced to the stairs, and Fempiror had backed down a step to wait patiently just out of sight. He lit the candle using the sconce in the hall and entered the room, closing the door behind them. He handed Beth the candle, and she set it on the table. She looked back at him. There was very little open floor space in the room, so attempting to find any space out of sight of the keyhole was out of the question. David knelt down and looked under the door. Predictably, he saw Fempiror's knees, and assumed that Fempiror was looking through the keyhole. Not very subtle, in David's opinion. David gestured to Beth for his rucksack. She picked it up from next to the table with the candle and handed it to him. "This reminds me of when I asked your father if I could marry you," he said, as he hung his rucksack on the doorknob, blocking the hole. Beth smiled and shook her head. "Strictly speaking, we shouldn't have been out so late anyway, even if it was the only time we could get a few moments alone." As Beth spoke, their eyes followed the sounds of Fempiror standing up and walking to room 203. Room 203's door opened and closed. "But you know how it is with young couples, though," David continued as they sat casually on the bed next to the wall separating the rooms and looked it over carefully. They had not given the wall a second glance the night before, but now that they had a visitor behind it, it warranted another look. "Everyone feels like they are just going to get into trouble if allowed to wander off." "Well," Beth began, "we would have done better that night if it weren't for that hole in the floor." Beth pointed to a small hole in the wall. "It did make a mess of us, didn't it?" David said as he placed his ear to the wall, listening for movement. The bed next door creaked as Fempiror climbed on it. Something slid against the wall, most likely a small panel that covered the hole that looked into this room. But it sort of opened the door to my asking. Beth nodded. "I wondered if he would see it our way." David moved his body directly in front of the peephole and listened again. "I think I covered it pretty well," David replied. There was silence for a long moment, and then the panel slid closed. He heard the bed creak again, sounding as if Fempiror had lain down. David smiled and sat on the bed to one side of where the hole was. He gestured for Beth to sit with him on the bed. She smiled, moved next to him, and leaned her head onto his shoulder. He wrapped his arm around her. She reached across his body and held his opposite hand in hers. "You didn't cover anything," she said softly. "That was probably the most impulsive proposal in the history of the world." David chuckled. "Still, now that the issue is closed, it's a matter of waiting to see what happens next." Beth hit him gently on the chest. "I was being serious." "Me too," David said. He sighed. You know, I can't believe I just blurted it out either. Still, he didn't say no. Beth smiled. No, he didn't. She quietly traced the lines on his hands. It was peaceful. There is a lot to talk about when we get back, she said quietly. Like what? David asked. 10 years is a long time, Beth said. A lot went on that you need to know. Well, we'll have plenty of time, David said, and held her a little closer. She sighed happily as she lost herself in the moment. How long do you think he'll stay there? She asked softly. David shrugged. He laid on the bed over there, he replied, so he'll probably rest when he thinks we're asleep. Beth turned her head up to look into David's eyes and smiled. Who says we're going to sleep? She asked deviously. He smiled and kissed her briefly. Good point, he said. They kissed again and lay down, as snoring echoed from the room next door. Chapter 14. Rastem versus Mutation. Tiberius led a group of 20 Rastem through the narrow, sunlit streets of Aram. With the exception of the main streets that led out of town from the Tepish fortress, Aram consisted of narrow paths between the buildings primarily intended for walking 2 or 3 abreast at most. Ever since the Tepish had either killed, transmutated, or just frightened away the former human populace of the city, Aram appeared to be little more than a well-maintained ghost town on the plains of the countryside. He knew of humans discovering the town on several occasions, but they rarely stayed for long. Some of those that tried to adopt Aram as a permanent residence found themselves as Fempiror before morning, which led the Rastem and Alewo to drive any newcomers out of town as soon as possible if they were the first to discover them. They had hardly left their outpost out the back door of the general store just before sunrise when the Tepish patrol poured into it through the front door, wearing day travel cloaks. Normally, in a day passage such as this, they would pass in full view of the windows of the fortress to mock the Tepish inside. But under the circumstances, Tiberius was more interested in keeping a low profile. The last thing he needed was for the Tepish to know in which direction their next outpost would be located. He had planned to use Aram's limited sewer system as a cover to reach their ultimate destination, and as the Rastem used it regularly, he knew where he planned to go once he had his people underground. Unfortunately, the plan had not gone well at all. Their first tunnel had involved a series of brief encounters with several groups of Tepish guards waiting for them. The battles had cost them several Rastem and revealed that the Tepish had seen through his brilliant idea. To complicate things further, the Tepish they encountered had blocked the passage, and behind that barricade he had seen more Tepish troops. Rather than risk another fight, Tiberius took everyone back the way they had come before the Tepish had a chance to work their way around and cut them off. They had moved the majority of the way in the sunlight after that, not willing to take the chance of more encounters underground. The Rastem were all dressed in the dark day travel cloaks and cloth gloves to protect them from the overhead sun. Moving around in the daytime, cloaks or no cloaks, always made Tiberius nervous, but it provided the best chance they had of getting from their old outpost to a new one on the other side of town. He hoped the place he had in mind would remain uncompromised. Still, the biggest hurdle remained ahead of them. Even though the Tepish were guarding the tunnels, he knew they had to risk the tunnel that would lead them past the fortress, since the fortress looked down main artery streets in all directions. The last tunnel showed him how fruitless that idea would prove to be, when he found that the Tepish had blocked that tunnel with debris right up to the entrance. The Tepish knew they would be out during the day, and they knew the Rastem would have to cross one of the main streets. He wondered if they were planning some kind of ambush for them from the tower. He had to hazard a look at the Tepish fortress to see what, if anything, might await them, to see what hope they had of an open crossing. He approached the edge of a building and brought his company to a halt. He carefully looked around the corner toward the massive Tepish fortress at the center of town, about a half-mile up the street. Standing before the entryway of the fortress were 11 men, dressed in a shirt and breeches without stockings or shoes. Most of them were hunched over, their arms hanging toward the ground, and one or two of them were resting their fingertips on the ground. But what really surprised him about these guards was that they were standing freely in the sunlight. Tiberius was perplexed. The Tepish would not employ humans for anything, even watching for Rastem, but these could not be Fempiror either, as they stood in the open sunlight and did not burn. He turned to Tepish, who stood behind him. "Tepish," he said, "what do you make of this?" Tiberius stepped back to allow Tepish to sidle up to the corner and look at the strange men outside the fortress. "Perhaps it is some kind of blocker on the skin," Tepish suggested. It was a reasonable suggestion. Over the years, the Fempiror had attempted to manufacture creams and lotions to block the part of the sun that hurt them, but none of them was as effective as the day travel cloak, since it was too easy to miss a part of your body. But another, more frightening idea formed in Tiberius' mind. "Or maybe there is more to this Tepish mutation than we initially believed," Tiberius guessed. "Resilience to sunlight?" Tepish asked, amazed. "Maybe so," Tiberius nodded. "We cannot go this way, though. We have to find another way around. Fall back." He and Tepish backed away from the corner and turned to the waiting Rastem. Tiberius stood before them as they gathered around him in a small, tight group. "Everyone," Tiberius began, "we're taking a different path. This way is guarded, and we cannot chance a battle under the sun and losing our cloaks." The Rastem universally nodded their assent to the change of plan. Tiberius walked to Yori, standing among the others. Yori kept her blonde hair tied up in a tight bun, and though her bright hazel eyes had lost some of their youthful enthusiasm during these difficult times, she maintained her permanent smile as she looked at Tiberius. Yori's Rastem garb differed from even other female Rastem, in that she had personally recut her trousers and shirt to accommodate her feminine form, and even David, with his tailor background, had admired her workmanship on it. Tiberius relied on Yori for her knowledge of the hidden ways of the city, and her uncanny ability to find her way blindly through nearly any maze. "Yori, I don't suppose you know of another way around?" Tiberius asked her sharply. "Our options are extremely limited, Tiberius," she said uninspiringly. "We can assume the tunnels are out of the question. They may have driven everyone out of town, but they keep it completely free of debris, so we can't hide behind anything. They've destroyed every building that could block their view of our escape from this part of town. We can double back and go out of town to try to get behind them. Otherwise, we'll need to find an outpost in this quadrant, or go back to our old one and hope the Tepish are gone." "We can't go back," Tiberius said. "Surely they wouldn't expect us to return," Yori protested. "Yori, I would anticipate it if I were them," he said. "They would outnumber us easily in there, or worse, just kill us by setting everything down there on fire. We'll hole up somewhere if we have to, but we can't go back." Yori stared at him for a long moment, but finally nodded. "Very well," she said. He knew she, along with everyone else, would follow him anywhere. He could not let them down. "Let's go," he said, and they moved away from the road back the way they came. He was not sure where they would end up, but he was certain that the Tepish had trapped them in this quarter if they hoped to stay hidden. He knew their last alternative would be to leave Aram entirely, but that would risk allowing the Tepish more freedom in Aram, and possibly beyond. He could not do that. His mind raced with options. The myriad of closed buildings could provide limited cover, but they were all open and above ground. The cellar they had found before was a chance discovery, and their original destination provided a similar below-ground solution. He could not be sure that an above-ground outpost would provide the cover the Rastem desperately needed until nightfall. Should they just leave town for the day? He knew that the Tepish would still feel trapped, since the Rastem would remain just as hidden. They could return tonight, but then these day warriors could cause problems. Since the Rastem and Tepish were both nocturnal, the Rastem had kept a minimal watch during the day, and like the Rastem, the Tepish never wanted to risk a daytime attack and losing the day travel cloaks. "What was that?" he heard one of the Rastem mutter. He turned to find Boltash, a newer Rastem who appeared to be in his early 30s with a frown-set mouth, large mustache, and tousled black hair that he kept fairly short, looking down a space between two buildings. Boltash turned to Tiberius, and then back to the building gap. He approached Tiberius, and Tiberius looked into Boltash's serious, observant brown eyes as Boltash stopped beside him. "Tiberius," Boltash began, "something passed the alley back there. It is moving quickly." "Did you see it?" Tiberius asked. Boltash shook his head. "Only a glimpse as it ran past," he said. "Any idea what it was?" Tiberius asked, fearing the worst. Boltash shook his head again. Tiberius suspected that if these mutations could move in the daylight, then the Tepish would send them out to take down anyone moving during the day. They would need to find cover quickly, and Tiberius knew the best place to deal with this. At this point, it was their only choice. "We have to move," Tiberius told Boltash quickly. "Pass the word. Hold your cloaks. We're going to have to run." Boltash sprinted back along the length of the Rastem column, repeating the message as he went. Tiberius turned, held his hood in place, and ran. The rest of the Rastem followed suit behind him. Even though the day travel cloaks were made of a thick material that tended to stay in place, Tiberius had found that a rapid sprint could throw a hood back unexpectedly. He cut back north through an alleyway and looked ahead of him. 2 blocks ahead of them was a wide courtyard, and at the far end of that courtyard, the awning of an old church. The church had been in Aram almost as long as the town had been in place, and would not only serve as a sanctuary for them, but a possible escape to a series of catacombs beneath it. They had never used it as an outpost out of respect. Tiberius had to acknowledge that faith in a higher power had sustained him in his darker moments, when his endless life of night had been unbearable. Tiberius glanced back to find 6 of the mutations center in behind them. Unlike the Rastem, these mutations ran on all fours like animals. Their faces glared hungrily forward, their mouths apparently salivating as they watched the Rastem like lions would watch gazelles. Tiberius' hood flipped away from his face just a little, exposing part of his neck to a ray of sunlight, which brought his mind out of the distraction of their pursuers as the sun burnt him. Never missing a step, he flipped his hood back to protect his skin. They crossed the first street, and another mutation leapt from the side of the road, taking one of the Rastem to the ground. Tiberius could not tell who it was, but as the Rastem struggled to fight back, the mutation simply tore the day travel cloak from his victim. As the sun did its work, Tiberius was horrified to see the mutation lean in and bite the back of the victim's neck, which severed the head's connection with the rest of the body and caused the unfortunate Rastem to go immediately limp. Tiberius turned away without watching what he had learned in the meeting would happen next. The remaining Rastem crossed the second street and only had the courtyard to get past before they had some measure of relative safety. Unfortunately, the remainder of the mutations had come around the other directions surrounding them and cutting them off from the church. The group stopped in the courtyard momentarily to assess the threat, but the pause was all their enemies needed. The mutations from behind wasted no time in attacking. The first pounced on Kaltesh, who immediately threw the mutation off, but another came in right behind the first and took down Kaltesh's hood. Tiberius turned and kicked the second mutation from Kaltesh's back. Kaltesh restored his hood and shared a glance with Tiberius. Tiberius could see that the sun had burned Kaltesh a little, but he would be all right. They needed to get under cover. "Into the doorway," Tiberius yelled. "Out of the sun." The 5 mutations who had cut them off blocked the awning ahead of them, while the others attacked from behind. They had no choice, though. They needed to fight, or they would be overwhelmed. Tiberius drew his sword, and the others quickly followed his lead. The mutations continued to attack from behind, and although the Rastem moved quickly, the mutations dodged the blows just as fast. Without gauntlets or weapons, the mutations were as formidable as the Alewo. They did not need to block the swords of the Rastem. The Rastem could not land any blows. One by one, The mutations took an opening and leapt onto a Rastem, tearing back their hoods and biting into their necks. The mutations guarding the door suddenly joined the fray to prevent the Rastem from rescuing each other, and to find their own victim in the chaos. Although the Rastem tried to prevent the mutations from feasting on the blood of their comrades, in the end, only half of the original contingency of Rastem reached the sanctuary of the awning, as the sun's rays forced them one by one to abandon their fallen brethren. They watched as the mutations, all of whom were unhurt, were apparently drinking the blood of the dead and burning Rastem. Tiberius, along with everyone else, stared in horror at the impossible sight of Fempiror operating in the sunlight, and yet acting like animals. Truly, these things were mutations, for they were not the creation of Voivode Draculia. Tepish stood beside Tiberius, his sword at the ready. "What do we do, Tiberius?" Tepish asked desperately. Tiberius glanced at his old friend, and saw the encounter had badly burned his face. He looked at the others standing around them and saw various burns on everyone. If they survived this day, the wounds would heal. He looked back to the mutations, and found one looking at his victim curiously. Tiberius watched, wondering what the thing was thinking. Slowly it turned its head to stare directly at Tiberius, blood staining its chin. Tiberius understood instantly, as it reoriented itself to face the remaining Rastem. The thing acted on pure hunting instinct, and it only saw the living Rastem as a means to satisfy its hunger. If they did not move, they would be next. "Retreat into the church," Tiberius said quickly, backing away from the mutations. "Now, we will try to hold our own as they enter." The Rastem at the rear of the formation quickly opened the large wooden doors to the church, and allowed everyone to pass inside. As he crossed the threshold of the door, Tiberius glanced back and saw the mutation who had looked at him charge full speed for the door before the other Rastem slammed the doors behind them. "Hold the doors," Tiberius ordered. As soon as the doors closed, the company braced themselves against them. The mutation hit the outside of the doors hard, and the impact echoed across the expanse of the church behind them. He hit the doors twice more, and then stopped. A huge ancient wooden plank stood beside the entrance, and probably had been unused in as long as the church had been open. Two of the Rastem brought it across the doors, knowing that despite the thickness of the doors and lock, any Fempiror could eventually get through by way of their own brute strength. It gave them time, though. He looked at those who remained as they all lowered their hoods. Yori, Tepish, and Boltash all made it through, along with Tyrion, Falta, Portan, James, and Thomas. The group had varying degrees of experience, and Tiberius feared that some of them would not survive if they were unable to find an exit. Behind them rested the high-ceilinged cavernous room that served as the sanctuary of the church. Back in the early days of the Fempiror Council, they had built the church for both Fempiror and humans to gather for worship. The walls were white with decorative and functional columns placed evenly along them, with ornate, stained glass windows allowing the outside light to illuminate the room. The builders had placed the windows so that if a Fempiror were present during a day's session, there would be places to sit out of the direct sunlight, though most Fempiror had attended at night. The room could easily hold 1,000 in attendance in row after row of pews that stretched almost to the front of the room. The front of the room was raised 4 steps above the rest, for the priest to speak to the congregation at the lectern off to the right, behind which rested the keyboards for the organ, whose pipes stretched to the ceiling and through the room. A large cross served as the centerpiece for the front of the room, and put aside any doubt as to the religion practiced here. The council had spared no expense or talent in building this place, and it both grieved and comforted Tiberius that their last stand could be here. "That won't hold them," Yori said, bringing Tiberius out of his thoughts. "No," Tiberius agreed, "but it'll take a few moments for them to break it down. Do we hold any advantages in here?" "Not even a narrow entry," Tepish said. "The pews might provide some obstacles, but those would affect us as much as them." "This may be it for us then," Tiberius said without much hope at all. "Yori, see if there's a way out through the catacombs back there." He pointed to the far end of the sanctuary. "Yes, sir," Yori said. "Tyrion, Boltash, come with me." Iori ran to the front of the church along with Tyrion, one of the youngest of their number, who was even younger than David was when he was transmutated, with a shock of red hair, green eyes, and an appropriately timid look about him, and Boltosh, carefully avoiding the sunlight streaming in through the stained glass windows. They disappeared through a door on the front left side of the sanctuary, which led to the tombs. The footfalls of Iori and her team echoed through the enormous empty room until they died out as she made her way further and further down the passage. Then all was silent. They heard no sound from outside. Even the sound of their breathing was nearly inaudible. It was a deafening silence that Tiberius knew would be the calm before the storm. Yet the degree of silence was more than unnerving. "Why aren't they doing anything?" Kaltesh asked, breaking the silence. His voice echoed loudly through the room, even though he spoke quietly. "I fear what they are doing, as opposed to what they aren't," Tiberius said. "I find it unlikely that they just let us go." Suddenly, a soft patter of footfalls sounded through the room. Tiberius looked around the room and saw nothing. No one. The room was empty, except for the 6 Rastem who waited patiently for the return of Iori and her team. Tiberius looked toward the door out of the sanctuary, but Iori had not yet returned. He considered that perhaps they should have all gone together to explore the back of the church, but there was no way to be certain of what they would find, or if the position back there would be any better than the one they had now. He knew they would have plenty of warning before the mutations broke through the door, or even came in the windows in case they need to retreat. Yet nothing had happened. The sound grew louder. They each circled, looking for the source of the sound. "What is that?" Falta asked. Falta was a woman appearing to be around 23 with jet black hair, deep brown eyes, and shorter than average height. Tiberius looked at the floor, wondering if perhaps they had found a way in through a lower level. But if they had, they would not be able to hear them yet. Still the sound grew louder, as if an army were slowly making its way inside. Then an impossible thought hit him. As the number of footfalls continued to increase, Tiberius slowly turned his eyes to the ceiling. He felt his stomach rise into his throat as his mouth gaped in utter shock. "God in heaven," Tiberius said, unable to find any other words. The others glanced at him, and then turned their gaze to the ceiling as well. The mutations scurried upside down on the ceiling as if it were a floor, all 11 of them. Their hands and feet stuck to the surface like insects, and they moved very fast. "What devilry is this?" Kaltesh asked in surprise. There was no time to think, however. The mutations were upon them. "Stand ready," Tiberius exclaimed. The mutations dropped to the floor, just out of range of the Rastem swords. James was the first to attempt an attack. The mutation ducked and delivered a swing to him, tossing James out the window. The mutation followed right behind him, and a scream issued from outside as the mutation fed on his blood and the sun scorched his skin. The remaining 5 Rastem formed a small circle to help defend themselves against the onslaught of mutations, but at 10-5 they were overwhelmed. With every swing they made at the mutations, the creatures avoided the blow. No one was able to get a single hit on any one of them. The only positive was that as long as they kept the mutations busy avoiding their strikes, they were unable to attack. This position was lost quickly, however. Tiberius saw what was happening an instant before it happened. Porton swung his sword wide at one mutation, and another took its place before Porton could recover. It grabbed Porton's tunic with its teeth and tossed him directly into the sunlight of one of the windows. Before Porton could move, the mutation jumped across the room and set its teeth into Porton's neck. Porton screamed in pain, but his screams ended quickly. Tiberius watched powerlessly as other mutations approached those who feasted on his Rastem and engaged in a minor scuffle over who would drink the blood of his warriors. The disgusting sight distracted Tiberius just long enough for a mutation to work its way past his defense and kick Tiberius into the sun as well. The mutation attempted to jump on Tiberius as the sun burned him, but he rolled out of the way before the mutation could land. Tiberius jumped to his feet and ran the mutation through. The mutation collapsed, dead. "So you still die like the rest of us," Tiberius commented upon seeing his small victory. But there was no time to rejoice. Another mutation set upon Tiberius instantly, and he defended himself once more. He also found that at some point after he was thrown into the sun, Thomas had lost against the mutation and lay dead near Porton. Tiberius worked his way back to Caltesh and Falta to try to hold off the mutations. Suddenly, a welcome voice heralded across the room. "Come on," Yuri screamed. The 3 remaining fighters broke their defense and ran full speed across the room to Yuri and her group, who led them quickly through the left door. The mutations apparently had not expected this, since they stood dumbfounded just long enough for the 3 remaining fighters to get away. They did not pause for long, however, and Tiberius glanced back to find their opponents close behind them. Yuri immediately turned again once they passed through the door to the right and down a flight of carved stone steps. Yuri pulled out a self-lighting torch and led them through the dirt-encrusted catacombs beneath the church. Tiberius did not care where they were going. He only hoped that the maze of tunnels would slow down their pursuers just enough for them to find some kind of exit down here. With 2/3 of their original group now dead, retreat was their only option, and he prayed that survival was possible. Chapter 15. Entombed. David sat on the bed in room 202, with his ear against the wall, listening intently to the room next door, where their escort and spy, Fempiror, slept like a baby. Beth reclined on her side with her head propped on one elbow, watching him. He turned and smiled at Beth, now satisfied that they could speak freely for a moment. Whoever Fempiror was, he did not seem very interested in actually spying on them. "He's asleep," David told her in a whisper. "How can you tell?" Beth asked. "He snores," David said, loudly. Beth chuckled and shook her head. David lay down next to Beth, who cuddled up to him. He put his arm around her and held her close. 10 years of regret melted away as they finally shared some measure of the life they had once desired. Even though they had gone through so much since Hauginstown, their hearts had hardly changed. "So," David began, turning to the other reason they had come to Kelirum, "who do you think they had behind that window?" "I'm sure the one we saw was the same person I saw when I took a sample of their newest poison in Aram," Beth answered directly. "He was a recipient of it, and was unconscious at that time. I guess they transported him here after that. I don't know about the other one." David nodded. "So, the Tepish are involved." "Apparently," Beth agreed. "What do you think they want with this town?" "I would guess either an out-of-the-way test area," David suggested, "or a fair supply of victims." "The Tepish don't just leave people in peace," Beth pointed out. "There are regular humans here. Maybe we should try to get them out." David shook his head. "We should advise our chain of command what we've discovered, and they'll let us know what to do next," he said. "Tonight, we meet whoever is in charge of Obadiah." "We can't trust him," Beth noted. "Of course not," David agreed. "But as long as we continue in our naivety, we'll be fine until we report. I think we may have all the information we need, but I'd like to know what the Tepish want with these people." "Agreed," Beth said. There lay the one unanswered question, or they would just leave at sunset. The Tepish had chosen Kelirum for an unknown reason, and they needed to try to find out what that reason was. Could it be as simple as being far away from Aram, or did this town possess something the Tepish wanted? And then there was the question of this other Fempiror in charge. David was certain this person was a Tepish, and while David knew that there was a chance that either Vladimir or the El Rod Malnak, Korean, might remember him, there was very little chance this Tepish so far from Aram would be either of them. He needed to be ready for anything, but the chances of this other Fempiror knowing him or Beth was so remote, it was not worth considering. Beth turned and wrapped her arm around David's chest, snapping him from his thought. He pulled her closer and clasped his hands around her in a tight embrace. It had been a very long and eventful day. He was astounded that when they woke up at the beginning of the evening, they were still at odds with each other, and now they were deeply in love again. Holding her close to him, he felt complete. For the first time since this life had ripped him from Hauginstown, David felt like everything was going to be all right. Vladimir strolled along the path taken by the mutations he had unleashed on the unsuspecting Rastem who dared to make their way through Aram during the day. He suspected that once they had found their fallen comrade, they would move as soon as possible. He was so certain of it that he had only posted a few guards near their outpost to make sure they actually left, and Tiberius being Tiberius, they did exactly as predicted. He had given those Tepish strict orders not to attack, but to allow them to leave their hole and to begin whatever trek they had planned. The Tepish had long been aware that the Rastem tended to change locations during the day, because the Rastem correctly surmised that the Tepish would be largely unwilling to risk any of their dwindling forces on a day assault. On this day, the Rastem had inflicted some heavy casualties, but as evidenced by the carnage on the path he and his contingency of Tepish, all protected by day travel cloaks, followed through Aram, the Rastem had not anticipated their newest weapon. The dead Rastem led him to the large, ancient church that dominated the southwestern quarter of Aram. The shattered window and a mutation feasting on a nearby corpse told more of the story of Rastem defeat. He heard mutterings from the Tepish behind him, and he knew they were unprepared for this sight. It mattered little to him, though. These mutations were behaving exactly as he had hoped. The mutation glanced up briefly at the passing Tepish line, but he only cared for his meal and did not bother them. He heard a shout of "Come on!" echo out of the side of the building, telling him that within this blessed structure, the battle continued. Vladimir knew it must have been a dire situation indeed for the Rastem to consider a fight inside the church, for Tiberius had always held this place as so sacred that the Rastem never used it and its labyrinthine catacombs for an outpost. He calmly led his group to the doors of the church. He found them locked, so he gave a solid rap on the doors. After a long moment, a low scraping sounded from the other side as someone removed the large bolt and tossed it to the floor. The doors whisked open, and a mutation looked at them for only a moment before baring its teeth and crouching for an attack. The Tepish squads shrank back in surprise. "Hold it," Vladimir ordered. The mutation paused and stared at him quizzically. Vladimir had won them over as a friend before turning them loose earlier, and the mutation apparently remembered him. Or so he hoped. "Remain here," he said to the creature. Vladimir gestured to his squad and they followed him into the church, each one carefully avoiding any level of contact with the mutation, who only watched them pass with a confused look. Vladimir glanced around the room and saw 2 more dead Rastem, along with one of the mutations, but no more than that. Given that the Rastem outnumbered the mutations prior to the battle, he was satisfied that the Rastem had only killed 1. He led the squad between the pews through the expansive sanctuary hall, and then through the door at the front of the sanctuary. There he found the 9 other mutations looking down a carved tunnel that led into the catacombs beneath the church. He paused for a moment, wondering why they had not followed their prey down the tunnel. So far they had been mindless beasts, with very limited cognizance of their surroundings, and yet the only problem he could find with the tunnel was a lack of light. Surely they are not afraid of the dark, he thought. He walked up behind them. "Excellent work, my friends," Vladimir said, startling them. They hissed and jumped out of the way, some of them even landing on the walls and sticking there. Vladimir found this to be a strange reaction, but they had always behaved a bit mindlessly, so it did not concern him. He gazed in surprise at the mutations who crouched on all fours on the walls. Whatever his young friend had done to the serum, the effects continued to surprise him. He had no idea they could cling to the walls, and found this ability both useful and disconcerting. After a moment he found his voice again. "We can take it from here," he told them. Collectively they crawled away from the Tepish and backed into a corner of the room. There they just watched. Vladimir turned to the damp entrance to the catacombs, and wondered again why the mutations had stopped. He had planned to follow the mutations just in case the Rastem went underground, and the fact that the mutations did stop allowed his troops to move that much more freely. His one concern was the mutations mistaking his squad in the catacombs for the Rastem and attacking them as well, and now their reluctance to enter the tunnels alleviated that issue. He pulled out his self-lighting torch and fired it up. He longed for the days when they carried lanterns powered by churning pools, but Korean's rash takeover of Aram and irresponsible rules drove out anyone who specialized in these things, which left them with their primitive beginnings. Looking again down into the pitch black of the catacombs, he felt it was all too probable that since the mutations had no light source, they were unwilling to head into the darkness. As easy as it was to get lost down there, he could not blame them. The darkness was another reason that Vladimir brought some Tepish along to finish the job, just in case. He turned to his Tepish. Somewhere in this maze are our enemies, Vladimir said. They have subverted us for long enough. Spread out and find them. When you find them, kill them. No questions, no prisoners. Several Tepish drew self-lighting torches and lit them as others drew their swords. Vladimir stood aside, and the Tepish charged recklessly into the depths of the catacombs. Tiberius followed Yori as she led the 6 remaining Rastem at a brisk walk through the maze of coffin-riddled catacombs under the old church in Aram. Behind Tiberius was Kaltesh, followed by Tyrion, Boltash, and finally Falta. At their pace, the flame on the self-lighting torch she held ahead of her trailed well behind its source, only barely remaining lit. Its light flickered off the dirt and stone walls, along with the wooden supports they periodically passed that prevented the tunnels from collapsing. The tunnels were just wide enough for one person, so they were forced to walk single file. Because the people of Aram had used these tunnels for centuries as tombs, thin wooden coffins lined nearly every inch of space on the wall. The holes for the coffins were carved out of the wall, one at floor level and another at waist level. The opposite walls were usually carved at the same points, so that they passed 4 coffins at a time, 2 on each side. The tunnel opened up at regular intervals to a circular room where new tunnels would branch out, and there would be pairs of coffins in the same stacked holes between each tunnel of the 4-way branch. It was nothing short of a nightmare to navigate, and a wonder it did not intersect with the sewer system. "Yori, do you know where this will lead us?" Tiberius asked desperately. Yori let out a brief chuckle. "Tiberius," she said with more than a touch of forgivable irritation in her voice, "I don't even know if there's a way out. We heard the fighting and ran back without searching much of it." "How are your instincts?" he asked. "Perfect as ever," she said, turning briefly to him. "If there's an exit, I'll find it." She turned back to the front, and Tiberius heard her mutter, "Hopefully." "On the bright side," Tyrion pointed out from behind him, "the maze of this place will at least slow down our pursuers. There hasn't been a sound of them since we got down here." "Doesn't mean much," Boltash said. "We didn't hear them earlier, just saw them." "You know," Kaltesh said, "we're not going to have much of a chance if they corner us." Tiberius did not admire the pessimistic outlook, but he could do nothing about it. He shrugged. "Well, we can at least give them something to talk about," he said, "if those creatures talk at all. Regardless, if we go down fighting." "Comforting thought," Falta mumbled, clearly unhappy with the idea that she might die among the corpses down here. The path quickly started to look the same as they passed the sets of coffins on either side of the walkway, followed by the round junctions containing 8 caskets. Yori took turns seemingly at random, but Tiberius could at least tell, based on the patterns of crumbling dirt and decay of the coffins, that they were not going in circles. Tiberius wished they had another torch to light the rear of their line, but the combination of Tepish and mutation attacks had killed the other Rastem who carried their torches. "Boltash, do you hear that?" Tiberius overheard Falta saying from the back of the line. He stopped and turned to the darkness behind him. Yori walked to stand behind Tiberius, illuminating his back with the torch. "That sounds like more than 10, Boltash said. Tiberius listened carefully to the sounds of the tunnels around them. There was a low rumble from behind them, definitely more than 10. The sounds grew louder and sounded from all around them. Their pursuers were not only following them, they were filling the catacombs. "Those aren't their new Fempiror," Tiberius said. "They've set their Tepish warriors on us. We need to find a place to hide." Tiberius looked to Yori, who shrugged. "These catacombs are as unfamiliar to me as everyone else," she said apologetically. "I have tried to keep us going upward, or at least level, but I don't know if we're getting anywhere. I know I can get us out. I just don't know when that will happen. It's all right, Yori, Tiberius said. He looked around. They were in a junction room containing 8 coffins and 4 ways out. Tiberius saw only one unpleasant solution to their problem. Listen, everyone, he began. We're going to have to crawl into the crypts. It will not be fun, but I'll spend the day with a stiff if I can wake up tomorrow. Yori, give me the light. He held out his hand, and Yori handed him the torch. You 5 get in, Tiberius continued. I'll go last. Cover your faces with your cloaks or you'll choke on the dust. Do not get out until I give the signal. You'd better get comfortable. I'm not going to get us out until I'm satisfied they have gone, and I have a feeling that could be a while. The other 5 Rastem walked to 5 of the rotted wooden coffins in the room, and reluctantly opened the lids. At once, they grimaced at the remains inside, but they were at an impasse. While no one looked forward to what they had to do, no one complained as they climbed into their coffins and closed the lids. The thunder of the footfalls continued to grow louder around him as Tiberius turned to his own coffin. Tiberius took one last breath of fresher air than he would have for some time to come. He opened the coffin and looked upon the decayed remains of someone who had been there for over 100 years. He knew when he climbed in that his body would crush the remains into dust, but he also did not want to join this corpse forever down here. He doused the light, climbed in, and closed the lid over him. He immediately regretted his decision. The darkness was stifling, but the smell was worse. He held back coughing as well as he could while the dust in the coffin surrounded him, as if the spirit of the person whose space he invaded was unhappy about being disturbed by the living. The footfalls grew louder until a small army of Tepish charged by their position. Then the thunder rolled away like a summer storm further and further down the tunnels, until the darkness and dust was joined by complete silence. Chapter 16. Revelations. Knock, 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 knock. David and Beth awakened as the persistent pounding at their room door continued. They glanced at each other concerned, since the pounding sounded urgent and not altogether friendly. David jumped out of bed, and as they both considered the town potentially hostile, neither had changed into night clothes, but remained ready for anything. David walked to the door and opened it to find Fempiror waiting for them, his hand ready to continue knocking. He dropped it to his side. You will accompany me, Fempiror said bluntly. Why? David asked. That is not for me to say, Fempiror replied. I just follow orders. Did you sleep well? David asked him. Fempiror's gaze narrowed angrily. He was not going to acknowledge the question. David nodded and turned to Beth. She just shrugged and slipped on her shoes. David did the same, and in moments they were following Fempiror down the stairs toward the entrance. As they passed Fiona, David noticed that she did not look as friendly toward them as she had when they arrived. A glance to Beth told him that she had noticed the same look. He was tempted to ask Fempiror again what this was about, but Fempiror had refused to answer the first time, so there seemed little point in persisting. The faintest rays of the sun still shone over the horizon in the early evening of the 14th, but the townspeople had apparently started their work immediately after the sun was low enough to get out. In the center of town they had planted 2 very large, thick poles, large enough to hold against the strength of a Fempiror, David noticed. Townspeople were actively piling logs around one of the poles. David turned to Beth. This can't be good, he said softly. She shook her head in response. Whatever had transpired while they rested, he feared they were going to be in trouble very shortly. Still, it was too soon to flee. They both understood that they needed to let this play out to find out the truth behind Kelirum. Fempiror led them to the steps of the town hall where the mayor Obadiah awaited their arrival with a smile. Good evening, he said smugly. Mayor Obadiah, David greeted him without a trace of the nervousness he held within him. What's going on? We are preparing a celebration of long-awaited freedom, Obadiah said with a great deal of pride. David noticed that several Fempiror had walked up behind both he and Beth while Obadiah had spoken. David and Beth exchanged worried glances and then looked back to Obadiah. Freedom? Beth asked. From what? You, Obadiah said. Instantly, 3 pairs of hands seized David from behind. They were all Fempiror, and David was unable to struggle against them. 3 more seized Beth as well. She looked at him with determined eyes. She was not worried yet. He looked back to Obadiah. He knew they had done nothing wrong in the town, so the innocence behind his look was genuine. Why are you doing this? David asked. You don't know? Obadiah asked, surprised. Are we acting guilty of something? Beth asked indignantly. Over the past few weeks, people have turned up missing, Obadiah explained. What should we know about that? David asked. We've barely spent any time here, Beth pointed out. Don't play innocent with me, Obadiah snapped. You 2 are spies for the insurrectionists called Rastem and Alewo. You seek to subvert the current rulers and cause nothing but trouble. You have come here to take people for your cause, whether they like it or not. We are not fighters. Beth looked at him, confused. Where did you come up with an idea like that? She asked. Our leader knows who you are, he said, and then gestured to the Fempiror holding them. Tie them up. With 3-to-1 odds, neither David nor Beth struggled against the Fempiror, who violently dragged them across the short distance from the steps of the town hall to the poles in the center of the main road. 2 Fempiror waiting for them near the poles walked forward and tied both Beth's and David's hands using Japrinsa, the strong but light rope that Fempiror cannot break. They tied David to the poles surrounded by the logs, while Beth's pole was clear of the wood. All around them, the townspeople pulled the strikers on their self-lighting torches, creating half a ring of fire around the 2 of them, leaving the view to the town hall open. He did not like where this was going at all. If you know anything, David said to Obadiah as the townspeople tied him to the pole, then you should know that neither the Rastem nor the Alewo recruits anyone against their will. That is the way of the Tepish. That is what an insurrectionist would say, Obadiah spat at him. Our leader knows you. You can address your pithy remarks to him. Obadiah backed away from the door to the town hall. Behind him was a shadow who had been silently watching the entire affair, just waiting for his moment to come forward. David knew it had to be a Tepish to have filled the people with the lie about the Rastem and Alewo. Further, this Fempiror would be a Tepish who knew David, and possibly even Beth. The list of those other than Vladimir and Korean were very few. He wondered which one had escaped him over the years. The Tepish walked into the light of the torches, and David's jaw dropped. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see that Beth was just as stunned at their true host in this town. Their attempt at operating undercover never had a chance here. Standing on the step of the town hall, looking at him with a triumphant smile was... Abraham, David exclaimed. I don't believe it, Beth followed. What are you doing here? Abraham Barber crossed the short distance to stand just outside where the ring of fire would have ended if it had circled all the way around. He looked between the 2 of them. I might ask you the same question, Abraham said. You come here with your story of having been recently changed. But the truth is you were changed 10 years ago. Both of you. But you, David stuttered, you were fine. I left you as a human. Yes, you did, Abraham said with a condescending nod. You tossed me off of your levicart to die in the plains around Hauginstown. It was within walking distance, David exclaimed. You must have forgotten that your friend was fighting a Tepish, Abraham reminded him angrily, whose sworn duty is to transmutate humans. Vladimir, David recalled in an instant. Of course, he had not known it at the time, but by the time David had dropped Abraham off the back of the levicart, Vladimir had beaten Zechariah. He might have even followed David after David flew out of the cave, and then stumbled across Abraham. Yes, Vladimir, Abraham confirmed. He changed me. I consider it a favor since I was able to find you and punish you for what you did to her. Abraham turned his gaze to Beth, and his anger softened upon seeing her. Abraham, I forgave him, Beth told him gently. He didn't know what he was doing. Irrelevant, Abraham quipped, resuming his anger and moving to stand in front of David. Vladimir said that Zechariah told David repeatedly not to return, but he disobeyed. In fact, Vladimir indicated that you were immensely disrespectful during the entire time he knew you. You're lucky he didn't kill you." "So stand up to me, and we will fight," David said, struggling fruitlessly against the Japrinsa. "Don't destroy me without so much as getting your hands dirty. What kind of revenge is that?" Abraham chuckled. "Not so easy," he said. "You were taken in by the Rastem. That sword you carry is your own, and in 10 years of training, you're at least formidable. I received only minimal training before the Tepish recognized my abilities and moved me into researching what they now call the Mutation." Abraham looked to Beth and walked to stand in front of her. "And you," Abraham said harshly. "I loved you. I really did, but you rejected me. So taken with dear David that even after you thought he was dead, you wouldn't have me. You come to town unarmed but with him. So either you remained together, which I find unlikely, or you were trained as an Alewo and are more lethal unarmed than he is." Beth only glared at him expressionless as he spoke. Abraham shrugged. "But I don't lie when I tell you I loved you," he said. "My revenge is with David alone. You will live to fight another day." Beth smiled innocently. "Then untie me," she said. Abraham chuckled and shook his head. "Not on your life," he said. "When he is a charred heap, then you can go free." "I'd rather die than to thank you for living," Beth spat angrily. Abraham resumed his condescending, triumphant smile and turned from them. "Enjoy your death, David," he said as he walked back to the steps of the town hall. "Light him up." "This is a coward's revenge, Abraham," David called out. Abraham reached the steps of the town hall and turned to watch David without a word. The townspeople around him lowered their torches to the wood on the ground around him. He struggled against the Japrinsa, but the Fempiror created this rope specifically to resist the Fempiror's strength. He looked at Beth. She moved her pole a little in the dirt before kicking the base of it. One of the Fempiror around her hit her in the face with a command to stop. Apparently, they were not going to allow her to escape without hurting her. She stopped and only looked at David with tears in her eyes. David worked to try to lift his pole from its hole in the ground, but it was buried deep, and he could not lift it high enough to free it before a flaming log hit him. He glanced around and found the Fempiror who tied him to the pole holding another log from the edge of the pile, preparing to throw it if David continued. While he seemed destined to burn, he decided to ponder any other way of escape rather than risk burning up any sooner. David looked back to Abraham and spotted someone running toward him. "Sir, sir," the townsperson said as Abraham looked at him. "There are horses approaching." Abraham turned his gaze to a group of mounted Tepish, dressed in full red and black armor that approached on horses instead of levicarts. This concerned David greatly. As important as the levicart was to the travel speed of a Fempiror, horses still offered more versatility in many situations, including battle. The fact that a group of armed Tepish were here on horseback could only mean one thing. "Hav paka?" Abraham asked the lead Tepish rider in Feledarusk. David was surprised he chose to address the lead rider in this fashion. He was even more surprised to hear Abraham use the language. "Huvsili," the lead rider replied, asking Abraham who he was. David knew enough Feledarusk to be able to keep up with the conversation. He hoped that Abraham's Feledarusk was slow enough for David to understand. "Abraham Barber," Abraham responded. "Ka kerta ate jaktupun kunliskil par tepisha rimero, rudpun malnakel mef kurvats." David was not ready for that. He thought quickly and worked out that Abraham had said, "I am working on a project for the Tepish Council of Aram, on orders from the Kurvats Malnak." Feledarusk was nothing like the common tongue, but once he got his mind wrapped around it, he could usually understand it. "Kameoka rodmor haki enalu pramev malnakel elrod," the lead rider said. "Sitranu uzlavi leta tiki getushchav, liki romisketa, lucio restozis jetoras." It took David a moment, but he worked out the translation to, "I come with orders from his superior, the Elrod Malnak. This town has outlived its usefulness. Your serum is effective. We've come to sterilize the town." "What?" Abraham asked in surprise in the common tongue. David echoed his sentiments. Apparently, the Tepish did not always let everyone in on their plans. "Your duty here is complete," the lead rider continued, also dropping his Feledarusk. "Return to Aram and report. We will finish here." "But," Abraham began desperately, but the lead rider cut him off. The lead rider turned to his squad, wiped them out. As one, the mounted Tepish drew their swords and rushed into the crowd. The people screamed and scattered, but the Tepish easily cut them down since none of them were armed. David suspected that Obadiah wished he had allowed them to keep their weapons now, peaceful or not. There is something to be said for self-defense, whatever the risk may be. Free from their captors, David and Beth collectively struggled against their bonds. Beth pulled her knee up and delivered a hard kick to the base of her pole. David heard the wood crack sharply. 3 kicks later, the pole snapped. Beth easily moved the pole behind her to hold her bonds near the fire. Strong as it was, the Japrinsa still burned, and within seconds, Beth was free. She grabbed one of the burning logs and stepped into the fire to hold the end of it to David's bonds. They snapped almost instantly, and the pair jumped out of the burning circle of logs. "We have to stop this slaughter," Beth said desperately. David knew they were going to have trouble with the mounted Tepish. Another reason to use horses was that it gave the rider a clear advantage in any fight involving opposition on the ground. David picked up the pole to which the townspeople had tied Beth. Even broken, it was still about 6 feet in length and heavy by human standards. He knew the weight would help his situation considerably. A Tepish rode toward them, sword drawn, preparing to strike. David sidestepped the rider and swung the pole at him, hitting him square in the chest and throwing him from his steed. Beth shot off after him. The Tepish arose and moved toward his fallen sword, but before he could reach it, Beth stepped in behind him, grabbed both sides of his head, and snapped his neck. The Tepish never knew what hit him. David was both impressed and frightened at how quick and lethal Beth had become. She sidestepped her victim, picked up the discarded sword, and tossed it to David. He dropped the pole and caught the Tepish's longsword. It felt large and unbalanced in his hand, workmanship far from the quality of Zechariah's handmade sword. It would do, though. "Thank you," David said. Beth nodded without a trace of humor. Despite the fact that she still looked like the girl from Hauginstown with her long hair streaming down around the shoulders of her self-made blue and white dress, she had the expression of a seasoned, unstoppable fighter. Beth quickly turned her gaze to another mounted Tepish and bolted toward him. She leapt onto the head of the horse, kicked the sword of the Tepish from his hand, and used her momentum to throw him off the back of the saddle. The horse kept running, as if he had hardly noticed what occurred. Before the Tepish had a chance to come to his feet, Beth was on top of him and delivered a crushing blow to his nose. The rider slumped to the ground. David took the opportunity to seize the abandoned horse as soon as Beth removed its rider. Now on level ground with his enemies, David circled around and charged toward the Tepish who were chasing several townspeople who were running. The rest of the riders had not even noticed that one of their horses had been taken, so he easily rode up behind one of them and ran him through. As the Tepish rider slumped over and fell from his mount, the others took notice and turned on David. He glanced back to Beth and found that he had ridden some distance from her without trying. 2 riders approached her as she dragged another from his mount. David spun around and headed her direction as another rider reached him. He had very little experience fighting on horseback, but he held his own against his mounted adversary. He quickly gained the advantage and ran his blade along the Tepish's neck as he reached Beth and defeated one of the pair preparing to attack by stabbing him in the back. Beth narrowly avoided a swing from the second rider and retaliated by bringing herself around and breaking the rider's leg against the side of his mount. This move caused the horse to rear up in surprise, tossing the hurt rider off its back. Beth made short work of him as he hit the ground. David found that Beth's battle had distracted him from his own, and he turned to find the lead rider who had conversed with Abraham, preparing to strike from behind. David defended himself, but the lead rider was a formidable adversary, and though David defended himself against the sword, he was unprepared for the lead rider to lock their blades and then kick him from his mount. David hit the ground and turned to find the lead rider coming around for another swing. David held up his sword to block the incoming blow, but the impact tossed him off his feet and sent the sword clattering away from him. He spared a glance to see what happened to Beth and found she was surrounded, but desperately trying to reach him. David turned to his own problem and saw that the pole he had originally used lay near him. As the lead rider circled for another charge, David rolled to his feet and grabbed the pole. The lead rider approached him quickly. David swung the pole to throw the lead rider from his mount, but the rider was ready for this move. In an instant, the lead rider sheathed his sword, grabbed the end of the pole, and lifted David off the ground. David was unprepared for this and did not have a good grip on the pole as the lead rider swung it in a quick circle and tossed David away from the battle. David flew helplessly through the air and crashed through the wall of a nearby building. He remembered the debris falling down around him as the darkness took him. Abraham Barber, the alchemist, stood on the steps of the town hall of Kelirum, powerless to prevent the slaughter of the innocent Fempiror and human townspeople. Undoubtedly, this was Vladimir's plan all along, and Vladimir knew that Abraham would have tried to prevent this if he had known. Abraham had the anger of any Tepish, but unlike many of them who were against their own families, Abraham directed his anger at one person alone, and he honestly had not planned what he would do after he finally had his revenge on David. He could only stand by as Beth freed herself and then released David to do what they could against the Tepish horsemen. In his heart, Abraham hoped they could defeat them, and David and Beth started out very well. In no time at all, David had a horse and a sword, while Beth was leaping from one horse to another, taking down their riders. But when David was knocked from his mount, things took a turn for the worse. David lost his sword and tried to use the pole again against the lead rider, but the leader swung David into the side of a building using his own weapon. David did not return from the hole his body had caved into the former business on impact. "David!" Beth screamed. Abraham had been momentarily overjoyed that David was gone, but then he realized that without David to help her, Beth was going to be in even more trouble. Already the riders were closing in on her. Since she was dressed in common clothing, she would not have her Alewo gauntlets, which the Alewo normally used to deflect sword blows. One of the Tepish swords lay just outside the battle. Abraham thought that if he grabbed it, he might be able to help her. He looked back to the battle. She leapt onto one of the horses and killed another Tepish, but as soon as she had finished that one, another came from behind and slashed his sword across her back. Beth fell from the back of the horse and hit the ground. Abraham ran for the sword, but as he reached for it, one of the Tepish riders blocked his path. "This is none of your concern," he stated simply. "She's not part of this," Abraham pleaded. "Let her go. I will ensure she doesn't trouble the Tepish any longer." "It's out of your hands now," the rider replied. Abraham looked beyond the rider that blocked him. Two more riders passed behind Beth, slicing her again and again. Blood stained her dress in several places along her sides and back. Another rider prepared to slice at her, but she grabbed his sword and swung him off his mount and into another rider, throwing them both to the ground. But as she recovered, another rider sliced at her, rending her dress yet again. Abraham tried to force his way past the rider that blocked him, but the rider reached down and grabbed him by the shirt. He lifted Abraham to eye level. Abraham's attention divided between this rider and the hopeless fight beyond him. "I know you're a pet to the Kurvatz Malnak," the rider said coldly, "but if you attempt to pass me again, I will kill you for treason." The rider tossed Abraham back toward the town hall. Abraham rolled to a stop. Ignoring the scrapes from his hard landing, he rose to his hands and watched the battle, still kept in check by the rider. The entire remaining team of mounted Tepish closed in on Beth's position, running their swords across her body front and back. Weakened as she was, Beth never went to her knees, but the fight was lost. Abraham rose unsteadily to his feet, and the rider reflexively turned to him. He was too late. The lead rider rode toward Beth from the front and ran his sword deep into her gut. He lifted her off the ground, allowing her body to slide down his blade to its hilt. Still holding on to what strength she had left, Beth lifted her head and spat blood into the lead rider's face. The rider swung his sword, throwing Beth's body from his blade across the town square. She hit the ground in a heap and skidded to a stop in the dirt, Her bloody form crumpled into an unnatural position, like the Tepish had tossed away a piece of garbage. Abraham only stared at her, his heart torn from its chest by the same sword that had pierced her. His ears heard the screams of the remaining victims as the riders finished their task, but Abraham knew no more that happened around him. His eyes were fixed on the remains of the young girl he had loved more deeply than anyone in the world. He stumbled backward and collapsed on the steps of the town hall, barely able to stand as the sound of galloping hoofs died away in the distance, signaling that the Tepish were done here. He felt numb. The world swirled around him in a fog. He finally looked around, unable to breathe as he comprehended what he had done. The Tepish had laid waste to the living town of Kelirum, with the roar of the fire intended for David creating the only remaining sound. And he had helped. Chapter 17. Rain. Thunder rolled. A storm was coming. David's head swam from the blow he had taken. He struggled to remember where he was and how he had gotten there. The first thing he realized was that he was buried under a mound of wood and other debris. He coughed a few times, forcing the dust from his lungs. He pushed the broken wood off him and saw the night sky overhead. Clouds blocked the stars, and he wondered how long he had been lying here. He noted how quiet it was. He stood up and looked around. His body ached. He had landed in the side of what appeared to be a tailor shop. His crash through the wall had thrown wood into several mirrors and knocked piles of fabric and finished garments to the floor. He looked outside across a dirt road and saw the center of the town of Kelirum. A large pole stood planted in the ground, with wood burning around it. The crackle of the fire was the only sound penetrating the silence, apart from the occasional thunder. Then it all came back to him in a flash. Abraham, the Tepish, the battle, Beth. A rider had thrown him from the battle and left Beth to fend for herself. He put the pain behind him and charged out of the broken storefront. "Beth," he called out. "Beth?" He surveyed the town square. First, he saw Abraham sitting on the steps of the town hall as the only living person in sight. Abraham's head was bowed. His eyes stared at the ground. David surveyed the rest of the town. Bodies of the former townspeople lay strewn about the street where the Tepish riders had killed them. But as he looked over the carnage, his eyes settled on one body that was bloodier than the rest, a crumpled form wearing what remained of a blue and white dress. David's stomach leapt into his throat. Words failed him. He had failed her. He ran full out to her body and fell to the ground beside her, ignoring the rocks that dug into his knees when he landed. Pain was now immaterial. Tears welled up in his eyes as he gently rolled her over and cradled her head in his lap. He tried to say her name, but nothing came out. He knew she could not respond anyway. She was gone. He stroked her hair as the grief hit him. He hugged her body close to him as a wail broke from his lungs to break the hardest of hearts. He involuntarily rocked her as he cried, unable to stop. This was his one true love. Deep within him, he knew that the one thing that had kept him going all these years was the hope that one day he might see her. Now, after too short a life with her, he would never see her again. He had done everything she had wanted in the past few days. She finally had peace with her life. She finally had some happiness again. She had told him so as he had held her in his arms only a few hours ago. Now it was over. What else did he have to live for? He did not know how long his tears mingled with the blood on her dress. He did not know how long he had lain unconscious or when the sun would rise. If he died holding her, then he would die. Why did she have to die? What had she done that deserved this end? He was the one who started it all. He was the one who should be held responsible. And yet he lived. Why? Finally, he lowered her body into his lap again and looked upon her face. "Oh, Beth," he was finally able to whisper through his tears. "Beth, forgive me." He leaned down to her and kissed her on the lips one last time. He touched his forehead to hers and closed his eyes. "Me and you, right?" he whispered softly, but only silence followed. He heard footfalls walk up to him slowly. As he had seen only one other living being in the town, those feet would only belong to one person. Anger welled up inside of him. "Why?" David asked, barely able to keep his voice level. There was no reason to destroy this village. He looked up to find Abraham standing over him. Abraham's face was emotionless, though David could see that Abraham's eyes were bloodshot. She did not have to die. "I had nothing to do with this," Abraham said stoically. "She was going to go free." David just stared, dumbstruck. He knew that his old friend could not be this thick. He gently lowered Beth's body to the ground, stroked her hair, and then stood before Abraham. "You slaughtered all those people," David said. "I did nothing," Abraham replied. David was growing tired of this game. He grabbed Abraham by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Abraham made no effort to resist. He calmly hung limp in David's grasp and looked into his eyes. "Why shouldn't I kill you?" David asked. He had not expected to have any desire to kill Abraham. Only a few hours ago he thought that Abraham was happily settled in Hauginstown with Mary Dillinger, but learning that Abraham had joined the Tepish and wiped out a town of innocent people changed everything. "You've certainly succeeded in killing everyone else who has come close to you," Abraham pointed out. "Zechariah, Beth." David knew where Abraham was going with this, but he could not allow his concentration to be broken again. "I did not kill them," David insisted. "No?" Abraham asked. "You were the catalyst. If it weren't for you, they would both be alive. Do you wish to add me to your list?" They stared angrily into each other's eyes, old friends, both in pain over the loss of someone they held dear to them. Abraham's reason penetrated David's anger, and David knew that Abraham was right. In all these years, Abraham had learned from Vladimir about David's first few days as a Fempiror, and he knew David's place in the canon of Fempiror history. David's grip softened, and he lowered Abraham to the ground. "No," David said. He knew in his heart that he did not want to kill Abraham. Abraham was a pawn like the majority of the Tepish army. They lived on revenge and fear. He could not do it. David turned back to Beth and dropped to his knees to be close to her. "You're right," David said, looking at Beth's body. "I am a blight. Those closest to me have died. Perhaps you were right to want to kill me." "I have not forgotten my promise," Abraham said, "and I intend to make good on it." Abraham knelt next to David and looked into his face. "However, I think we can help each other for the moment." David scoffed. "Why should I?" he asked. "Because you owe it to me," Abraham said angrily. "It is because of you that I am a Fempiror and in the employ of the Tepish." David shook his head. "You choose your sides." "That may be the Rastem way," Abraham said, "but with the Tepish, you do as you're told, or you die. I had no choice. You know that." "What did you do for them?" David asked. "You know how the difference between a Fempiror and the vampire myth is so pronounced?" Abraham asked him. David thought this was a bizarre question under the circumstances, but he shrugged and nodded. "What of it?" David asked. "I helped them mutate our blood into a serum to create real vampires," Abraham said quickly. "They feed on blood." David stared at Abraham in shock. If David had not been living the impossible for 10 years, he would have scoffed at Abraham's statement. He wanted it to be a ploy to throw him off. He looked into Abraham's face for any hint of deception, but instead of deception, he saw that Abraham looked afraid. David's eyes widened as the gravity of the statement hit him. His mouth dropped open as he searched for words for the second time in only a few minutes. "Why?" he asked. "I had to," Abraham said, "but I wish I hadn't. I will spend my life trying to undo it. I helped them to create monsters. When they are hungry, they think of nothing but the hunt. They're as fast as we are and just as strong. They can survive in sunlight, and they are able to cling to walls and ceilings. They are further removed from humanity than we are. We call them the Mutation." If David were standing, he knew he would have just lost all sense of balance and collapsed. This was impossible. This was idiotic. He could not fathom a reason why anyone, Tepish or not, would wish to do such a thing. "Dear God," David breathed out, unable to think of anything to say. "It's worse," Abraham continued, as if using David's response as a cue to do so. "Their blood will change a human to a mutation, as ours changes them into a Fempiror, but our blood has no effect on them." David nodded. He was not sure how this was worse. "And theirs has none on us," he assumed. "Wrong," Abraham replied. "It takes mutation blood 10 days to change a human, but only 10 seconds to change a Fempiror." David stared at Abraham, speechless. To spare his own life, Abraham had helped the Tepish create monsters who hunt mindlessly for blood when they need it, who can move in sunlight where the Rastem cannot help, and who can change a Fempiror into one of its own kind almost instantly. This was beyond stupid. In David's opinion, it was unconscionable. "You fool," David said angrily. "I admit it," Abraham replied coolly. "Then let's go to the source and destroy it," David said. He needed something to live for after tonight's nightmare. David stood and walked toward the edge of town. Abraham remained where he was. "Do you know what you're saying?" Abraham asked him as he walked away. "I don't care," David said. Now that Beth was gone, he had nothing else to live for, so concern for his life was far from his mind. He wanted a chance to take this creature out, and if he died doing it, they would be doing him a favor. "David, you can't do it on your own," Abraham called after him. "You need me." "You would betray me to my death," David said. The last thing he wanted was for Abraham to be gratified by killing him. He thought morbidly that while he did not care about his life any longer, he still had standards for how he preferred to die. "Just as I promised to avenge Beth through your death," Abraham stated, "I also promise that I will do nothing to you until we have succeeded in this." David stopped, realizing that since Abraham created this thing, he would have a far easier time reaching its source than David would. David also noted that he really had no idea where he was going. "I don't have a choice, do I?" David asked rhetorically. "No, you don't," Abraham stated. David sighed and walked back toward Abraham. Abraham turned to walk inside the town hall, but David paused and looked at Beth's body. He could not leave her here. "I want to take her home," David said. Abraham looked at him briefly and then shook his head. "Haven't you been warned about that before?" he asked. "Not to see anyone," David said, "just to give her a proper burial. The three of us have headstones there already, you know." "We do?" Abraham asked in surprise. David nodded. "I just thought that placing her there would be the most appropriate," he said. "Well," Abraham said with an uncomfortable pause, "let's get through tonight, or someone might have to fill all three of them." David nodded, and with a final glance to Beth's body, he followed Abraham into the town hall past Obadiah's former office to a blank space on the wall. Abraham pressed a button, which unlocked a secret passage into the back of the building. It reminded David a lot of Arufdium and even modern Aram. He shook off the nostalgia and followed Abraham into a small room to their immediate right after entering the back of the building. Clearly this was Abraham's laboratory, with all the glass containers, papers, pens, and even several Neoroth on a wide counter that dominated 3 of the room's walls. Abraham's attention was focused on the table in the center of the room, containing stacks of papers and a couple of vials containing what David assumed to be more of the mutation serum. "What are we doing here?" David asked. "I'm going to burn all of my papers and research on the mutation," Abraham said as he gathered the papers scattered across the counters. "So burn down the town hall," David said. "You've already wiped out the town. What does it matter?" Abraham shot him an angry look. He opened his mouth to speak, but finally said nothing. He walked back to the center table and stacked the papers into a single stack. David folded his arms and watched him impatiently. "So what do you suggest?" David asked. "The task before us is as easy as it is hard," Abraham said. "The Tepish fortress is situated over the site of the original body hall, and they both used the same type of waste system, if you want to call it a system. They never connected it to the rest of Aram's sewer system, because they didn't want anyone to be able to get into the fortress by crawling through it. Abraham placed a sheet of paper on the table and used a charcoal pencil to sketch a picture of the Tepish fortress. He drew 7 progressively smaller boxes representing the layers of the fortress. Under the layers, he drew a jagged, curved line representing a hole. He drew a small picture of a cistern on one of the floors. Every cistern in the place has a tube beneath it that leads to this underground cavern, Abraham continued, drawing a line from the bottom of the pot to the large hole beneath the fortress. Each tube has a door at the top and a door at the bottom to help contain the smell. All the waste just sits down there in dark pools of some kind of thick, slick liquid. Although there is a way into that room, believe me, you don't want to go there. The smell will knock you flat. David looked at the rough drawing and shrugged. Why does this matter? He asked impatiently. Human waste, if contained, has so much phlogiston that even a spark will ignite it, Abraham explained. Left to stagnate with that dark combustible fluid, and you have a situation that would, well, let's just say it's what we need. David just stared at Abraham. He had very little idea of what Abraham just said or how this helped. What? David asked. Phlogiston, Abraham said. You know, it's what makes things burn. David stared for a moment longer until he finally just closed his eyes and shook his head. So what does all this mean to me? He asked. His tailor roots were showing through in that he had no idea what Abraham was talking about. It was clear that after leaving Hauginstown, Abraham had learned much more about his alchemy profession than he had ever known before. It means, Abraham continued with the utmost patience, that if you drop something like a torch down one of the cisterns, it'll set that whole level on fire. Once it goes, the whole tower will collapse on itself. David nodded. That sounds easy, he remarked. Too easy, he thought to himself. That part is, Abraham said. The problem is that the flames will spread so quickly into the first level that you'll need to do it from pretty high up. And if you go very high, a torch would never make the journey into the basement. You'll need something else. And since the first floor won't be available for escape, you'd have to go out a window or something from there. Oh, David said. He was right about it sounding too easy. He would have to get to a high level and jump out a window to escape before the tower fell down on itself. However, he thought that as long as he succeeded in destroying the fortress, it would be a good way to die. What do we have to work with? He asked. I can get you in the door masquerading as a prisoner, Abraham replied. From there, I can say you overpowered me, and you're on your own. I will head to the laboratory and destroy what I can. You can figure out how you can drop something down the tubes and make it out in one piece. From very high up, what are the chances that whatever I drop gets stuck? Asked David. Very slim, actually, Abraham replied. The tubes are all set as vertically as possible, so that waste doesn't get trapped in them. If we ran any of the tubes horizontally, waste could get trapped because while we do run water through the cisterns, there isn't enough pressure to clear waste from a horizontal tube. By running them vertically, it all falls into this cavern. David nodded thoughtfully and then considered something else Abraham had said. If I'm going to destroy the place, David said, a bit confused, then why do you need to go to the laboratory first? 2 reasons, Abraham explained. First, you might not succeed, so at least I will have to. Second, if you do succeed, there's a chance that some information from the laboratory could survive. Either way, I want to destroy that information first. Fine, David said. Let's go. I have to do one more thing, Abraham said, handing the stack of papers to David and walking out of the room. David rolled his eyes and wondered what else he could possibly need to do before they left. David glanced at the papers briefly. He gathered that Abraham intended to destroy them, so he took a few sheets from the top and tucked them into his shirt. He had an idea of what he would use to get a fire into the basement Abraham described, but he needed more than just the paper. He picked up the rest and followed Abraham down the passage to another room deeper into the back of the building. Where are we going? David asked, dutifully carrying the papers. I need to destroy the subjects here, Abraham said. None can survive if we are to eradicate the mutation. He entered the room at the end of the hall on the left. David followed him and found Abraham standing just inside the door, his mouth open in surprise. David looked at the room. There was a glass wall immediately inside the room with a door leading into the other part of the room. On the east side of the room was a large window that David recognized as where he, Beth, and Fempiror had all been surprised by a mutation jumping against the window. However, this time the room was empty. The outside glass had been smashed. He looked at Abraham. I think I saw 2 in here yesterday. You're not going to tell me there were more, are you? David asked calmly, preparing himself for a fight against these things. No, there were only 2, Abraham said. One was a human subject, and the other a Tepish guard originally. And now they're gone. I need to get my sword, David said. He could fight with the long swords that littered the ground from the earlier battle, but he could handle his much better. Right, Abraham agreed. They made their way out of the town hall quickly. As they exited the hall, David folded the stack of papers under his arm and snatched one of the self-lighting torches from the wall. He extinguished it and hung it on his belt. He was grateful the metal end that put out the flame kept the end of the torch cool as it hung against his leg. Thunder rolled as they entered the night air. Looks like rain, Abraham noted. David nodded. Let's just hope it holds off long enough for us to take care of your little problems. Do you see them? Abraham shook his head. David carried the remainder of the papers that Abraham had given him and dropped them onto the smoldering fire where Abraham had intended David to meet his end. Abraham ran up behind him and watched as his research slowly caught fire and turned to ashes, destined to be forever washed away once the rain started. Abraham sighed deeply as he watched. Without a word, David turned and ran toward the Kelirum inn. He thought he spotted movement on the wall above the door to the inn, but he could not be certain. It made little difference to him at this time, since he could not stand against it without his sword. He needed to get back to his room. He charged through the door with Abraham right behind him. They passed the desk where Fiona had once greeted them. Now Fiona was either dead or had fled the town after the Tepish had overrun them. David ran up the stairs and kicked in the door to room 202. His rucksack rested undisturbed in the corner of the room with his sword still tucked into its custom redesigned interior. With no time to change his clothes, David quickly put on his wrist and ankle gauntlets over his shirt sleeves and woolen stockings. The ankle gauntlets, however, were made to fit over long trousers and boots, so they did not fit him as he was dressed. He returned the ankle gauntlets to his rucksack and settled for wrist gauntlets along with his sword, which he strapped to his back and hoped he would have time to change into his proper Rastem attire before they left. He turned to Abraham. I wish I had something you could use, he said apologetically. Well, better than the swords littering the street. Abraham pulled back his overcoat and unsheathed a dagger from a small scabbard on his belt. I trained as a Tepish for 2 years, Abraham said. I'm no fighter, but I can protect myself. David nodded. That would have to do. Let's go. They turned to the door to leave, but the person he and Beth had seen in the room with the window stood in the doorway, blocking it. Presumably, this was the human subject Abraham referenced, meaning that the guard was out there somewhere too. The subject snarled at them, revealing his elongated teeth like the fangs of a snake in the darkened room. It shrank to the floor onto all fours as if preparing to spring. Abraham and David slowly backed away from him. David moved his hand to draw his sword. The subject locked onto the movement and leapt across the room at David, clearing the entire distance in a single movement. David anticipated the subject's landing. He rolled and kicked the subject through the wall of the room. The wood splintered as the subject flew outside, but as he sailed through the air, the subject righted himself and rolled to a gentle stop on the ground below. David watched the subject's dexterity in awe. The subject looked up to David and just smiled. David wondered with concern if he were smiling at anything in particular. David, look out, Abraham yelled. David spun as the second mutation slammed into him, sending him gliding through the air before he crashed hard to the ground. Though winded, David knew he had no time for as much as a breath. The guard had him pinned to the ground. His only salvation rested in the animalistic nature of his attackers. The subject moved in, but the guard batted at him like two animals fighting over a meal. David took the chance to kick the guard off him. The guard landed a short distance away as David leapt to his feet and drew his sword. He stumbled for a moment as the gravity of his fall hit him, but he never let down his guard. The subject mutation attempted to take the advantage David momentarily offered, but he swung his sword in defense, and the subject backed away. David stepped back to attempt to keep both mutations in view, but the mutations assumed opposite positions, making it very difficult for David to watch them both. He dared not make the first move this time. Suddenly, the guard fainted behind David and leapt onto his back. The subject tried to attack from the front as the guard tried to bite David. David swung at the subject, who avoided the swing. David grabbed the guard by the shirt and threw him to the ground. The guard immediately jumped to his feet and attacked again. David took several swings, but the guard moved unbelievably fast, avoiding each one. Even among the most advanced Rastem, he had never seen anyone move so fast. David realized too late that he had failed to watch the subject when the subject suddenly grabbed him from behind, holding both of David's arms in a vice-like grip. David desperately fought against the subject's grip as the guard moved in again. They each closed in on David's neck. Then the subject lurched unexpectedly. The guard was distracted long enough for David to kick him away. He broke the subject's grip and realized Abraham had made his way downstairs and had stabbed the subject in the back. Abraham withdrew his dagger and stabbed again. In a swift move, the subject threw Abraham to the ground and pounced on him, holding his dagger hand still. David tried to reach Abraham, but the guard had recovered and attacked David again. David used every ounce of training in him, but every lightning-fast swing was met with a faster dodge by the mutation. David was unable to get a single hit in on his adversary, and while he fought with the guard, the subject was preparing to make a meal of Abraham. David glanced back to Abraham, whose dagger lay worthless on the ground, his hand pinned by the subject. The guard took the opening of David's distraction and kicked him against the wall of a building. Thunder rolled again as the strength of the mutations overwhelmed David and Abraham. Abraham screamed as the subject bit into the side of his neck. David braced for the inevitable. Rain fell. David thought morbidly that the rain would wash this carnage away, and no one would be any the wiser. Their short-lived mission to destroy the mutation had failed. Abraham had succeeded in developing the ultimate weapon for the Tepish. They would overrun the human populace in no time with speed and strength like this. Then he noticed that the guard had released his grip. He watched in wonder as steam rose from the guard's skin where the water hit it. The guard looked at his arms where every drop of water seemed to turn to blood under the rising steam, and David saw confusion and pain on the guard's face. He looked to Abraham, and the subject's back was steaming as the rain fell harder and harder against it. Abraham kicked the subject off him. The mutations reeled in pain and screamed as their skin melted under the pelting rain like butter in the summer sun. Abraham and David stood side by side and could only watch in wonder and horror as the rain, which brought life to the world, opened wounds on the mutations. Blood that flowed from their rapidly spreading water wounds quickly soaked their clothes. They fell to the ground, writhing and screaming in the storm as trails of steam filled the air and blood pooled around them as the rain washed it all away. Soon they stopped moving. The rain had killed them. David and Abraham stared at what remained, oblivious to the rain soaking them. Neither spoke for a very long time as steam continued rising from the mutation corpses. "Did you know that would happen?" David finally asked, never taking his eyes from their deceased attackers. Abraham slowly shook his head, his mouth open. David noticed that Abraham's neck was bleeding from the mutation's bite. How much like the myth are these creatures? David asked, staring at Abraham's wound. Abraham looked at him confused. David pointed to Abraham's neck. Abraham reached up, touched the wound with his fingers, and regarded the blood. He pulled back. Oh, Abraham said, realizing why David had asked. A bite won't change anyone. They're just like us in that regard. The serum is in their blood, so they'd have to get their blood in their victim somehow. The bite just opens the victim to be drained. How are you so cold about it? David asked. I'm keeping a lot of emotions in check right now, David, Abraham said bluntly. Can we just leave it at that? David looked at him for a long moment and considered what emotions he might be suppressing. Grief over Beth, maybe. His revenge against David. Maybe even the pain and frustration over his own creation attacking him. Whatever it was, David just nodded. All right, David said. Let's get out of here. Abraham nodded and turned to the edge of town. David walked back to Beth's body, now drenched in the falling rain. It had washed away her blood, and now she looked peaceful. He would come back for his Rastem clothes later. There was too much to do. He picked her up gently and held her close to him. He looked at Abraham, who only watched as David walked toward him. Neither spoke a word as David passed him and led the way to the levicart some distance out of town. As they walked, he heard Abraham sniffle once, and he was certain of at least one emotion he had been keeping in check. David was grateful for the rain. Tears that fell with every step of the old friends were cleansed as the earth wept for the end of Elizabeth Carpenter. Chapter 18. Out of the Tomb. Silence. It had been silent for more than an hour. The silence served to compound the effect of the dead air Tiberius had been breathing all day. He had listened carefully to the sounds outside the crypts as troops had passed by them multiple times through the course of the day, causing the occasional light to stream in through the cracks in the coffin. He had long since lost track of time waiting for the Tepish to give up their search. His hope was that if the Rastem laid low long enough, the Tepish might believe they had found another way out and leave. It had been silent long enough. He had to risk getting out. He slowly opened the lid of his temporary tomb and found the junction area to be completely dark. Even the stale air of the tunnel was a relief to the air of death inside the coffin. He crawled out of the coffin completely and listened intently through the darkness. No lights shone anywhere, nor were there any sounds in the catacombs. He took in another breath and noticed a pungent smell filled the cavern. The smell had not been present when they arrived here hours ago. He pulled the handle down on the torch. It roared to life and illuminated the small area containing the 8 coffins, 5 of which held the rest of his warriors. Running down the sides of the area and stretching down the halls were 2 long lengths of rope. He noticed the ropes were occasionally knotted to make the links continuous. They stretched as far as he could see out of 2 of the 4 exits from the room. He knelt down and touched the ropes, which shimmered from some kind of substance that they were soaked in. It was black, thick, and slick to the touch. He sniffed his fingers and confirmed these ropes as the source of the hideous smell. The scent was so unfamiliar, he was not only unable to identify it, but he doubted he had smelled anything like it before. Rastem, we're clear, Tiberius called out quietly. The other 5 immediately exited their crypts. One by one they stood in the center of the room, taking in what air there was despite the smell. And I thought the air was stale out here, Kaltesh commented, taking in deeper breaths than the rest of them. Falta had already knelt down to the ropes. What are these? She asked. Not sure, Tiberius admitted. They are damp with a foul-smelling substance. I don't like it. What do you think? Yori asked Tiberius, coming right to the point. Further in, or back the way we came? I doubt the Tepish would let us go so easily, Boltosh commented. I agree, Tiberius nodded, but we may not find another way out. We can't remain down here forever. So we take our chances either way, Tyrion said. Our other problem concerns whether the Tepish actually left, or are down here waiting for us to show ourselves, Tiberius said. I know that if I were them, I would be waiting. If we stay together, Kaltesh said, we should be able to defend ourselves. We have the advantage of surprise. And if I remember correctly, Tiberius said, there is another way in near the cemetery. We just need to find it. What if they are watching that exit? Tyrion asked. Do you want to stay down here? Tiberius tossed back. Tyrion shook his head. Yori spoke from one of the doorways where the Tepish had placed the ropes. Tiberius, they may have given us our way out, she said. Oh, Tiberius said. These ropes have to go somewhere, she explained. I know I would go this way, which is where they're going. I doubt they would just string them randomly through the caves. I would have put them on our path, Kaltesh said. You know they'll be waiting when we come out, Yori said. I'll take a good fight over this, Tyrion said. Then let's get out of here, Tiberius said. He handed the torch to Yori, who set off immediately down the tunnel. Tiberius followed her closely, with the other 4 tight behind him. They moved quickly but cautiously down the tunnels, which snaked toward an unknown end. Yori only paused a couple of times to get her bearings, but confirmed that she would just keep following the ropes. A low rumble sounded behind them. Do you hear something? Boltosh asked everyone from the rear of the formation. The sound was getting louder, but then Tiberius smelled it. Smoke. He was unable to hold back the fear in his expression as the purpose of the ropes occurred to him. They're smoking us out, he declared. Run. Without any other choice, they charged single file down the halls as the catacombs grew orange behind them. Whatever was on those ropes, it was allowing them to burn quickly. It took only seconds for the flames to catch up to them, and then pass them by entirely. The heat was intense, but they had to keep moving or they would die. Their cold body temperature served to make the heat even worse. Smoke filled the tunnels, and it became more and more difficult to see despite their glowing path. The old wooden supports began to burn, and Tiberius wondered if they would reach the end of the tunnel before it all came down on their heads. Suddenly, the ropes ended. They found themselves against a door. As one, they pushed the door wide open, disregarding any caution over what might await them. The 6 Rastem poured out of the tunnel, smoke billowing out behind them. They coughed in the closed air of the building they had entered. After a moment of coughing, Tiberius looked around. As he suspected, the other exit from the catacombs was in the cemetery. He suspected that in order to match the entrance and exit, the Tepish simply entered from the cemetery and met up in the middle. But rather than the exit emptying into the open air, they had emerged in a mausoleum. People who could afford to remain above ground had themselves interred in stone coffins set into the stone walls. The trademark arum gray stone was all around them, but the stone quickly turned to black as the smoke filled the closed space and gathered against the ceiling. We've got to get some fresh air, Tyrion declared, moving for the exit. Wait, Tiberius called out, still gasping for breath. He knew they had to get out of this room as soon as possible, but they had a moment to assess their situation before running headlong into it. He ran to the double doors that led outside and listened carefully. He heard a series of voices muffled by the thick walls of the mausoleum. He could hear that one voice stood out over the rest, giving orders, but through the walls it was impossible to hear what that voice was saying. What he could determine, however, was that they were waiting. Though exhausted, they had one more fight ahead of them. Tiberius stepped back from the doors and drew his sword. Get ready, he said. As one, the 6 Rastem who had survived the sun, the mutations, and the fire drew their swords and readied themselves for one more fight. Tiberius stepped forward and took the handle of one of the doors. He looked at Tyrion and directed his eyes to the other door. Tyrion ran to the other door and held its handle. Tiberius counted off. 1, 2, 3. He and Tyrion flung the doors open, and all 6 charged into the cemetery outside. The cool air hit him full on in the face, and it was beyond refreshing. He felt his strength come back to him. He prepared to strike until he saw the owners of the muffled voices. Ulrich stared at them with an uncharacteristically surprised expression as a small band of Alewo piled a dozen Tepish carcasses beside gravestones. Tiberius lowered his sword as Ulrich calmly cast his gaze over the 6 remaining Rastem. "Well," he said in that low, calm voice Tiberius knew so well, "that explains the Tepish buildup in the cemetery." Chapter 19. Poetic Justice. David held the controls of the Levicart steady as he flew over the landscape toward Aram. No one had met them at the Levicart, so David had been concerned that something had happened in Aram not only to delay Tiberius and Ulrich, but also to prevent them from sending anyone in their stead. Abraham had not been able to offer any suggestions as to what the Tepish might have done to interfere with the Rastem or Alewo, though he knew that Vladimir was annoyed with their continual presence in Aram. David tried questioning Abraham, but he quickly learned through what little Abraham did say that the Tepish leadership kept Abraham quite uninformed about everything outside his work on the mutation. Before they climbed into the cart, David had looked over the floor of the cave and slipped 3 palm-sized rocks into his pocket to use for their plan to destroy the Tepish fortress, which lurked not too far into their future. He was unsure as to whether he would find anything else along the way to work any better. As they flew, David glanced at his old friend out of the corner of his eye. Abraham sat stoically on the right side of the Levicart, calmly watching the fields roll by, and had not spoken since they left the cave. It reminded David of his trip to Kelirum with Beth. The rain had let up soon after they started, but they were both still very wet from the momentary downpour followed by their rapid flight through the rain in the Levicart, which possessed no cover to prevent them from getting wet while using it. Tiberius had mentioned once that Zechariah's cart did have a cover at one point, but there was no way of knowing what had happened to it. David turned his thoughts to Beth's body, resting in the seat behind him much as she had 10 years ago when he had changed her. This time, however, she was dead, and he had only taken her body to give her a proper burial as soon as he had the chance. Procedurally, when a Fempiror died in the course of a battle, they burned the body to prevent any chance of their blood intermingling with a human who might stumble across the corpse. He could not do this to Beth, though. He felt obligated to bury her in Hauginstown. "How do you propose to get me inside once we arrive?" David asked. Abraham shrugged. "I don't know," he said. "Act drugged. I'll explain around it." "And they'll just let you take me in there unescorted?" David asked. "As accustomed as you are to improvising your way through life," Abraham answered, "I prefer to plan things out a little better. I'm thinking, and that's about the best I have for the moment." David nodded, and Abraham went back to staring at the fields. He feared this would be a very short trip if someone decided to stop Abraham, and they were forced to fight it out. Abraham could very easily turn on him if the opportunity arose. He certainly had the hatred for it. And yet, even though they were on opposite sides, David still felt that he could trust Abraham's word. Abraham seemed genuinely mortified over the attack at Kelirum, genuinely distraught over Beth's death, and genuinely interested in destroying the mutation. So until they completed this collaborative mission, David believed he could trust Abraham. Ahead of them, Aram loomed. David steered into the southwest part of town in order to avoid any eyes that might be watching from the fortress tower. True, he was riding in with the Tepish, but he did not want his Levicart to become part of the Tepish arsenal, which was another very real concern he had. Even though its primary residents were night dwellers, Aram remained largely a dark city at night these days. This made the task of steering through the tight back streets to get as close to the fortress as possible very difficult. When he had arrived here with Zechariah 10 years ago, they stayed on the main roads, and indeed only the main roads were wide enough for a Levicart to move easily. The majority of the paths off the main road were for foot travelers. There had never been a reason to change that. After some tight cornering and near misses with several buildings, David finally stopped next to an abandoned shop near the fortress. Abraham watched him closely as he jumped out of the cart and walked to the large rear door of the building, which used to be a woodcarver's shop. When he had used the Levicart more often, he had used this place multiple times as a hiding place for it, primarily because it was so close to the fortress, and the Rastem had never known the Tepish to check it. "What are you doing?" Abraham asked. "I've hidden here before," David answered. "It has a large back door and space enough inside to house the levicart while we do what we need to. I'd rather not leave Beth out in the open if I can help it." Abraham nodded in silent agreement. David opened the back door, which appeared to be a regular-sized door at first glance, but inside the normal-sized, hinged door were a pair of latches that allowed a second door panel to open, doubling the size of the doorway. David guessed that a busy carpenter would have used this extra-large doorway to accommodate the occasional oversized materials and products he made. David grabbed the front of the cart, and Abraham jumped out as David pulled it into the woodshop. He carefully positioned the cart among what wood fragments remained and lowered its short legs. He switched it off, which lowered the weight of the cart onto the stone floor as he looked upon Beth's peaceful face. He still could not believe she was gone. He shook his head to clear his mind. He had a job to do with Abraham right now, and he needed to remain focused. His grief would have to wait. He left the back of the shop, latched the second door, and then closed the main door. He took a deep breath to brace himself and turned to Abraham. "Now what?" David asked. He had to allow Abraham to have the lead here, whether he liked it or not. In his mind, David had to convince himself he was giving control to an old friend, not a Tepish. "Give me your sword," Abraham said. David grimaced. He was afraid this was coming. It would make little sense for David to walk inside with his sword intact. Grudgingly, he removed his scabbard from his back and placed it in Abraham's open palm. Abraham calmly closed his hand around the scabbard and dropped the sword to his side. "I'm going to want that back," David said. "When we get inside, you can have it," Abraham assured him. "I told you already. I've spent too much time away from fighting to be effective. You could probably take me down unarmed before I could land a blow with this thing." He glanced at the scabbard for a moment, and then looked back to David. "I'll lead you by the arm. Act like you can't walk a straight line on your own." David nodded and allowed Abraham to lead him from the alley toward the entrance of the gigantic Tepish fortress overlooking them as soon as they passed onto the road. Their destination was the main entrance, where 2 guards watched them as they approached. Step by step, Abraham and David drew closer as the guards watched them unblinking. Whatever they might have been before, this pair at the entrance was well suited for their post. Though David often glanced away to keep up his act, the guards' eyes were trained on them each time he hazarded a glance. He was certain their eyes had not shifted during their entire approach. Finally, they reached the entrance, and one of the guards wordlessly stepped in front of them. "I am Abraham Barber," Abraham told him without prompting, "alchemist under the Krvatz Malnak, working on the mutation serum." The guard silently turned his gaze to David. Abraham continued, "This is David Taylor. I have a truth potion I can give him so he can tell a Trever where the Rastem are located." David swayed slightly from side to side, still keeping up his intoxicated charade. He knew of the Trever, or Trever Shradna, just as the Felskreuz and Riddell Kurtz were the lower 2 ranks of the Tepish order. The Trever Shradna were second only to the Elrod Malnak himself. Tiberius had been uncertain as to what extent the Tepish had restored themselves, but the existence of the Trever Shradna indicated that the Tepish had likely filled out their numbers to the extent that they needed that level of leadership. The guard cocked his head, watching David intently. "He is drugged and docile," Abraham said, noticing the guard's expression to David's actions. "I can handle him." The guard turned his gaze back to Abraham, and without a single word he stepped back and allowed Abraham entry into the fortress. Abraham roughly pushed David toward the entrance, causing David to stumble. He had not expected Abraham to be so rough, but he knew that it was necessary for their cover. David lolled his head back to glance at the guards as Abraham closed the doors to the fortress behind them. The guards watched them even still, but David noticed as the doors cut off his view that they seemed to be amused. Other than amusement at his capture or apparent docility, why else would they be smiling? He looked forward to Abraham, who stepped into the main hall of the fortress. The main hall was large enough to accommodate an army, and stretched upward 3 stories at least. The smooth walls were interrupted only by balconies on the 2nd and 3rd floors, as it ended at a ceiling just above the 3rd floor balconies. Unlike the old council body hall, however, the Tepish had built this building for function over lavishness. The walls were plain stone with 2 halls leading in opposite directions from the main hall, and one wide staircase directly ahead of them that curved out of view as it went up. But with so much room, there was one problem that David noticed. It was quiet. Even Abraham looked puzzled. Before David could ask, Abraham handed him his sword back and gestured to follow him down the hall to the right a short distance. David strapped his scabbard to his back and walked behind Abraham down the silent hall to where Abraham had stopped. Abraham opened a door that led into a small room like a closet. Abraham stepped in first and waited for David. David stared at him, confused. "Whenever you're ready, David," Abraham said. David stepped cautiously into the small room. Abraham stood next to a switch on the wall that looked like it would move up and down, but at the moment it rested in the center position. He looked up and found the roof of the room open with a tall shaft leading far, far up into the highest parts of the tower. There were ropes or something similar attached to the top of the room leading up and out of sight as well. "What's this?" David asked. "More Fempiror ingenuity," Abraham said. "You'll want to stand away from the doorway." He flipped the switch to the up position. The room shuddered and then moved upward slowly. There was no door on the inside of the room, so David watched as the floors passed by on the outside of the room. "This is amazing," David exclaimed. Abraham shrugged. "It is," he said. "Some of the Tepish came up with it years ago, but never had anything to use it in. Then they wanted to make the fortress taller than any building in the area, so it gave them a chance to try it. It could use some improvements still, but it works well enough." David nodded and turned back to see the 3rd floor pass by, and then the 4th. He looked at Abraham, who appeared worried as the floors passed. "What's wrong?" David asked. "It's too quiet," Abraham said. "The last time I was here, there was much activity, or at least you could hear talking. But now there's nothing. It concerns me. You'll want to be ready for anything." David nodded and drew his sword as they passed the 5th floor. This time they saw several Fempiror passed out on the floor. Some were clearly dead, lying in pools of their own blood, but others appeared to be merely resting. David looked at Abraham again. This time, Abraham looked scared. Even after 10 years and everything they had been through, he could still read his friend's expressions. He knew what Abraham was thinking. 10 seconds, right?" David asked. Abraham nodded. "Any unconsciousness after that?" David asked. "About 30 minutes to an hour," Abraham replied quietly, with more than a little fear sneaking through. "Which means we're going to have some problems getting out," David nodded. He recalled the difficulty they had with only 2 mutations back at Kelirum, so the thought of a fortress full of them did not sit well with him. They passed the 6th floor, which had yet more Fempiror lying unconscious near the little room. Curiously, they had seen no mutations yet, but they both knew the mutations would be in here somewhere. What concerned him more was that they might be watching David and Abraham right now. The room reached the 7th floor, and Abraham flipped the switch back to the center position. Unlike the lower floors, these walls were white, causing the floor to appear brighter than the rest of the fortress. David sidled out of the room slowly, ready for anything. He looked up and down the hall, and it was completely clear. Either the mutations had not reached this level, there were no Fempiror to be had, or they started here, and those Fempiror were changed already. There was no way to be certain. He signaled to Abraham that it appeared clear. Abraham walked out of the room and turned to the right. "Follow me," he said, as he moved past David. Even though it was on the 7th floor, the hall was long and took a couple of turns, which told David that their destination was nowhere near the little traveling room. Abraham reached a room labeled Laboratory and stopped. The door was open just a little bit. Apparently, the last person out of the room had failed to latch it. Abraham gently pushed on the door, and it swung open easily. Abraham entered slowly. David followed. The room was a mess. Shattered glass lay everywhere. It crunched beneath their shoes as they stepped. Papers littered the floor. Tables were smashed. A corpse lay broken under a cloth against a wall. David glanced to Abraham, who looked at the chaos, maintaining his concerned expression. Finally, he sighed. "David," Abraham began, You know the story of Voivode and the creation of the Fempiror, right? Of course, David said. Not only had Zechariah told him the story, but he had also heard it countless other times since he had been with Tiberius. Tiberius told David what he knew of it, and then David had heard Tiberius tell it to other new Rastem. It was practically required knowledge among the Fempiror. Then you know what the Tepish did to him and his laboratory when they took over, Abraham asked. They changed him and destroyed everything, David answered. You know that history all too often repeats itself, Abraham asked him grimly. David had been afraid this assertion was coming. He had no desire to be a part of that history. Then we better get out of here, David said. Right. There's a lavatory, Abraham began, but his words were cut short when the door to the laboratory slammed open, and several Fempiror dressed in the Tepish red and black armor filed into the room, their swords at the ready ahead of them. They parted to allow Vladimir, also dressed for battle, to enter. Vladimir looked at Abraham, and then at David. You were seen approaching, Abraham, Vladimir said. Interesting to find you here with your old friend, on whom I believe you swore vengeance. What's going on, Vladimir? Abraham asked, ignoring Vladimir's observation entirely. I'm surprised you need ask, Vladimir said. He turned to the other Tepish waiting on him. Bring them. David knew he would have no hope defeating so many, so he relinquished his sword and followed them out of the room. Abraham also found himself a slave to their line as they forced him to follow along with David. The Tepish walked in 2 lines of 7 warriors with Vladimir at the head. They had placed David and Abraham in the center of both lines. David stole a glance at Abraham, asking with his eyes if Abraham knew what was going on. Abraham shook his head with a shrug, and David had no reason to doubt him. They looked forward to see Vladimir lead the line along the hall to a door that opened into the center of the 7th floor. Vladimir pushed the door open, and inside several Tepish leapt back, prepared to attack any intruder. It is me, Vladimir announced. Hold your arms. The Tepish relaxed only slightly. David entered behind the squad into a large, immaculate room, draped in shades of blue, red, and purple. In the center of the room stood a throne on a small platform, and before this throne sat 3 chairs, one directly in front of the throne, and one on each side. It would be the only decorated room in the fortress, and David knew this setup from his studies. The throne was for the Elrod Malnak, the leader of the entire Tepish order. The 3 chairs would be for the Trever Shradna of the Tepish, 3 high leaders, each over one part of the Tepish order, taking orders only from the Elrod Malnak. There was no throne for Vladimir, as the Kurvatz Malnak had a different level of authority in the order, though he could command the Trever Shradna and was in a position to succeed the Elrod Malnak should the need arise. It came as no surprise to David that former council head Korean occupied the Elrod Malnak throne. David recognized the Trever chairs from the council so long ago. He thought hard over the names of the council that he had studied with Tiberius, since the Rastem knew that the council likely took up the leadership positions of the Tepish. Based on his memory, David presumed these 3 to be Tironis, Oligar, and Vierna, though he was uncertain he would be able to call them correctly by name if he had to. The party halted before the throne of Korean in front of the center Trever's chair, and Vladimir, Abraham, and the rest of the guards knelt before Korean, who stood up before them. David refused. He stood tall and looked Korean firmly in the eye. Korean was unmoved, and only smirked, recognition sparking in his eyes. So, Korean said proudly, the prodigy of the late Zechariah stands before me again. I do not forget a face, lad. You were silent last time, but will probably say much now. Already I see you learned much from his insolence. I hold no reverence for you, David said simply, so I will not bow to you. Korean shook his head, his pride melting away. It matters not, he said, his voice growing suddenly tired. He raised his hand, palm up, and the others rose to their feet. Korean sat on his throne. At this time we are all stuck together with the same problem, he said, trapped by our own impudence. By now you know we have accomplished our goal in creating the perfect Tepish warrior, one who thinks of nothing but the goal. But our perfect creation turned on its creator, and now you too slipped through the cracks to find yourselves trapped on the only floor not yet overrun. How lucky for you." "The folly of Voivode repeats," David sneered. "So the guards at the door," Abraham began. David was surprised he needed to ask. "The guards were replaced first," Vladimir said, annoyed. "They would permit entry to Tiberius, Ulrich, and the whole of the Rastem and Alewo forces, but only because they believe they will eventually transmutate or kill everyone in here." "But this floor is not free," David said. "The laboratory was destroyed." David saw Korean's expression change to that of fear. Clearly, Vladimir had chosen to keep this information from his master. David wondered why he would fail to tell everything he knew. Korean turned his eyes to Vladimir. "Is this true?" Korean asked, his fear revealed in his voice. "We found the laboratory in shambles," Vladimir said, unconcerned, but did not investigate. Korean turned to Abraham. "And you did not destroy it, Abraham?" he asked. David would swear that Korean's tone was hoping that Abraham had done so. "Realizing the danger of the mutation, it was my intention," Abraham admitted, "but someone got there before me." "So, they're here," Korean breathed. Suddenly, someone desperately pounded on the outside of the doors. A muffled voice drifted through the thick wood. "They've awakened! Please let me in!" The guards only looked to Korean, who did not move. "My lord Elrod Malnak," the muffled voice begged. "They're coming! Please save me!" Still, Korean did not move, and no one else said anything. David looked to Abraham, whose eyes closed in an expression of internal pain and anguish. David was powerless to do anything. He was outnumbered, and they had his sword. The person knocked a couple more times. His voice was hopeless. "Please." Then he screamed, but his scream was cut short. Fear etched Korean's face as the pounding on the doors began. "We are finished." Chapter 20. A Gathering. Following their surprise meeting at the cemetery, Ulrich led Tiberius and his remaining Rastem through the darkened streets of town to an old store in the midst of Aram that Tiberius immediately recognized as the lost art of Jejunga. The Tepish had destroyed the sign long ago. The large front window was gone, and the door no longer latched, but he instantly recognized his former long-standing yet covert Rastem training ground. Ulrich stepped through the open space that once held the window, but Tiberius paused. "Ulrich," he said, looking the old store over. Ulrich quietly looked at him in response. "Far be it from me to question your methods, old friend, but why here?" "Well," Ulrich replied, "if I were you, I would never come back here. And since the fundamental difference between the Rastem and Tepish involves revenge, the Tepish would also believe you would never come back here. Therefore, they would never search here. That makes this place safe enough for now." Tiberius nodded. He fully agreed with Ulrich's logic, but Ulrich's "for now" was a very accurate description of how safe this place was in Tiberius' opinion. Following the exposure of Vladimir's betrayal after Eruftium, the Tepish had raided the lost art of Jejunga almost immediately, so Tiberius had never returned. The Tepish had placed one of their own in Tiberius' place, but the word that the Tepish had driven Tiberius out of his home, and to avoid his Jejunga shop, passed around the Rastem quickly. Tiberius walked through the ruined doorway into what was left of the business where he had spent most of his nights for a century and a half. The barrel of the wooden practice swords rested against a wall covered in dust. The training mat he once had on the floor was gone. He glanced to a table in the back, where he once had placed a clock that he had purchased in Nuremberg 100 years ago. But the clock was gone for long enough that an even layer of dust disguised the fact that it had ever sat there. He sighed and followed Ulrich's rapid pace to the exposed front half of the building. They walked into the concealed back half, which the Tepish had completely gutted right back to the stone walls. Nothing that Tiberius possessed remained, and he had not expected to find anything either. Life was far more important than possessions, so he had let it all go in order to preserve his life and lead the Rastem against the growing threat of the Tepish. At the moment, however, the former lost art of Jejunga would serve admirably as a resting place to give them a chance to regroup. The first thing Tiberius noticed when they entered was that there were only a handful of Alewa waiting for them. "Is this it?" Tiberius asked Ulrich, surprised. Ulrich shook his head. Like you, we never keep all our forces in one location, Ulrich replied. We cannot risk being overrun. These are the survivors from the Tepish raid on my location. To my knowledge, they have found only 2 of our other outposts. Tiberius nodded. He gestured to his Rastem to relax. After the suffocating day they had in the catacombs, Tiberius knew they would be more than grateful to rest in a place where they could breathe. Tiberius, however, could not rest. Ulrich only watched him as he paced. His mind reeled with the day's events. Tiberius, Ulrich said. Tiberius' gaze snapped to him. You should rest. If you were indeed the prey of the Tepish for a full day, then you are very likely exhausted. Ulrich, these creatures of the Tepish are unlike anything I've ever seen, Tiberius rattled out, ignoring Ulrich's comment. They were fast and nearly unstoppable. They seemed faster than we are, and they moved like animals. If they were acting on instinct, Ulrich suggested, then that may give them their extra speed. They would not think about their actions. Though your fighting skill is second nature to you, you still consider your next move, no matter how quickly you execute it. They are using that split second of thought to attack in any way they can. Sometimes, a battle against someone untrained can be more difficult than against one with years of experience. Tiberius nodded in agreement. It's bad enough that the Tepish persist in continuing our race, which is already a perversion of humanity, but this new creation is intolerable. We have to stop this outrage, Ulrich. We cannot allow the Tepish to further pervert humanity like this. And yet our previous run on the Tepish fortress met with disastrous results, Ulrich pointed out. Tiberius nodded. He remembered. 4 years ago they had rallied the Rastem and Alewo for an attack. The Tepish were far stronger than they had anticipated, and the Rastem and Alewo lost more than half of their forces. Since neither the Rastem nor the Alewo actively transmutate Fempiror into their cause, rebuilding their forces takes a long time. They had resorted to attempting to undermine the Tepish, but it was slow work. It was only recently that they had increased to the point that an attack might have had a chance. Now, with the Tepish routing them out of their outposts, their numbers were down again. They needed to do something. If at the cost of my life we may stop the spread of these things, Tiberius said, then I willingly sacrifice it. We cannot ask our people to do this, Ulrich said. Of course we can't, Tiberius said. They've been through enough, but if we don't stop this thing now, it will spread. We couldn't fight them. What chance would humans have? None. I volunteer, and we shall take volunteers. I'll go alone if I must. I am sure that will not be necessary, Ulrich assured him. We shall make it known what we intend to do, and when we mean to do it. That way no one is compelled to follow, and they need not turn from our face if they wish to preserve their lives. If they desire to come, they only need show up at the appointed place and time. Tiberius nodded. This was far better than lining everyone up and telling them to go if they wished. No one leaves in such a circumstance. But simply spreading the word allows those who want to fight to come, and those who cannot to stay in safety, hopefully to mount a new attack if or when theirs fails. For his part, Tiberius hoped he had more than 5 Rastem to offer. Have you heard from any of my other Rastem? Tiberius asked, unable to prevent the concern from coming through his voice. Those who were not in my party when we moved. 15 Rastem were found at your new quarters, Ulrich said. We brought them to one of our other locations. Tiberius closed his eyes and breathed out a rush of air in frustration. He knew how many should have arrived. Less than half of that party, Tiberius said. These mutations must be stopped. Do you have any others? Ulrich asked. Tiberius nodded. There was a fair contingent of Rastem in hiding outside of Aram. Tiberius would never have kept every Rastem here. Part of the Rastem responsibility was watching humanity to prevent the Tepish transmutations, and though the bulk of the Tepish forces stayed in Aram, they still ran across the occasional Redel Kurtz, working to bring more troops into the Tepish fold. Then I shall spread the word among my people, Ulrich said, interrupting Tiberius' thoughts, and allow you to do the same with yours. We leave as soon as possible, Tiberius said. Ulrich nodded, and as soon as they had worked out a time and location, Ulrich slipped out of the lost art of Djunga with several of his Alewo to spread the word. Tiberius needed to get word to the Rastem outside of Aram, but glancing at the Rastem who had just escaped death, he could hardly ask them to run out of town. "I know we're all tired from the events of the past day and night," Tiberius said as he walked up to them, "but I need a volunteer to go to the Rastem contact at Hauginstown." "I'll go," Yori piped up first. "I hate to ask this of you, but we need the help," Tiberius said apologetically. "It's all right," Yori said. "I did get some rest when we waited in the crypts. I'll be fine." "I'll go with her," Tyrion said. Tiberius nodded and reiterated the details he and Ulrich had discussed. It was a fairly simple plan. The armies would mass on a side street near the main road that led to the fortress in 2 hours. There, he would tell them of their intent and about the mutation. As Tiberius stood at the doorway to the back of his former training center, his mind went to David. He was supposed to have met David this evening to get an update on Kelirum. He wondered what David and Beth would do when no one from the Rastem or Alewo showed up at the cave. He wondered how they were doing together. It was the sincere hope of him and Ulrich that they could find happiness together, as neither seemed satisfied in their lives. They were well trained, however, and Tiberius could only hope they would be able to handle whatever came their way. An hour passed before Yori and Tyrion returned, having spoken to a group of Rastem who promised to spread the word among their ranks. Due to the short time frame, those Rastem had expressed regret that they might not be able to inform as many as they would have liked, but they would tell as many as they could. The second hour passed too slowly for Tiberius as he waited and wondered how many would come. He felt that if their forces were large enough, they would have a chance to defeat the mutations if they could team up against them. He glanced to the other Rastem. They reclined and rested. No one spoke a word during the entire time. It was just as well. Tiberius wanted them to rest, in case they desired to follow him once more. When the time came to go to the meeting place, Tiberius left without a word to the other Rastem. He did not want to give them the impression that he expected any of them to fight after the evening they had. He was aware, however, that all of them followed him, as he expected they would. Their unwavering loyalty was unfortunate in that they would probably follow him unceasingly to their deaths, which is where this path was most likely to lead. He walked quickly through the streets to the side street where he and Ulrich had agreed to mass. The route carefully avoided crossing in front of the fortress, just in case someone was watching on this night. As they turned the last corner, Tiberius stopped. His mouth opened in awe. The sight was staggering. With his 5 survivors, there were close to 40 Rastem and at least that many Alewo packing the small side street. Ulrich spared a rare smile to Tiberius as he approached. "I trust this meets with your approval," Ulrich said. Tiberius nodded silently. Ulrich stepped back and allowed Tiberius to come forward to address the group. Tiberius stood before them, and they gave him their silent attention. Somewhere inside of him, a hope arose, and he felt like they had a chance now. "Loyal Fempiror," Tiberius called out, unconcerned over any Tepish overhearing him. "We stand at the edge of our doom. The Tepish have committed an act against nature by creating what can only be determined as true vampires. They are faster than we are and just as strong. They walk in sunlight. But worst of all, they drink blood. We must stop this perversion at any cost, even our lives. You have all volunteered for this mission with the knowledge that you may not return. We go against the fortress of the Tepish where it began. We must stop this nightmare before it spreads. If we don't, we might not be able to. We give our lives for the generations to follow. We will not allow this blight on the earth to continue. If we die for those who will live. Tonight, we fight." A cheer erupted across the rough formation. These Fempiror came for this cause, and this alone. They needed no convincing, no rallying. They only needed the word to march. Tiberius walked to Ulrich, who waited patiently. They shook hands for luck before the battle. "To death, old friend," Tiberius said. "To death," Ulrich replied. Tiberius and Ulrich walked to the head of the formation, and without a word they proceeded around the corner in full view of the Tepish fortress. Ulrich pulled his hood over his face. The Alewo behind him did the same. 2 guards stood at the entrance to the fortress, but curiously no one emerged from its doors. The guards threw their helmets to the ground and snarled at their approach. It was then that Tiberius saw their teeth. Mutations guarded the fortress. He exchanged a glance with Ulrich, who nodded in return. Tiberius drew his sword. In response, a resounding rush of metal on metal rippled across the formation as the Rastem followed Tiberius' lead. Tiberius raised his sword high above his head. The guards hunched down, ready to spring. Tiberius let out a guttural roar as he ran toward the guards. His army charged behind him. The mutations sprang for them, but they stood no chance against the combined force. The group knocked the mutations down and trampled them as they reached the doors of the fortress and tore through them into its huge foyer. The army gathered in the entryway and gazed upwards toward the ceiling 3 floors above them, and again the horrific ingenuity of the Tepish took Tiberius' breath away as he saw dozens of mutations scurry across the ceiling and out of the balconies, making their way toward the waiting group. Tiberius was dumbfounded. He had believed they would be fighting against Tepish and only a few mutations. It appeared that they were against only mutations, as no Tepish emerged from the ground floor. As he looked at the mutations quickly approaching, he saw several of them wearing remnants of the Tepish armor, and like the mutations they fought earlier, these wore no shoes or stockings, and Tiberius suspected they would be unable to cling to the walls if they wore any footwear. He wondered if the Tepish had purposely changed their people into mutations, or if the mutations had invaded the fortress and turned on their creators. It would be rather poetic justice, Tiberius thought, considering that the Tepish had originally turned on Voivode. It made no difference at this time, however. His eyes followed the mutations as they ran on all fours across the floors and walls, only moments away from their attack. "Prepare yourselves," Tiberius called out, raising his sword. The mutations reached the floor. They leapt for the army without abandon. The battle was on. Chapter 21. In the Tepish Fortress. Tepish guards braced themselves against the impacts of the mutations outside the El Rod Malnak's heavy chamber door in the pinnacle of the Tepish Fortress. Almost 24 Tepish guards stood facing the door with their swords at the ready, waiting for the inevitable impact that would flood the room with the enemies they created. Korean and the remainder of the Tepish hierarchy stood behind them, unarmed, along with David, Vladimir, and Abraham. David's attention stayed on the door. With every hit, the door rattled on its hinges and pushed against the internal locks. Clearly, the Tepish had constructed this door to stand against Fempiror, or it would have fallen long ago. It would not hold forever, though, since the mutations wore it down little by little. He found the mutations extremely dangerous when he was armed, but since the Tepish still had his sword, he felt nearly powerless against them. He glanced to Korean and saw the fear behind his normally calm demeanor. David had to admire the brave face he was putting on for everyone. Without a doubt, Korean was a solid leader for the Tepish, but the decision to create these mutations would be his downfall along with everyone else in the room. If they survived, they would become like their attackers. Given what they had seen in the rest of the fortress, the mutations had learned how to do this. All it took was for a little blood to cross, and that would be their end. "Vladimir," Korean said. David turned to see Vladimir look at Korean. "My lord," Vladimir replied. "Give David his sword," Korean said. Vladimir's face betrayed his surprise at the order. He looked at David warily, and then back to Korean. "You're certain?" Vladimir asked. "We fight and die together," Korean replied, never changing his level gaze. "Die or become like them. He will have no motivation to kill us." Vladimir looked at David again. David could see that Vladimir would have preferred to toss David to the front for the mutations to wipe him out first. But as his leader had given an order, he was compelled to obey. "Very well," Vladimir said begrudgingly. He turned to David and held out David's sword. David took his precious blade and nodded. "Thank you, Vladimir," David said. "Let us pray you can wield it with half the skill of its former master," Vladimir said grimly. David smiled. Vladimir had recognized Zechariah's sword, but if anyone in this world would have, it would make sense that one of Zechariah's oldest friends would know it. "I assure you I have at least half," David said with a smirk. Vladimir did not respond. David strapped the scabbard to his back and drew the thin, curved blade. Vladimir stared at it for a very long moment, but David paid him little attention. He was curious as to what Vladimir thought in that moment of seeing that sword drawn once more in his presence, but David needed to focus on the coming battle. He stood beside Abraham, who appeared as nervous as David had been the first time he had seen this sword drawn back in the council meeting several stories below this very spot. "Is there another way out of this room?" David asked Abraham quietly. "If there is, I've never heard of it," Abraham replied with a shrug. "If there were windows, we'd be overrun already." "Good point," David said with a nod. Cracks appeared in the woodwork of the door. Dust and splinters fell to the ground. David saw Vladimir draw his sword and watched the door intently, ready for the onslaught. David stared closely at Vladimir's sword, and found that it was nearly identical to Zechariah's right down to the phileterous lettering that spelled out the word Rastem on the blade. David found it oddly disconcerting that one of the most notorious Rastem traitors continued to use his Rastem sword unchanged. Part of him wanted to ask why Vladimir never changed his sword, but he doubted that Vladimir would tell him anything. Where Zechariah was one of the noblest of Fempiror, Vladimir would be the most indecipherable. No one had any idea he was not a Rastem until he turned. If Zechariah had not survived, Vladimir could have returned and told them anything, and Tiberius would have believed him. Vladimir's unchanged sword simply represented how fickle Vladimir's loyalty really was to any faction. He had no doubt that Vladimir would turn on Korean if the opportunity ever arose. He shook his head and looked back to the door. "Here we go," David said to Abraham. Abraham gulped noticeably as he drew his dagger. "Yes," he said through a shaky voice. "Here we go." Another pound at the door, and lines appeared around the locking mechanism. Another pound and splinters flew into the room. Another pound and the door buckled with a sickening snap, piling more dust and debris on the floor just in front of it. One more hit, and the mutations would be on them. Suddenly, it was silent. The pounding ceased. David thought for sure they were simply building their forces for one more blow to tear into the room and destroy them all, but the hit never came. David looked at the others in the room, but they appeared as confused by this as he was. "What happened?" Vladimir called out to the guards standing against the door. One of them relaxed and peered out of one of the holes the mutations had made in the door. "Unknown, my lord," the guard replied, still looking through the hole. "Do you see anything?" Vladimir asked. The guard continued looking through the hole for a long moment. Finally, he turned to them. "I see nothing," he said. "I don't know what happened." "Open the doors," Korean said. The guards exchanged worried glances, but unbolted the doors. They swung the doors inwards, and everyone looked out to find an empty hall. The guards walked out into the hall and looked both directions. Finally, they looked back to Korean. "Nothing, my lord," one of them said, but something was out there. David could faintly make out the sounds of fighting. It was definitely in the building, but several floors down. Someone had drawn the mutations away. "Go," Korean said. "Discover the source." Vladimir and his squad filed out of the room, followed by David and Abraham, leaving only a pair of guards on either side of the door. One of the door guards stopped David. "What about him?" the guard asked Korean. David made no effort to work against this obstacle. He had simply assumed that if they were going into a battle, they would consider him the most expendable. Vladimir and his troops hung back to hear what Korean would say. "I don't care," Korean replied. David smiled at the guard who waved him out. Vladimir led the formation, while David and Abraham walked behind them. As Vladimir and his group passed around a corner, David hung back. Abraham stopped and turned to him. "What are you doing?" Abraham whispered. "I need to visit the lavatory," David said with a smirk. Abraham's expression never changed. He remained as stoic as he had been the entire day, but he nodded in the direction of an open door which David assumed had one of the cisterns in it that led down to the very combustible depths of the fortress. Without another glance, Abraham followed Vladimir, leaving David to duck into the room and closed the door. The lavatory was a very small room containing a single cistern in the corner. The visible wooden framework and unpainted walls showed that the Tepish viewed this room as a mere necessity that needed no further decoration. He removed the remaining sheets of Abraham's research and crumpled the papers into balls around the rocks out of his pocket. He hoped that the rocks would give the paper enough weight as it burned away to defeat the trapdoor at the other end. He paused for a moment to allow the Tepish time to descend the stairs. If Abraham were right about how this would work, the collapse of the tower would happen fairly quickly. The Tepish had all but decimated their own forces, and if he did this quickly, he would give them little to no chance of survival. Yet he felt a responsibility to Abraham. Although his friend had betrayed him and given his allegiance to the genocidal tendencies of the Tepish, David had to give him a chance to get out alive. When he and Abraham had arrived here less than an hour ago, he had been prepared to do this immediately. If he succeeded, he would stop the mutations. The only ones that existed in the world were in this tower as far as Abraham knew, and since Abraham had served to create them, he should know. These mutations had turned on the Tepish to create an even larger number. They had been attacking the throne room of the fortress before something had drawn them away. Had the Rastem mounted an attack against the fortress? How many would he affect by this action? Would he get out alive? Would it even matter? He depressed the foot pedal of the cistern that opened the trap door into the darkness below. A stiff smell wafted out of the depths that made David cringe and turn his head in disgust. He removed the torch from his belt and slid back the lever, igniting it. One by one, David lit the balls of paper and dropped them into the hole with the hope that at least one of them would survive the drop. On the ground floor of the fortress, the Rastem and Alewa were at a standoff against the mutations. With an army consisting of the majority of the former Tepish warriors, the mutations were formidable in numbers, as well as their deadly quickness against the Fempiror fighters. Tiberius could only watch powerlessly as Rastem and Alewa alike were unable to overcome their new adversaries and taken down only to find themselves at the mercy of creatures only interested in drinking their blood. But they quickly found that this mutation thirst was their greatest weakness. The mutations fought mindlessly and instinctively, but once they downed a warrior, they could not resist feasting on his blood, which left them open to attack. As a result, the Rastem and Alewa rescued several Fempiror from their dooms through the death of their enemies. Then they learned all too quickly the overpowering effects of the mutation blood. When a mutation took down a Rastem and bit into him, Tiberius was quick to rescue him with a sword through the mutation's neck. This move led to some of the mutation's blood spilling onto the felled warrior, and as the warrior had open wounds, Tiberius watched in horror as his fellow Rastem convulsed into a scream and fell silent. He was easily able to piece this together, and quickly cautioned everyone to avoid contact with the mutation blood. Of course, all of this knowledge about their enemy came at a heavy price. The battle continued relentlessly with what seemed to be an endless number of mutations, and though they had learned much, the mutations could apparently adapt just as well. They quickly learned not to feast on their prey immediately, but to continue their attack, which took away the diminishing army's only real advantage. More Rastem and Alewa fell, but Tiberius could not order a retreat. They had nowhere to go, and turning their backs on this enemy would be suicide. Their only hope was to win, or to pray the next generation of Rastem who were unable to answer the call would fare better. Then, something happened that Tiberius never expected. From the main stairwell leading to the upper floors, an army of unchanged Tepish emerged, led by the traitor Vladimir. This emergence instantly concerned Tiberius, who worried that along with the mutations, this new development would force the diminishing forces to fight regular Tepish. Then he noticed the mutations divide and attack the Tepish. The Tepish group separated and instituted an attack against their own creation. He had little time to ponder this turn of events, as one mutation after another continued to attack him, and he was rarely able to land an effective blow. Little by little, the Tepish closed the gap between the stairs and the combined Rastem and Alewa army, and for the first time in their divided history, the Tepish fought alongside them against a mutual foe that threatened to destroy them all. This confirmed that the Tepish creation had turned on them, and now the Tepish wished to destroy what they had made. They were all in this together. Soon, Tiberius found himself battling alongside a young Tepish armed with a dagger and dressed in regular clothing as opposed to Tepish armor. The boy was fighting on primarily speed and instinct and appeared to have little, if any, training. Tiberius helped him fend off several attacks and decided to stay with this young one as long as the battle lasted. Suddenly, the floor quaked beneath their feet, and the entire fortress shook around them. The sudden shaking even caught the mutations off guard, and they faltered in their attack. Flames lapped up around the edges of the floor and between cracks in the stone beneath them. Tiberius was dumbfounded. "What's going on?" Tiberius asked to no one in particular. "It's David," the young Tepish piped up. Tiberius turned to him in surprise at hearing the name. "Who was this boy?" The young Tepish saw Tiberius' expression and continued. "He dropped a flame into the depths below the fortress. This place is going to burn to the ground." Tiberius smiled. "Good boy," he said. "And you know this how?" The young Tepish smiled. "I put him up to it." Tiberius stared at the boy for a moment and wondered how the lad knew David, much less how David got into the fortress to destroy it in this manner. Of course, this realization led to the next most obvious questions concerning the locations of both David and Beth. These thoughts were short-lived, however, as the floor shuddered again, causing holes to appear as pieces of the floor fell into whatever depths existed below them. He glanced around to find the battle had not resumed at all. The mutations, in their primal wisdom, were fleeing the collapse of the fortress by climbing the walls back into the upper levels of the building, completely oblivious to the eventual peril. "Let's get out of here," Tiberius called out over the cacophony of the collapse. He ran alongside the young Tepish as the floor shuddered beneath them. Rastem, Alewo, and Tepish filed with remarkable discipline through the main entrance to the building. Once outside, the groups quickly separated into their respective orders. The Tepish stayed further back than the rest of them, though it was the slowly collapsing fortress that held everyone's attention. The fire had already engulfed the lower level, and was quickly spreading upward, lapping around the stone walls to destroy the wooden frame that held it all together. Tiberius was surprised to look to his right and find Vladimir standing next to him, silently watching his fortress fall. Then a question occurred to him. "Vladimir," Tiberius began. Vladimir turned an eye to him. "Isn't the Elrod Malnak still in there?" Without a change to his mood or expression, Vladimir replied, "He can take care of himself." Tiberius was not certain, but he thought he saw the corners of Vladimir's mouth upturned slightly. After he had dropped his small fire rocks down the tubes of the cistern, David watched their lights disappear into the darkness. He released the pedal, closing off the passage and the smell, which only provided a moment of relief, since he knew that if this worked, he would have precious little time to escape. He ran into the hall and looked for the stairs, since he was uncertain whether he would be able to operate the moving closet that Abraham had driven earlier. He ran around the top level of the Tepish fortress until he located the stairwell that Vladimir had undoubtedly led his troops down only a few minutes before. He ran down the stairs to the 6th floor where the walls were gray stone and wooden framework, and he found that the stairs stopped there. If this continued, then he would have to locate the stairs on each floor, and since the floors got larger as he descended, he risked getting lost quickly. Another defensive maneuver, he assumed. By offsetting the stairs on each level, it would take an adversary that much longer to reach the top. Unfortunately, it would also take him that much longer to reach a floor low enough for him to escape out a window without killing himself from the drop. A loud rumbling shook the fortress. Abraham's plan had worked. Whatever lurked in the depths of the fortress had reacted to the fire, and the tower was going to fall. David heard a sound behind him. He froze and heard a faint footfall. In an instant, he spun, drawing his sword as he moved. Before he fully turned, however, a mutation leapt onto him, knocking him to the floor and causing his sword to clatter to one side. David continued the backward roll the mutation had begun, and kicked the mutation behind him toward a wall. David rolled to his feet and looked to where the mutation had gone. To his horror, he found that instead of a wall, there was a window. meaning that David had inadvertently tossed one of the things outside. If it survived the fall, one of them would be free to continue the horrible legacy that the Tepish had started. He grabbed his sword and sheathed it as he ran to the window. From the 6th floor, David had just a second to be impressed with Beth's dexterity in scaling the outside of the building several days ago. David could see that the block pyramidal design of the fortress would make it possible to escape without killing himself getting down if he were careful to jump from floor to floor, depending on how fast the fortress would collapse under its own weight and how deep the cavern was underneath it. He remembered just how fast Beth had climbed down the outside when she had escaped with the mutation serum, but he was uncertain as to whether he could do the same. It would still be easier to run down the stairs, but the exterior provided an alternative just in case. But to the matter at hand, he was unable to see where the mutation had landed. The window gave him a good view of the alley between the fortress and the 3-story building next door. The mutation was not on the ground, nor had it ended up on the other building. A shallow breath made David look above the window. The mutation was perched on the wall, staring down at him. All these things happened in an instant before the mutation leapt down to latch onto David's head. He jerked back inside the window, which threw the mutation off balance. It landed on the window ledge, and then instantly leapt inside to attack. David drew his sword and held it in position to impale the mutation soaring toward him. The mutation put out its hand, bounced off the waiting blade, somersaulted over David's head, bounced off the wall, and landed on the floor behind David. Despite his surprise at the mutation's dexterity, David swung around to catch the mutation before it could recover, but the creature was ready for the blow and avoided it. David summoned all his training to attempt to land a single blow on his unarmed attacker, but somehow the mutation persisted in being faster than David, avoiding each potential contact. The floor shook again as Abraham's plan continued to take effect 6 stories below them. The mutation was unprepared for this and staggered under the shifting floor. David saw his chance, and he quickly ran the mutation through. Being more animal than man, the mutation only stared in shock at the blade before succumbing to death. David withdrew his blade and wiped the mutation's blood quickly from it on his attacker's clothing. He sheathed it on his back and ran around the outside of the floor, desperately seeking a way to get himself a little lower before being forced to take his chances on the outside of the building. He found the stairs to the 5th floor, and it took only seconds on the 5th floor to find the 4th. Unfortunately, that was as far as this path was to take him. As soon as he located the stairs to the 3rd floor, the lower end of the stairs collapsed into the flames below. The smell from whatever lurked in the depths below nearly knocked him flat. He staggered back onto the 4th floor to locate a window. At the end of a hall, he leaned out a window to see what would be possible for him at this point. The base of the fortress was sinking quickly, and the walls were rapidly collapsing inwards, making a ride to the ground on the outside of the fortress impossible. The building directly across looked to be just within reach if he put enough strength into his jump. As he leaned outside, screams from high above caught his ears. The mutations must have climbed up the inside of the fortress away from the collapse and found the Elrod Malnak and his staff. Such would be their end when the building went down. Already the wooden frame was burning all around him. He also noticed several mutations scrambling on the floor behind him. As they spotted him, the floor fell out from under them. David could not wait around here to see what happened. He turned and leapt from the window to the nearest building as the flames engulfed the floor. His Fempiror strength allowed him to sail through the air fast and far, but he never needed to test it in this way before. He hit the side of the building a lot harder than he anticipated, and quickly found he had misjudged his landing point, giving him nothing to grip once he made contact. 2.5 stories above the ground, he scrambled to find a handhold in the wall, but every time he punched a hole in the wall, he fell below his ability to use it, until he finally lost his grip and plummeted to the alley below. His last view was that of the Tepish fortress lighting up the night sky like a giant bonfire, sinking slowly into the earth. Abraham watched in wonder as the great construction of the Tepish burned to the ground along with its leaders. He had always suspected that the Tepish cared little for each other, but this served to prove this suspicion. He wondered how long it would be before he would be as expendable to Vladimir as his leaders were. After all, when it came to the mutations, his job was done. What else would they need him for? He saw as Vladimir had only watched unmoving as his leaders died before him. Vladimir kept much to himself, but his desire to rule over the Tepish had shown through at times when Abraham had dealt with him. It was a wonder that Korean would trust one who would betray a friend of 400 years. Yet Vladimir had performed his duty to the Tepish admirably and appeared beyond reproach. What lurked in the recesses of his mind? Had he been merely biding his time waiting for the moment that he could take control? Was that why he desired to be the Krvatsmalnak? Abraham was curious about Vladimir, but he feared the answers to his questions. What would be the price of those answers? Vladimir slowly backed away from the Rastem and Alewo staring at the collapsing fortress. The rest of the Tepish followed his lead. Abraham had little choice but to follow them, of course. Once the fortress was down, the Rastem would turn their attention to their ancient enemies, creating an entirely new battle. If they failed to leave while everyone was distracted, they would not have another chance. Abraham, however, still had another task here. While the Tepish scattered into the alleys, he made his way back to the fortress. He knew where the Tepish were going to regroup. They always had a contingency plan. The momentary chaos would give him the chance he needed to locate David and finish with him. Chapter 22. Words Between Friends. David's head hurt. Slowly the events of the night came to him, and he wondered how long it had been since he had attempted his escape from the fortress, only to knock himself unconscious falling to the ground from the building next door. He forced his eyes open, and became aware of the point of a weapon pressed against his throat. A shadow stood over him. "Wake up," a voice demanded. David recognized the voice, though he could not immediately place it in his memory. The shadow kicked him hard in the side. David coughed in response. "Wake up," the voice demanded again. David blinked and finally opened his eyes enough to focus on the shape that was giving him trouble. It was Abraham, and the weapon was the dagger Abraham had been carrying since they had met again. "Our truce is at an end," Abraham said coldly. "You are now responsible for not only Beth's transmutation, but her death as well. You did not protect her." David propped himself onto his elbows and looked at Abraham. He could not disagree with Abraham's words in any way, but together they had done some good. He had hoped that reconciliation was possible. "So, even after everything," he began, but Abraham silenced him by pressing the dagger tighter against his neck. "Everything you do cannot change what you've done," Abraham said, his voice cracking under the emotion. "You destroyed her life. You destroyed mine in the process. How can I forgive that?" "So you're going to kill me," David said. It wasn't a question. He knew what Abraham planned, but it seemed that Abraham was faltering on his own design. Besides, if he resisted, he was dead. He had to keep Abraham calm enough for him to have some kind of advantage. "I told you I would," Abraham said. Abraham appeared to be steeling himself for the satisfaction of the blow. David knew there was a certain taste to revenge that one had to savor before taking it, or it would lose its impact. This was that moment. David seized it. He kicked his leg up into Abraham's side, tossing the confused alchemist over his head and onto the ground behind him. In one deft move, David whipped to his feet, drew his sword, and pointed the blade toward Abraham. "Today is not that day," David said. He hated to threaten Abraham, but he had little choice at this point. He did not know if they were old friends gone wrong, or Rastem standing over a Tepish. Either way, it appeared that today was not the day for reconciliation. "If you're going to kill me," Abraham said in defeat, "then go ahead. I don't deserve to live." "What will you do if I let you go?" David asked him. "Make sure none of those things survived," Abraham said. "If they did, I will track them down and destroy them. They are my responsibility, and I will take care of them. Abraham was no Tepish in David's eyes. He was a victim as much as David was so many years ago, but he was forced into a different life. He still wanted to redeem his friend. You can come with us, David offered. I will not be a part of anything that accepts you, Abraham said, not looking at him. If I find you again, I will not hesitate to try once more to make good on my promise. David sheathed his sword and offered his hand to Abraham, even though Abraham had refused to come with him. The code did not require that Abraham become a Rastem, only that he refrain from transmutation. Abraham slapped David's hand away and rose to his feet, sheathing his dagger in the process. I don't hate you, Abraham, David assured him. I regret what happened, but we must make the most of what we have. I'm not going to kill you. You are not my enemy. Abraham stared at David coldly. I wish we could agree, he said shortly. Goodbye, David. Abraham turned and walked away. He slowly faded into the darkness. Go in peace, Abraham, David said. That was your friend, Tiberius said, walking up behind David. David looked at Tiberius surprised, and wondered how long Tiberius had been watching and listening. Slowly he looked back to where Abraham had gone. He was, David said sadly. Tiberius put his hand on David's shoulder and led him out of the alley in the opposite direction that Abraham left. No one can say anything to fix this, Tiberius continued. He chose his path, you chose yours. You can't make him change his mind. I know, David said, but he was uncertain as to how much he believed it. David felt his path was chosen as much as Abraham's was chosen for him. David was taken into the fold of the Rastem and trained, just as Beth had been taken into the Alewo and trained. Abraham was taken by Vladimir and put to work. Could any of them have decided to do something else at any point in time? Did Abraham choose to make the mutations, or would the cost of his refusal have been his life? Choices had led him and Abraham to this end so many years ago, but when were the choices they made clouded by the choices everyone else had made for them? If Beth had decided to go her own way, would she be dead now? If Abraham had refused to help, would he have been killed, or just turned out of the Tepish order? If David had decided to be just another Fempiror instead of a Rastem, would he have even seen Beth or Abraham again? Or if David had decided to obey Zechariah so many years ago, where would all of them have ended up? These were all unknowns that might have led to the same ends no matter what they did if one were to believe in fate. If it all happened for a reason, then to what end would the insanity of the past few days lead them? And what kind of higher reasoning would justify any of it? From a larger scale, what was the purpose of the mutation, and had they killed it entirely? Only time would tell. Good work today, Tiberius said, snapping David back to reality. You've proven yourself finally. Thank you, Tiberius, David said, smiling. Tiberius led him around the smoking ruins of the Tepish fortress to before a large formation of Rastem and Alewo warriors, who looked on him expectantly as he approached with Tiberius. Rastem and Alewo, Tiberius announced proudly. Appreciation for David, who destroyed the Tepish fortress and with it their vampire mutations. The warriors cheered loudly. Whatever was in store for his future, he would have the support of the order he had come to call his own. Epilogue. He lay miraculously untouched by the collapse of the fortress that had laid waste to everything and everyone around him. In his memory he recalled the building shuddering beneath his feet, and then the mutations invading the room. The bodyguards had left to fight, but in doing so they had left the high leadership of the order to fend for themselves with only the door guards for protection. The mutations had pounced on the Malnak and Trevere, drinking hungrily, completely oblivious to the building falling around them. As timbers fell, bones snapped, bodies broke, and blood sprayed and splattered around them all. It was then he felt the teeth sink into his neck and arms, and the lips hungrily sucking the life from him. He had sunk to his knees as his strength waned, but the fortress had continued to fall around him. One by one, his attackers were broken and shattered by the collapse of the fortress. He remembered the pain of their unencumbered blood mingling with his, and then he had fallen unconscious. Now he was alone, and he was hungry. Korean snapped open his eyes to take in his new world. The Fempiror Chronicles continues in Razor Hunt. Afterword. An excerpt from the Journal of Hauginstown dated 17 October 1785. A series of occurrences most strange we have had now these past few days. I hesitate to relate it to the events from 1775, and yet, given those concerned, I would be remiss not to consider the tailor, carpenter, and barber families as I write this. 3 events have come to my attention that I feel warrant simultaneous notation. 4 nights past, Mark Taylor, the brother of David, who was lost, reported that he thought he had seen both his brother and Elizabeth Carpenter while on guard duty. As these individuals have been lost for 10 years, we all assumed these were tricks of the dark. Then it came to my attention that both Patrick Carpenter and his wife had shared a dream where their daughter Elizabeth came to them looking as young as she was when she left, to let them know she was doing well, and to live and laugh again. The Carpenters have had a renewed vigor ever since. But the strangest of these events came to my attention only today, and prompted me to note all of this in the town journal. For many years there have been tombstones in the Hauginstown cemetery in remembrance of David Taylor, Elizabeth Carpenter, and Abraham Barber. The ground in front of these stones has been undisturbed for many years, and indeed, with the exception of David's, they are empty graves. Today, someone noticed that the ground in front of Miss Carpenter's stone had been overturned. Our undertaker, Xavier Stone, moved much of the dirt around and found it to be soft for several feet. I considered carefully whether or not we should dig into the ground there to discover whether someone had buried something, but in the end, I thought it best to let it be. Everyone else agreed, as we all considered it bad luck to dig up a grave, empty or not. Whatever is down there, may it rest in peace. Gerald Hoggins IV, Mayor, Hauginstown. This has been Mutation Genesis from the Fempiror Chronicles. Written and narrated by George Willson. Copyright 2010. Production copyright 2025 by George Willson.